The lab is a bustle of fervent activity. As the many different technicians and engineers scurry around madly, a voice is heard over a PA system: "Stand by for activation, T-minus 30 seconds. The activity reaches a fever pitch as every single person tries to finish what they are doing and scramble to an area where they can watch one of the many large wall-mounted screens. The screens show a magnified image of a somewhat bloated-looking probe hanging in space. The picture quality is decent, but the view is obviously magnified from a great distance away. The voice comes again, this time counting down T-minus 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initiating drive. The image of the probe seems to waver and distort before it vanishes in a flash of lights. The room is quiet. Not a sound disturbs the silence as every soul in the room realizes what this means for them, for their entire species. Suddenly, someone lets out a great whoop of excitement, shattering the stillness, and as if a dam has broken, the crowd erupts into elated cheers and yells. People begin to dance as the nature of their success settles in. One man in particular walks quickly to the edge of the room and pulls out a cell phone. He quickly taps a number in and raises the device to his ear while trying to shelter from the noise as best he can. The line connects, and he says, "Sir, it's me again. No, from the Fermi project. Yes, sir. No, it worked. Can you believe it? Now we have to wait a few weeks to see if it comes back. Yes, sir, we will get started on it right away. You don't think it's too soon?" "No, sir. Yes, I can do that." The man hangs up the phone and sighs deeply before smiling and joining their colleagues in celebration. Leon was having a great day. He was sitting at his favorite cafe sipping a cappuccino while looking out towards the clear blue sky. There were the remnants of a few wispy clouds, but nothing else broke the stillness of the morning. A waiter smiles and walks over to him with a menu and asks in accented English, "Hello, sir. Are you ready to see the menu now?" Leon nods and accepts the proffered menu. As he holds it up and begins to scan its contents, he hears the sound of approaching footsteps. Ignoring them, he decides to order a classic breakfast and folds the menu in preparation to order. He raises his eyebrows in surprise when he sees that instead of the smiling waiter, there is a severe-looking man in a black suit standing across from his table. Leon looks him over and asks, "Can I have the classic breakfast? Hold the butter, though, please." The man gives him a frown and states, "Leon Moikman, I am here on official United Nations business. I would ask that you act professionally, please." Leon leans back and scoffs at the audacity of the man. "And who are you to ruin my perfect morning? My mother." The man scowls slightly before he takes the seat across from Leon and replies, "I am Mr. Green, and as I said, I am here on official business. I'm sure you understand what that means." He finished with a raised eyebrow. Mr. Green seemed unappreciative of his flowery prose and responded, Now, no need for such language. I'm only here to offer you an opportunity, but you have to accept before I can fill you in on the details. What I can tell you is that you will be doing something that only you and a select few others have the qualifications for." Leon snorted at the vague description. "And that is supposed to reassure me? If anything, I want to help you even less. Now please respectfully get out of my space." Leon said angrily, beginning to sit back. Mr. Green smiled at his new interest and responded, "Remember, I said I can't give you the details unless you accept the offer. But trust me, you were specifically selected for your attitude towards the mission parameters. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. You will not want to miss it." Leon stood suddenly, knocking his chair over in his haste, and said, "Yes, I accept. If this is truly as life-changing as you say, then who am I to disagree, right?" Leon's mind flashed with the new information. Space, the one place he had never been. The final frontier, as many like to say. What new mysteries and challenges awaited him out there in the dark void between worlds, he would have to find out for himself. Turning and replacing his chair, he turned to Mr. Green and asked, "So when do we depart?" The suited man smiled at him and replied, "If you have everything you need for a long drive, we could leave now, though I suggest you visit your house first and pack a few things." Leon nodded and hurried inside the building to pay for his drink. The man smiled again and turned towards the street. Leon followed him to a nondescript and very out of place-looking black Suburban. He opened the back door for Leon and then got in on the opposite side. Leon couldn't see the driver as there was a tinted partition between them, but he could tell that this was a government car, by the way. It seemed to be armored. Mr. Green saw him looking at the thick bulletproof and laser-absorbent glass on the windows and said, "Don't worry, I am not expecting to get shot at, but you never know when some anti-unity nutjob will turn up with an automatic weapon. It's good to be prepared for anything." Leon nodded and said, "That seems prudent." "Indeed," the man replied. Mr. Green gave him a placating look and said calmly, "All in good time, Mr. Mikeman. Gather your things first, then I will discuss it with you on the way." He grunted in minor frustration as Mr. Green said, "All in good time, one thing at a time first, gather your gear." Leon remained silent until the armored car rolled up to his home. He wasn't surprised they knew his address. If they knew where to find him eating breakfast, then they surely knew where he lived after all. Rushing out of the black transport, he speed-walked across his front yard. Space was at a premium, especially in cities. But Leon liked to live in the more rural areas. There was a distinct lack of hustle out in the more remote outskirts of the major urban areas, and that suited him just fine. Leon walked up to the bright yellow front door of his small home and typed in the password to open the electronic lock. He would have preferred an archaic key lock, but they were extremely easy to bypass, and Leon didn't fully trust the area he lived in. There were way too many anti-unity radicals in the area for his taste. He had never openly declared for one cause or another, but in these troubled times, it was best to remain incognito. Leon walked through his small entryway into his living room. It was strewn with books of all shapes and sizes, some worn and dusty, others bright and crisp covered. He shuffled through the veritable disaster zone until he reached his small room. It was small, even by rural standards, but it was perfect for him. He was a Navy man, used to the cramped interiors of military ships. This was closer to home than the large, spacious rooms that many others seemed to prefer. Gathering some essential items, toiletries, spare clothes, his lucky aviators, he made his way back to the front room and made sure the house was put away and the lights were powered off. Leon then walked out the front door, locking it behind him, and lugged his duffel bag over to the Suburban. Climbing back inside, he plopped the stuffed bag in between himself and Mr. Green before letting out a sigh and saying, "I made sure to power down the electronics. I have a sneaking feeling that I might be gone for a while." The man continued to stare for another few moments before nodding to himself, apparently satisfied that Leon had been sufficiently cowed. Reaching into the small space beside his seat, he pulled out a thin folder. It was filled with a various array of documents, from written text to engineering schematics and pictures. Leon looked at it curiously as the other man rifled through it, and then exclaimed, "Ah, here we are. Please, Mr. Mikeman, tell me what you make of these." The suited man handed him a series of high-resolution photographs. Initially he was confused, as they didn't seem to show anything that was immediately recognizable. His puzzlement increased dramatically when the crisp image of a planet that was definitely not in the Sol system was revealed. "Wait a minute, what is this?" he asked, holding up the image. "Is this some sort of artist's rendition?" Leon looked through the images again, this time noticing that there were 3 separate stars in the pictures. One was bright yellow, glowing with a fierceness that rendered the image slightly grainy. The second was dimmer and had a more orange hue to it, the dark sunspots clearly visible on its cooler surface. The third star was so dim as to be barely noticeable, its faint red light punctuated in one image by a bright flash of a large coronal mass ejection. Leon racked his brain as to why it seemed so familiar. Then he noticed another bright star in the background of the dim red sun. It was bright and yellow, but overshadowed in the first images by the other brighter stars. As he looked at the last image of the bright yellow point next to the small red star, it clicked in his mind. "Wait a minute. This Alpha Centauri? That's impossible. We don't have the technology to get these kinds of high-resolution images. And then there is this picture." Leon held up the last image with the pale red star. This image looks like it was taken from the perspective of a craft in the Alpha Centauri system itself. What is going on here? Leon looked at the other man seated across from him in the dark interior of the vehicle. A sudden suspicion formed in his mind, but he dismissed it as being too fantastic to be possible. As he warred with his inner hopes and dreams, Mr. Green spoke. "I have a short video to show you, but I must stress once more the necessity for silence on this matter. You have been granted clearance due to your seniority and past service to the United Nations. They need you on this, and we're willing to spill the beans to get you on board. Don't disappoint us. Here, observe and tell me what you see." The man stressed to him before pulling out a small tablet and holding it out to him. Leon accepted the proffered pad and held it in front of him. The white triangle of a play button was visible in the middle of the screen. Pressing it, Leon immediately noticed it was a video feed from a space-based satellite. The focus of it seemed to be a lumpy, slightly misshapen device, floating calmly in the inky blackness of space. While unfamiliar with the design of this device, Leon was versed in engineering from his Navy days and immediately recognized the bulky, bulbous form of a fusion reactor housing on the rear of the craft. That would make it rather large than, and similarly expensive. He flinched slightly as the image seemed to twist and distort before fracturing into many tiny points of bright spinning lights that exploded outwards from where the craft had been before, winking out an instant later. Leon looked wide-eyed at the suited man, before rolling the footage back and paying closer attention. There, the moment the craft seemed to be stable and unmoving, then the next it seemed to simultaneously shrink and stretch into the infinite horizon of space. Then the next frame, it was a shattered mess of lights that exploded outwards from the location. It had been occupying only microseconds before. Looking dumbly at the now blank screen in his hands, it took Leon a few minutes to calm his frazzled mind enough to form a full, complete thought. Looking at Mr. Green, he asked quietly, "Was that some sort of teleportation? But how is that possible? Did you somehow use the fusion reactor to generate an artificial wormhole or tunnel into another dimension?" Leon watched as the man smiled at him and replied calmly, "No and no. It was neither teleportation nor the creation of an artificial controlled singularity. What you just witnessed was a craft warping the fabric of space and time itself." Leon's mouth opened in disbelief. That wasn't possible, but according to the video he had just watched, it wasn't just possible, but had happened. This is the culmination of 2 lifetimes of dedicated labor and mathematics by some of Earth's most brilliant minds. The project was started over 144 years ago after the Nuclear Disarmament Treaty of 2185 AD. The project was dubbed Project Fermi, after the old theory of alien existence in our galaxy. The stated goal of the project was to create a method of traveling in between the gulfs of interstellar space in a single human lifetime. The project may have outlived its creators, but it has finally borne the sweetest of fruit. True FTL technology. This is a scientific discovery that dwarfs every other discovery in the history of all human existence, perhaps on par with the discovery of fire itself, was to our earliest ancestors perhaps even greater. Leon looked on at the man in wonder, as the fire of unbridled passion was kindled in his eyes. He spoke with a fervor of one that knows a truth larger than themselves, and who is willing to protect that truth at all and any cost. Leon began to understand why he had been sworn to silence. If this information was to become common knowledge, it would destroy the very fabric of society. Nations would fall to chaos. Religions that had stood for 5,000 years would crumble, and their followers would fanatically attack any they saw as responsible. No, this had to be kept a secret no one could know. Mr. Green seemed to see the conviction in his eyes as he said, "You feel it too, don't you, Leon? That weight settling on your shoulders. We are carrying the very future of our entire species. You know what this could do to our future. We will no longer be bound to the fate of this tiny planet or its star. We can become truly eternal. Humanity will take the stars for ourselves, no longer looking up and wishing to fly, but holding the entire galaxy in the palm of our hands." Leon whispered, "And I am to be a part of this grand vision?" Mr. Green nodded and handed him another paper. Leon read it, and his mouth dropped open again. But why me? I'm no great explorer, no leader of men. I am completely unqualified for something like this. Mr. Green interrupted him, saying, "Incorrect. You are the most qualified person we have ever seen. You have the experience, you have the capability, but most importantly, you have the passion. We need more than just skill for a venture like this. You understand how important this is. We can put some warmongering general in charge of this, nor some bumbling politician's son. We need a true believer, someone who will make the right call, not because it's what they have been commanded to do, but because they know what they must do. I will not lie to you. This mission will test you to the breaking point. You may not survive, but I promise you that it will be the most important thing you or any of your ancestors have ever done in all of living memory." Leon watched his face for a moment longer, before bowing his head. "Then I have no other choice but to accept, and pray to all the powers of reality that I am up to the task." Leon said solemnly. Mr. Green affirmed, "Amen, but you needn't worry, you won't be alone. In fact, the other crew members have already been gathered. They are awaiting us at the training facility. None of the others have been briefed yet, but I would be shocked if a single one of them felt any differently than you do now. They have been told they will be embarking on a long-duration space mission, but that's all." The man told him matter-of-factly. Leon felt the vehicle start to slow, then make a few turns. Looking out the window, he could see that they were arriving at a train station. As the two of them exited the vehicle, Mr. Green motioned Leon to follow him. They made their way across the small parking lot and to the large glass-paned doors of the terminal itself. Waving a small card over the door scanner, Mr. Green held the door open for Leon as they entered. They walked past the long lines and to the train directly. Leon mused that he must have used the service entrance and probably had some sort of special access card to allow for the bypassing of normal civilian systems. The train was old but well-maintained. It had the shiny chrome of the early 2100s era style and was shaped in a manner that allowed it to reach astonishing speeds on its magnetic rails. The two of them reached the first-class car and checked into a reserved cabin. As he sat across from Mr. Green, he asked him, "Where are we going?" "Not too far. We are heading to northern Germany around the ruins of Denmark. We have a coastal launch facility there. It's not the best location, but it gets the job done without bringing us too much heat," Mr. Green said. Leon nodded once more and said, "May I see those documents, if that's okay, of course?" "Of course, Mr. Mikeman, please feel free to familiarize yourself with the technology, but I warn you, it is still kind of magic, even to me." Leon nodded distractedly at the man's comment. Leon dived into the documents with a hunger for understanding. The more he read, the more he came to realize just how out of his depth he truly was here. The warp field generator seemed to defy his understanding of classical physics, but the fact that it worked on some fundamental level told him that his view of the universe must be inherently flawed or incomplete. He read up on the probe mission and marveled at the incredible speed it had achieved. At something like 180 times the speed of light, it had crossed the titanic gap between the two systems in just under 9 days. And if he was reading this next page correctly, the prototype had been deliberately throttled down to avoid it overshooting its target entirely. The generator was capable of achieving almost double that speed, theoretically. Again he looked up at Mr. Green and asked, "How is this even possible? Where is the probe now?" "Somewhere at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, I believe," was the man's reply. "The ocean? What happened?" Mr. Green looked at Leon and said, "After its return it was deemed too hazardous to leave it intact in orbit, and so the craft was deorbited and plunged into the ocean to destroy all evidence of its existence. Not the path I would have recommended, but I understood the need for such caution." Leon mulled it over. It seemed so wasteful, but there was the bigger picture to observe after all. Leon looked out the window to the slightly steamy jungle outside. He had heard that northern Germany used to be cold and arid in the past, but after the climate collapse of the late 2100s, the entire global climate had shifted. The northern parts of Europe were now covered in vast wet forests and small jungles, while the central areas of most continents were vast, swampy wetlands. Leon turned his attention back to the documents in his hands. He shuffled through them and looked over the crew list. Many of the names were unfamiliar to him, but a few stood out in his mind as great academics and researchers. There was a name that stood out above the others, however, one that brought the face of a smiling woman to his mind's eye. Sabine Dietrich, fair-haired and tall with striking green eyes, she had been an engineer of peerless skill that he had known from his days in service to the United Nations. She was a good friend, and the closest thing Leon had ever had to a daughter. Sabine's own parents had died in an anti-government terrorist attack when she had been a teenager, and Leon had taken it upon himself at the time to shelter her under his wing and cover that role of stability in her life. She had joined the service shortly afterwards and quickly made a name for herself as an extremely skilled engineer and mechanic. Leon was not all that surprised to see her here, and the addition of a friendly face would make this entire process much more enjoyable. After a short time, Leon felt the train begin to slow and looked up to see them approaching a station. Looking up to Mr. Green, he asked, "Is this our stop?" To which the other man nodded his head. Leon gathered the pages together back into the manila folder and handed it back across the room to the suited man, before gathering his own gear and preparing to depart. The train slid to a halt inside another station that looked nearly identical to the last, and they stood in preparation to depart. They exited the first-class car and walked into the station itself. As they neared the check-in booth, Leon watched as Mr. Green pulled out a small card and handed it to the security officer, manning the side gate. The man scrutinized the small chip before scanning it with some sort of handheld device. Seemingly satisfied, the guard waved them through and they exited the building into the much more humid coastal air. "Well, this seems like a warm welcome," Leon said as a trio of armored black Suburbans rolled over to the side of the parking lot they were standing on. Mr. Green looked over to him and said, "It's for your own safety. The second you agreed to the Fermi program, you became one of the most valuable people on this planet. We can't afford to let anything happen to you. I would have given you a ride there with a military escort if I thought for a single second there was any real danger." Leon raised his eyebrows at the comment, but remained silent as he climbed once more into the dark interior of the car. They traveled in silence for nearly an hour before the landscape suddenly changed. The twisting vine-covered trees gave way to vast, open expanse that was surrounding a large structure. This structure itself was tall and had no ground-level windows, though there were windows higher up on its sides. In the distance behind it was the unmistakable gantry-like structure of an orbital launch tower, as well as a large flat expanse that looked to be a small airfield. The three cars pulled off the main road onto a small service road that led them to a security checkpoint. After a minute, they were allowed through the thick concrete barricades and into the facility itself. They pulled up to the front area of the huge building and exited. As Leon looked up at the expansive structure, he mused out loud, "Holy smokes, that's a big-ass building." Mr. Green chuckled beside him before saying, "Yeah, and that's only the surface installation. We have many huge underground complexes under this and the surrounding area." "What is this place?" Leon asked as they walked to the nondescript front doors. He noticed the glass was armored, as were the walls themselves. The building looked like it was built to withstand a close-range nuclear blast, and now that he thought about the work that was going on here, he realized that it was probably exactly the case. "This is a culmination of the remnants of the old US and United Nations Special Research Division. It is called by its predecessor's name, Area 51. Leon heard him say. Leon opened his mouth and closed it with a snap. Everyone who knew of scientific breakthroughs or studied pre-collapse history knew or at least had heard of Area 51, but to suddenly learn that it still existed, and then to see it for himself, he was a bit overwhelmed. That meant that he was standing in front of the culmination of almost 300 years of cutting-edge developments and near-insane engineering. Mr. Green gave him a smug look as they entered the structure and walked down a long, featureless white hallway lined with shining metal doors. Now that's a question that even I don't have the clearance to answer, but I have always scoffed at the idea that aliens had visited Earth in the past. I mean, if there are so many aliens, then where are they now? I see no evidence of them, the man replied stoically. They walked down the hallway together, Leon lugging his duffel bag over his shoulder. Mr. Green led him to a door and used another card to open it. As Leon walked through, he saw it led to another hallway. This one was also lined with doors. This was beginning to feel a little disorienting, but Leon followed. They walked down the hall for a short distance before Leon began to make out faint voices. Mr. Green opened another door, and the voices immediately increased in volume, then slowly died away as Leon followed him inside the room. It was long and had a large metal table in the middle, surrounded by chairs. On the far wall, an archaic projector was sitting idle, pointing towards a white pull-down projection screen. There were others occupying the room, and Leon noted with a smile that Sabine was here. She smiled as she saw him and bounced excitedly while shooting him a wave. Leon waved back as Mr. Green walked to the head of the table. Standing in the doorway was a man of indeterminate age, seeming to be simultaneously young and heavily aged at the same time. His eyes were covered in a pair of dark, reflective glasses, and his hands were gloved. He wore a neat black suit and wore a grey tie that was kept clipped to his white shirt by a small ruby clasp. The enigma of a man stepped forwards and said in a raspy voice, "Hello, I am the director of Area 51. Concerns." Leon stared at the strange man who called himself the director. The director looked on at them all. He passed his piercing gaze over them all, seeming to observe each one of them in turn. After a few moments of this behavior, he turned and walked towards the head of the table next to Mr. Green. Leon walked towards the table, as well as the director turned towards them, and asked in a strong yet reedy voice, "Please, sit. I will describe the nature of your mission." Leon pulled out one of the chairs and sat down on its padded seat. He watched as the others took their seats as well. Sabine sat across from him and smiled at him again before turning her attention towards the director. The director nodded his head as they took their seats and turned to look at Mr. Green. Mr. Green pulled out a small remote control and handed it to him without a word. "Now you have all been told why you are here, or one of the reasons why you are here, but you are no doubt wondering why this seemingly mundane mission requires such secrecy. What I am about to show you is classified above top secret. Not even the heads of state know about this yet, and I expect each and every one of you to honor the promises you gave before entering this facility." A chorus of nods and affirmations greeted the man as Leon just nodded his head. He knew what was coming and so turned his attention to Sabine to observe her reactions. Sabine was nodding but had a strange look on her face. She was from Germany like him, and no doubt was wondering what could be so secret that not even the heads of state had been informed of it. The director pointed the small remote at the projector and pressed a few buttons. The screen behind him flickered into life as the lights in the room dimmed. On the screen was a slightly fuzzy image of the Centauri system, as Leon had been shown already. The image started to focus itself more as the projector warmed up with a slight hum, the image swimming into focus and color. There was a slight murmur as the various scientists and researchers speculated to themselves about the image before the director began to speak. "What you are looking at now is one of the clearest shots of the Centauri system that we have ever been able to produce." He switched the slide to show Beta Centauri now. As you can see, these images are of a stunning quality. You can even see the surface of the star in a quality that would have been impossible from our instruments just a decade ago. He flicked the slide again and asked them, "What stands out about this one?" On the screen was the last image of Proxima Centauri, with Sol in the background as a faint yellow spark. Leon watched Sabine as her features screwed up in thought, before she gasped in surprise. Sabine sat bolt upright and blurted, "That's the sun in the background. These pictures were taken from the Alpha Centauri system itself. But how is that possible?" Several of the others exclaimed in surprise as they too noticed the impossibility she had pointed out. Another person, a man named Chad Wellington, stood from his chair and leaned his hands on the table as he squinted at the picture. "By the Lords, she's right!" The man looked at the director and seemed to be at a loss for words as he slowly sunk back into his chair. The director raised his hands for silence, and it took a few moments before the room settled, and he was able to speak. "My friends, these pictures are real, and only a few months old as well. If you will allow me to show you a short recording, I will be happy to clear up all your questions." With that, he switched the screen to the video that Leon had been shown before. The same tumorous probe hung in the inky void of space, the image greatly magnified from a distance away. The other members of the group held their collective breath as the device seemed to warp and twist in on itself. In the last moment, it seemed to swirl infinitely into itself before disappearing in a burst of twinkling lights that sputtered out in moments. All at once, everyone was trying to speak, or shout, all at once. Sabine was bobbing excitedly as she speculated with the man next to her, who just looked shocked at what he had seen. Chad was on his feet again, shouting at the director about some sort of complicated math, and Leon watched slightly amused as Mr. Green made eye contact with him. He just smiled and shrugged at him and settled back into his chair. "How are you so calm about this whole thing? Did you see what happened? That thing teleported," said the woman next to Leon in a slight accent. He turned to look at her. She was a small woman. The woman had blonde hair and startlingly blue eyes that matched her pale skin. Leon frowned slightly and asked her, "I saw what happened, pardon me, but I'm not familiar with you. My name is Leon, what's yours?" The woman blushed slightly at his question and said in her slight voice, "My name is Joyce Buchanan. I'm from Lower Canada. Leon sounds like a European name." "It is, I am from Germany, not too far from here actually, and no, the probe didn't teleport," he said to her as he turned to look back towards the director. She leaned towards him and hissed, "What do you mean it didn't teleport? Wait, do you know what's going on, do you? Tell me, I need to know." She begged him, but he just nodded towards the director, and she fell silent as the rest of the room started to settle. Mr. Green stood and moved to stand beside the director as the room calmed. The director moved towards the screen and rewound the video to the beginning. "I'm sure that you all have many questions, and I will do my best to answer them to the best of my ability, as time permits. First of all, the recording you just witnessed is very real, and took place several months ago over the Northern Pole. What you just witnessed was the culmination of over 180 years of research and development. Trillions of dollars and millions of man-hours went into the production of that single device." He paused to let the words sink in for a moment before he continued. The device in question was the first full-scale working model of a gravity field projection device in action, also known as a warp bubble. Now, this warp bubble was used to launch the device at the Alpha Centauri system at a velocity that far exceeded the speed of light. He had to pause again as the room once more exploded into noise and exclamations. "Faster than light? What is this, a joke? What did you even power it with?" A man that Leon didn't recognize shouted in a deep voice. Another man stood to his feet and asked in a much calmer manner, "I'm sure that you are telling the truth, but I hesitate to ask what the purpose of telling us this is. Surely this technology is far from mature at only a few months since the first test." A few others agreed with the man, and he sat, seemingly satisfied with the response. The director just stood impassively as they voiced their concerns. When the room calmed a bit, he spoke once more. "I can assure you the technology is quite well developed. This may have been the first large-scale test, but it was far from the first test performed. The first test was performed on June 13th of 2287 in deep space. It did not go well and was even observed by a novice stargazer. Luckily for the program, they were not recording and were discredited as a lunatic," the director said nonchalantly. Another of the others voiced minor discomfort at that, but was ignored as the director continued. "Some of you may be beginning to understand the nature of your mission now. In orbit, we are constructing a ship, the first of its kind ever attempted, the first FTL-capable starship ever built by our species, capable of taking people beyond the boundaries of our star. You are to be her crew, the first voyagers to venture into the cold, dark void." He finished in a grand manner. No one spoke. Leon smiled as he saw the shock written across the faces of those next to him, but saw only determination on Sabine's face. After a few terse moments, he spoke up. Perhaps, Director, you could show them a diagram of the ship in question, to alleviate their concerns, of course. Mr. Green stepped to the small boxy device and inserted a small card into its side memory slot and pressed a few buttons. After a second, the Director pressed a series of buttons on the remote and pulled up a blueprint of the ship. The ship was strange, obvious by its design that it was not made for atmospheric re-entry. It was hard to judge its scale from the rough concept diagrams they were looking at, but it was clearly very large. "This is the basic design layout of the Life Ericsson," the Director said cheerfully. Switching the slide showed the ship from a new angle. This way showed off the ship's impressive rings. The ship seemed to be composed of a series of large rings around a center shaft. The shaft flared out at both ends into a sort of dumb bell shape. One end seemed to house a 2-story bridge and electronic equipment for making scans, and communications antenna sticking out from its surface, while the other end was mostly made up of large tanks for some kind of liquid or gas, and a complex array of machinery and exposed piping. "This is the UNSS Leif Erikson, named for that most famous of ancient world explorers, the first European to arrive in the Americas. The ship will be 210 meters in overall length and a little over 120 in diameter." He paused as Chad raised his hand in a bit to grab his attention. "You have something to say, Mr. Wellington?" Chad asked. "I'm guessing that these 6 large rings rotate to simulate gravity, right? But how do you expect them to hold up to the stresses of maintaining that level of force indefinitely?" Leon nodded to himself as he considered the question. The Director smiled and said, "We are not spinning the rings to simulate Earth gravity. They will be rotating at a reduced speed, only producing about 70% of Earth's gravity. You will need to exercise about 30 or 40 minutes a day to maintain your muscles, but this is much safer to maintain for the duration of the mission." This time one of the women raised their hands to speak. The Director indicated that they should speak. "I am curious, what is the mission? I understand it will take us out of the system, but where and for how long?" she asked in a concerned way. The Director nodded to Mr. Green, who plugged another chip into the projector and flipped the screen to show a basic map of the stars in Sol's proximity. There were 12 highlighted systems that seemed to lead off in a general direction towards the outer edge of the galaxy. The Director indicated the screen behind him as he replied, "An excellent question, Miss Garcia, and one that I fully intended to answer. You have all been chosen for your skills and knowledge, but you were also chosen as none of you have close attachments, no spouses or children, no long-term relationships or upcoming partnerships. This mission will take you far from our home, farther than our own signals have traveled. The mission will begin by inspecting these 12 star systems that have been identified as being potentially life-bearing. After you have scouted these worlds, you will continue along this general direction for a total travel duration of 10 years and then make a U-turn and head back." Silence once more reigned over the meeting room. Leon had already been informed of this and once again looked at the reactions of the others. Sabine still wore that look of grim determination, as did the other woman, Garcia. A few others looked to be in between acceptance and denial, while one of the others was wearing a look of horror. Leon heard a man he recognized as Chris Chaddington, a well-known geologist from the Alaskan Federation, raise his voice in complaint. "Over 20 years. You do realize I am almost 60, right? There is every likelihood that I will not return from this mission. I could be lost to space." A few of the others expressed sympathy or concurred with the older man. The others were silent. Some, though, were clearly roused by his speech, as Sabine stood as well and raised her head high as she declared, "I will stand with you. I won't let it be said that I was unwilling to take the hard road, unwilling to wade through the thorns and briars to help others. I would sacrifice myself if it brought about the survival of those I love." Her voice rang out clear in the large room, and almost immediately, a further 3 of the others jumped to their feet and raised their voices in affirmation. Leon smiled to himself as he saw Chris rise slowly to his feet and declare, "Oh, what the hell. It's not like I wanted to live the rest of my life in comfort anyways. To the ends of time and beyond, I say." With his declaration, all but one of the others rose and declared their own personal support. The final crew member to rise did so slowly and with great care. She stood, and Leon took note of her features. She was a small woman. She looked like she hailed from the southeastern edge of Asia, and indeed, as she introduced herself, he recognized her. "My name is Myung Kesley. I am a botanist from the People's Republic of Greater Korea. I am on board with this expedition. But let it be known, the world will label us not by the words we say, but by the deeds we demonstrate. It is good to be excited, but we must be cautious. There is no data for what we are about to attempt. No hypothesis has been drawn, not theories given. We will be slingshotted into the great unknowable void with nary a thought on our minds as to the destination. No, we must have a plan." She turned to stare at the director. "What is it that you are not telling us?" The director looked at the tiny woman for a moment longer, before saying, "There is much to discuss later, though. We should retire to bed as it is late. We can continue this discussion tomorrow. I will answer your questions then, you have my word." There was grumbling at the abruptness of the announcement, but it was indeed getting rather late. Mr. Green walked to the entrance of the room and said, "Your rooms are down the hall and to the right. They have been marked with your names on the doors. I will issue your personalized key cards on your way out. There are bathrooms and a small cafeteria at the end of the hall. If you have an emergency or otherwise need to get into contact with one of us, there are intercom buttons in your rooms." He opened the door and reached into his pocket to withdraw a handful of small lanyards with cards hanging from them. As the group filed out of the meeting room, Mr. Green handed out the lanyards to them and bade them a restful night. As Leon walked by, he added, "Thanks for the support. You won't regret joining the project, Mr. Moikman." Leon nodded to him and continued into the hall. He was met with a very excited-looking Sabine, who immediately wrapped him in a hug. "Leon, it's so good to see you again. How have you been? It's been a few years." She asked him as she stepped back to look into his face. Leon gave her a smile and said, "Oh, nothing fancy, just been living the peaceful life, no orders nor early morning drills, just quiet." She gave him a small shove as she responded. "What? Don't tell me you actually settled down and bought a house in the outskirts like you always ranted about. Good for you. I suppose it doesn't matter now, though. We are going to be gone for a while." Leon nodded at that statement. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned to see the other engineer, Chad, standing beside him. "I just wanted to say, that was a damn fine speech you gave. It really warmed the fires of the soul, you know." Chad nodded and let out a little sigh before saying, "Yeah, that makes sense. My name is Chad Wellington. Born and raised in London, I joined the UN Engineering Corps to help build a better world. Didn't make it that far before I decided it wasn't working and got out. Went back to school for applied nuclear engineering and graduated with a full working knowledge of all types of reactors. After that, I got a job working in the nuclear zone in Finland, supplying power to northern Russia. One day I got a surprise visit from a man in a snappy suit telling me not to miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I took it. Now I'm here. That's about the long and short of it." He finished with a dismissive wave. Sabine looked interested and asked him, "Nuclear engineering, that's so cool. I have training in practical engineering and structural maintenance. I could take apart almost anything and put it back together again without any notes. I just love machines," she said excitedly. Leon smiled as the two began to discuss the finer points of the field and bade them good night. He was tired but decided to head to the cafeteria for a quick meal before bed, as he hasn't really eaten anything all day. Such was his haste to get here. Leon walked the short distance down the door-lined hall to the larger opening at the end. As he walked in, he was immediately taken by the fact that the room looked like it was meant for an army. The ceiling was high, and the space felt more like the inside of a warehouse or gymnasium than a communal eating area. Still, there were tables spaced along the floor and lined with fold-out benches. He noticed that a few of the tables were indeed occupied by other crew members, and walked to the back wall where a row of refrigeration units were lined. Leon checked the first unit and found it full of cold drinks like orange juice, milk, and fruit punch. He grabbed a small punch and opened the next fridge unit. This one was full of various microwavable breakfast items, and he closed it. Moving to a third unit, he opened it and smiled as he saw this one was full of more conventional food items. He rummaged around for a minute before selecting a small container of chilled lasagna and closing the door. Leon walked over to a nearby counter covered in various cooking and brewing appliances before popping the container open and sticking it in the nearest microwave. He didn't know how long to cook it for, and so just pressed 5 minutes, hoping that it wasn't too much time. After a few minutes spent staring at various non-important details around the room and sipping his small container of fruit punch, he heard the ding of the microwave finishing and opened the door to the smell of melted cheese and meaty sauce. Grabbing the container, he jumped and cursed as it burned his hand. Waving his injured finger, he popped it into his mouth before looking for a solution. He spotted some paper towels nearby and, walking over, grabbed a few sheets. Using this new insulating buffer, he gingerly grabbed the piping hot pasta and maneuvered it out onto the counter. Giving it a once-over to make sure it wasn't burnt, he smiled as he saw it was cooked to perfection. The cheese on the edges was slightly browned by their exposure, and the meat sauce steaming. He carried his new trophy over to a nearby table and sat before realizing he had forgotten an eating utensil. But before he could stand to grab one, he heard a voice say, "Here, I noticed you forgot one of these." And a hand swam into his vision offering a spork. Leon grabbed the proffered tool and muttered a quick thanks, before turning to see another of the crew plopping down beside him. He was a little surprised to see it was Chris. The older man sighed as he sat and looked at him curiously. Chris smiled and said, "I'm a geologist. Noticing tiny discrepancies is my job, and I couldn't fail to notice both your lack of surprise at the presentation and the looks you were giving to the suits presenting it. Come on, spill the beans." Chris said to him, giving him a searching look. Leon stared back and then sighed, saying, "Well, they were going to tell you all eventually anyways. Yes, I was brought on board to be the mission commander. No, I don't know why me specifically, but I am honored nevertheless. This has always been a dream of mine, one that I never dared hope to accomplish. Think about it. We will be going where no one has ever gone before, exploring and seeing things that are beyond our imagination. What will we find? Alien life. Intelligence," Leon said as he looked on at the man. Chris said nothing for a long moment before asking, "And if our only purpose is to search for life, then why am I here?" Leon looked over at him, surprised. Chris was looking at him with a curious expression. Leon looked him over and scrunched his face in confusion as he asked him, "Wait, what do you mean, why are you here? You are here because you have talents that they deemed helpful or necessary to the mission." Chris sighed as if explaining something to a particularly dense child, and reiterated, "This mission is to survey planets for life, right?" Leon nodded. "Then why are we bringing a geologist who specializes in the detection of mineral wealth, when it would be more prudent to bring an extra biochemist? It just seems to me like life isn't the only reason for this mission. I think that we are just a scouting party for a much larger expedition, probably one that aims to colonize a nearby star system and drain it of its material resources. This all feels a bit odd." Leon thought about it, but it made sense. They were definitely scouting a few stars that were not that promising for life itself, but could have large, rocky terrestrial worlds orbiting them in the green zones. Leon waved his hand and stabbed his spork into the lasagna. "It's of little importance what they plan to do later. This mission will be under my command once we leave, and I assure you, finding others like us will be our primary focus." Chris just nodded and stood. Leon spooned the still hot lasagna into his mouth in response, and turned his attention from the older gentleman. It wasn't his fault that this whole operation was government-funded, and so of course this same government would be looking for the best ways to exploit the new technology for political and material power gains. Leon finished his meal in silence and placed the empty container in the recycle bin by the door. He walked to his room slowly and entered using his lanyard keycard. As he went to sit down, he placed his head in his hands and sighed. This wasn't going to be as straightforward as he thought it was. Why did there always have to be political maneuvering in every aspect of life? He raised his head and laid down, kicking off his shoes but not bothering to change out of his clothes. He closed his eyes and tried to relax as thoughts of starships and monsters in black suits flashed through his mind. Eventually his breathing slowed and drifted off into a troubled sleep. Leon awoke feeling gritty and unkempt. Rolling to his feet with a low groan, he stood and made his way to his duffel bag. Pulling out a spare change of clothes, he walked into the hall and headed to the showers. After getting undressed and taking a quick shower, Leon dressed in a fresh set of clothes and headed back to his room to drop his dirty laundry off. Leon walked down the hall rubbing his eyes as they were still a little fuzzy. As he entered the large room, he cast his gaze towards the long counter with the appliances. Smiling as he saw the coffee brewing stand, he wandered over to it. Since the climate had changed, many different areas that had been growing crops for hundreds of years suddenly found themselves incapable of growing their previous products, and the coffee market had suffered terribly as a result. Luckily for Leon, a crafty scientist crossbred the coffee with a similar species that was more survivable in the new climates and kept it from going extinct, like so many other foods. The coffee machine made a low tone as it worked on his drink, grinding and brewing in a few minutes. As he grabbed the steaming cup of caffeine, he saw another of the crew walk into the cafeteria. Figuring now was as good a time as any to introduce himself, he waved to them as they finished grabbing a plate of chilled fruit and yogurt. They were walking to sit down when Leon decided to go and have a quick chat. Walking over to the now seated man, he slid in across from him and introduced himself. "Hello there, my name is Leon. You excited for the mission?" The man gave Leon a smile and set his spoon down. "Well, nice to meet you, Leon. My name is Taylor, and yes, I have been wanting to go to space since I was a tiny child. I never in my life thought I would get to do this, though. Isn't it just incredible?" Taylor said in a beaming voice. Leon smiled wider as he saw the younger man's excitement. "Yes, it is incredible. They have been working on this for years," they said, "and we are the lucky few to be the first. Ignore the fact that our names will never be forgotten, but think of the things we might find even. The whom." Leon finished with a mystical look on his face. Taylor hung on to his words and remained silent before answering him in a whisper. "You think there might be aliens out there?" the younger man asked while looking at Leon intently. Leon looked at him and replied, "I do. I can't believe in a universe that is this big that is empty. We are here. We made it this far. Sure, we had some close calls in the past, but if we can do it, then so can others. The fact that they made the probe work proves that faster-than-light travel is not only possible, but exists. I can't possibly justify to myself why we would be the first," Leon said with conviction. Taylor nodded and asked, "It wouldn't make much sense. I mean, what with the multiple extinction events in our past, most other life should be millions, if not billions of years ahead of us. What if we aren't the first, but the last? What if all the others already came and went before us?" the man suddenly said. Leon shook his head slowly and took a long drink of his coffee. Looking off into the distance, he said, "I'm not sure I could believe that. Where is the evidence? Unless they are so advanced as to be undetectable to us." They both sat there for a few moments longer before they heard a small noise from the entranceway. Turning to look, Leon saw another crew member, the woman who had introduced herself as Myung. Waving at her, Leon motioned for her to join them. Myung nodded after a moment of hesitance and made her way to the fridge area, grabbing something and taking it to the appliance area. After messing with a few items, she made her way over to their table and sat on Leon's side a small distance away. "Hey, Myung, was it?" Leon stated. She nodded and he continued, "You brought up a good point earlier. Me and Taylor here were just discussing the likelihood of being alone in the universe." Myung looked at her food, which Leon noted was a bowl of oatmeal with some sort of sugar added. After a moment she raised her head and said, "I spoke out of fear. Nothing like this has ever been attempted. Did they even do live specimen trials? For all we know, the act of traveling faster than light could be utterly inimical to how we function. We could come out in a vegetative state or be vaporized or twisted into some sort of abominations. As for us being the first, I don't believe that." She finished. Leon gave Taylor a glance at her mention of the emergent technology they were expected to make use of. Sure, warp travel is brand new, but I trust that if a delicate piece of machinery like the probe can make it there and back, we will be fine. I mean, just look at the clarity of the images it brought back. It couldn't have taken those if it had suffered any kind of damage to its camera array. Leon said to her while taking another drink of his coffee. Taylor piped up right after and asked her, "If you don't think we are the first, then do you think we might be too late? I mean, look at how long it took us to develop from single cells to where we are now, and how many times it almost ended completely." Leon thought about what she had said. Sure, brains were an important part of life, but some of the oldest and most successful creatures on Earth did not have intelligence, or even brains. Look at deep-sea sponges, hundreds of millions of years old, and not a single thought in their spongy bodies. Yet they had persisted when millions of other more complex life forms had perished. Maybe she was onto something. Maybe the universe was full of simple life, and they were the first complex life to truly spread its wings, so to speak. He glanced over at Taylor and said, "Maybe she is right. We could be the last life to develop, but maybe we are the first intelligent life to develop. What if we find life everywhere, but it's as simple as bacteria? That would be interesting." Myung snorted slightly and said, "Yeah, or they might be ruthless, conquer and destroy us or enslave us. They could be so advanced that they view us as nothing but insects, bugs to be exterminated so they can move in. What if they are more like that?" she said, before returning her attention to her meal. Leon frowned at her statement. This mission was the pinnacle of human science and ingenuity, and here she was going on about intergalactic destroyers and slavers. This wouldn't do. He spoke up before Taylor could say anything. "Myung, while I understand where that is coming from, I don't think it's an appropriate attitude for one of humanity's first great explorers. What if we meet some sort of telepathic aliens, and all they see in our heads is thoughts of doom and death? I'm sure they wouldn't want to be our friends at all if that happened." Leon smiled and said, "Well, I'm here to help if you need anything. I just want to help everyone maintain good morale and stay positive. It makes everything smoother if we can all get along." He saw Taylor nod, and Myung gave him a funny look. Jay looked for Sabine but didn't see her. He did see Chad, though, and gave him a wave as he walked by. Chad nodded in a friendly way as he passed, and Leon smiled to himself. At least some of the crew seemed to be in good spirits still. Leon wandered down the hall a ways before he saw Mr. Green walking towards him from the other end. Leon just nodded non-committally and asked, "So I'm assuming we can't just run around wherever we want here, right?" Leon frowned and asked, "So then what's next?" He watched the hustle and bustle behind him and then turned back to the suited man. Mr. Green smiled and said, "Well, first things first. Now that everyone has slept on it, we will be having a meeting in the conference room about a few more basic details. Then we will be discussing your futures here, training and some basic courses in aeronautics and physics, so you don't hurt yourselves or others in space." Leon nodded as the man spoke. It made sense. "Your training will be taking place while the Life Ericsson is under construction. It shouldn't be longer than 6 months. Leon raised his eyes at that. 6 months, but the ship is massive. How are you building it secretly in such a short time?" He looked at Mr. Green intently as he smiled again. Mr. Green said proudly, "We have found the best way to remain anonymous is to hide in plain sight. Like this facility here, this entire facility is marked on the maps as an airplane research facility owned by the German government. We regularly stage fake flights and tests on the airport outside to maintain this cover, and we have actually made quite a few advancements here over the years, giving us an airtight seal. No one is going to come snooping around, because in their minds there is nothing interesting happening here." Leon looked at the man, puzzled. "Wait, so how are you hiding a massive 200-plus-meter starship?" Mr. Green gave a thoughtful nod at his question and answered him confidently. "The ship is being built under the guise of an orbital research facility, a joint project funded by the UN to test the long-term effects of low-gravity simulation on the human body. The best lies are based on a kernel of truth, after all." Leon shrugged and said, "That sounds plausible. Do you have any kind of contingency if that's not the case? Mr. Green just nodded his head but didn't elaborate. Leon shrugged again and turned towards the other end of the hall. He stood next to Mr. Green and watched the bustle of the various crew members as they went about their morning routines. Leon watched in silence for a few minutes when Mr. Green nudged his arm and motioned him to follow. They walked a short distance down the hall to the door of the conference room. When they reached it, Mr. Green propped the door open using the small arm near the top and made an after-you gesture. Leon gave a small nod and stepped inside to see that there was already someone in the room. The short man turned from his inspection of the inert projector and stood in an attentive manner as his eyes flicked around rapidly. Leon pulled up short as he looked at the small, furtive man. Mr. Green smiled and said, "Ah, Samuel, it's good to see you again. I missed you yesterday, another test flight." The small man named Samuel stood straight and replied, "Yes, sir, it went as well as can be expected." He gave Leon a suspicious look, and Mr. Green nodded at Leon. "Mr. Mookman has the clearance to hear about your project, Samuel. He's going to be the mission commander after all." As he spoke, Samuel seemed to relax slightly. He spoke in a quick and slightly accented voice, saying, "Well then, the SSV is functioning at well over 95% its optimum capacity. I believe the newly developed heat shielding is partially responsible for the improvement. What's more, there is none of the degradation we experienced with the last coating. It seems as though this one should be viable for multiple uses before needing maintenance." Leon was confused. "What is an SSV?" he asked Mr. Green. The suited man replied cheerfully, "Well, over the course of your mission, it may become necessary for you or members of your crew to visit the surface of a planet. In light of such an eventuality, we have developed a new generation of surface-to-space vehicles, or SSVs. These craft are able to take a crew of 6 and equipment from space to the surface of a planet and back again in just one refueling. They have been the work of decades, but as you heard, the hard work has paid off. We now have a heat-resistant coating that negates up to 70% of the friction-generated heat of re-entry and is able to quickly dissipate the rest as the craft slows. Samuel here. Well, the project was started by his grandfather, and he has been a major proponent in its successful completion. While he is a very capable engineer in his own right, he will be joining you on the mission as your primary pilot." He finished with a gesture at Samuel. Leon raised his eyebrows as Mr. Green explained it to him before looking respectfully at Samuel and saying, "That's quite the feat. I'm sure your grandfather would be proud of you." Samuel scowled slightly and replied, "Thanks, and yeah, he is, but you won't ever hear him say it." The man said derisively. Mr. Green turned towards them and clapped his hands together, saying, "Ah, welcome. We will be beginning the conference shortly. Please make yourselves comfortable." He made a gesture towards the many padded chairs that lined the long table's edges, and then looked towards Leon and Samuel. "You two ought to sit as well. I sent a message that should be gathering everyone here shortly." Leon nodded his head and walked to the table. As he sat, he noticed Samuel standing nearby and waved him over. Samuel hesitated and then seemed to come to a decision. As the man sat, Leon struck up a quiet conversation with the shifty man. "So I never got to formally introduce myself. My name is Leon Mikeman, formerly a member of the UN Peace Corps, now apparently the mission commander of Earth's most important endeavor to date. It's a little overwhelming, honestly, but anyways, you?" He finished with an outstretched hand. Samuel took it and gave it a quick shake before saying, "My name is Samuel. You can call me Sam if it's easier. I have been involved with the work here since I was a very young man. As I got older and became more involved, I learned how to design and fix machines, then to operate them. From what I hear, I'm some sort of prodigy when it comes to flying things. I don't see it, but I have always liked flying. As it stands, I was able to beg, bribe, and blackmail my way onto this mission, despite what my grandfather wanted. He may be in charge, but I know people here too." Samuel finished with a wink. Leon smiled and asked, "So your grandfather, you said he was in charge. Do you mean in charge of the project?" The smaller man looked around embarrassed and hissed quietly, "I don't like to talk about it, but as my commander, I feel like I need to learn to trust you." Leon nodded encouragingly at him. Samuel hesitated a moment longer before whispering, "My grandfather is not in charge of just the mission, he is in charge of everything." He gave Leon a knowing look. Leon looked at him and asked quietly, "The director?" Samuel nodded his head and looked around before sitting upright and saying, "Yup, and you can imagine what that was like. Anyways, it looks like the others are arriving, so, keep it between us, yeah?" Leon clapped him on the shoulder and smiled. "Not a problem, my friend. You can count on me, and can I just say, I'm glad to have you aboard. I don't care what your grandfather says. I think you will do a great job." Samuel nodded at him gratefully, and they sat back in silence as the last of the other crew members walked into the room. Almost as if summoned, the director walked into the room and closed the door behind him while saying, "Sorry, everyone, I was held up by another matter that demanded my attention. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." A chorus of pleasantries and platitudes greeted the older man as he walked to the head of the room. Mr. Green waved and said, "Not at all, Director. In fact, we only just gathered. Your timing is quite opportune, if you ask me." Leon saw the director nod as he replied, Good, are we ready to begin then?" Mr. Green nodded and turned on the projector before walking to the wall and pulling down the old projection screen. The director began by greeting them all and then asked, "So, I'm sure that you all have many questions. I am here today to answer as many of them as I can before I move on to the real purpose of today's activities. That being said, do you have any more questions pressing on your minds?" He finished, and the room was silent for a few moments. The small woman that Leon recognized as Myung raised a hand before asking, "Yes, as I mentioned last night, what is the mission plan? What are we looking for?" The director nodded as a series of voices joined hers in similar questions, then said, "That is an excellent question. Your primary mission is the search for alien life. While it is not expected to make contact with alien civilizations, you will be furnished with a data server containing the sum of human knowledge that you can use at your own discretion. If no life is detected, your secondary mission is to look for habitable worlds that we can expand to, and barring even that. Your mission is to explore the reaches of our local neighborhood. There is a high chance that this mission will lead to totally new discoveries that change our fundamental views of science and perhaps even reality itself. In the case of harrowing or otherwise mentally damaging information or experiences, Dr. Garcia will be available on the journey. She specializes in traumatic experiences and will be there to maintain your mental health. For your physical health, you need look no further than Dr. Kimathi," he said while indicating a dark-skinned woman sitting near his left. The woman nodded and gave a small wave, while flashing a brilliant smile as she said, "I will patch you up, no problem. Pleased to be here." Leon smiled to himself at her bright attitude. She would be a valuable crew member, just for her positive morale alone. The director nodded and looked around the table for a moment, before Chad spoke up. "I was wondering if I could get a closer look at the specs and mechanics of the ship. Is that allowed?" Leon saw Sabine nod her head from beside him at the question. The director smiled and answered, "Oh, of course, you have been given full access to all of Project Fermi and its associated programs. For any such information, just ask or look it up on a terminal." Now, speaking of terminals, you will all be undergoing an exhaustive series of courses and training to ensure that you are prepared for any eventuality that we can think of. Some are bizarre, yes, but just as important to understand. Leon nodded to himself. The act of being prepared for all outcomes was something he was familiar with from his service in the Peace Corps. Leon sat quietly as the conversation continued. There were several similar questions and a few outliers, but for the most part everything seemed well in hand. Finally, it seemed as though everyone was satisfied for the moment, and the director pulled out a small remote and directed their attention towards the screen. He bargained by pulling up a list of jobs that intersected and twisted in on itself. As you can see, there isn't a single one of you that is unable to perform multiple functions on the ship during the mission. Our goal with your training is to expand upon your natural abilities until each and every one of you is capable of performing the basic duties in a passable manner. He switched the screen to another chart, this one showing primary duties this time, As you can see here, each of you has a primary role, whether that be engineering or botany. They are all an important part of running the ship. The Leif Erikson is equipped with state-of-the-art hydro and aquaponics, as well as biological and chemical CO2 scrubbers. As long as these systems are maintained, the ship should be able to operate almost indefinitely. Pair this with the top-of-the-line thorium reactor that provides primary ship life support power, and your mission could feasibly extend as long as 50 years before energy issues arose. Mr. Green spoke up as the director finished. The ship is large, with a core length of just over 210 meters, with a ring diameter of 120 meters. There will be more space on the ship than 13 crew could feasibly use. This extra space is dedicated to additional cargo, life support, medical facilities, exercise facilities, and water storage. The water and waste reclamation facilities are the same that are used on the Martian colonies and nearly 100% efficient. But you may still experience some small amount of nutrient loss and mineral depletion over your journey. This is solved in two ways. You can either minimize this through the gathering of raw material from carboniferous asteroids that can be chemically synthesized into nutrient-rich fertilizers, or if the opportunity arises, you can harvest the resources from life-bearing worlds using the SSVs equipped in the Leif Erikson's rear hangar. As he finished speaking, everyone went quiet as they seemed to mull over the information. Leon shifted in his chair and then broke the silence. Well, I'm convinced. This ship sounds like a veritable home away from home to me. Plus, it has more room than a UN Navy cruiser, so that should be fun. A few of the others chuckled at his comment. That was good. He liked to put people at ease. It smoothed things out. Yes, indeed, the director agreed. As for your training, it will be taking place on site. If there are things you wish to take care of or get, now would be the time. After training starts, we cannot allow you to leave this facility for safety and security purposes. Not to worry, though. There is a large underground complex with all the amenities you might need. It's a little place we like to call Riddle City. Not sure why, but that's what it's been called for over 100 years. Anyways, you will be heading down there tomorrow. Today you largely have free. Please take this time to relax and unwind, settle your debts and pack your things. Thank you for being here. Humanity is counting on you. And with that final bold statement, the director nodded to Mr. Green and walked out of the room. Leon watched him leave and looked at Samuel. He shrugged back at him, and they both went to stand up before Mr. Green walked over and said, "Mr. Mikeman, a moment of your time, please." Leon said, "Hey, catch you later, Samuel. Yes, what do you need?" as he walked with the man a short distance away. Leon frowned slightly, as a few of the others shot them questioning glances, then turned his attention to Mr. Green. Mr. Green spoke, "Mr. Mikeman, I must say I am glad that we decided to bring you into this project. We have been monitoring your interactions with the other members of the crew and have seen the way you constantly put others at ease and lighten otherwise dark moods. I told the director you would be a good fit. Your military background is a plus too. That regimented attitude should keep discipline in check over the course of the mission. Is there anything you would like to know? Any burning questions that you would like answered?" Leon paused. They had been monitoring his conversations. Of course they had. This was the very beating heart of the government after all. It was unlikely he could get away with a fart in this complex, let alone a discreet conversation. He thought about bringing up Chris's conversation from the night before, but decided that they already knew how he stood in that regard, and he was still here, so they must not care. Instead, he simply said, "Nope, it all seems clear enough to me, so we start the hard stuff tomorrow, huh?" Mr. Green gave him a single eyebrow raise and then replied, "Yes, indeed, I will be on my way then, if there is nothing else you need from me." Leon just shook his head and watched as the man nodded and walked out of the room. Leon watched him go before jumping in surprise as a voice sounded from directly next to his ear. "Huh, what was that about?" Leon placed his hand over his rapidly beating heart and then turned to glare at Sabine. "Damn it, girl, you know I hate it when you do that." He rolled his eyes exaggeratedly and couldn't help a small smile from forming on his face as he said, "It's not going anywhere, neither am I. I was just distracted." Leon shot her a knowing look and said, "That's not for me to say. When I'm told to keep my mouth shut, I do it. unlike you young'uns always jabbering away at every little thing," he said, nudging her with his elbow. They stood in silence for a moment, sharing the mood before he spoke up once more. "Well, that was a long meeting and I skipped breakfast. Are you up for an early lunch?" Leon laughed and said, "Sure, why not? To be honest, I was just going to microwave a few burritos or something like that." Leon sat on the edge of his bed in the small housing structure underneath the main facility. While they had not left Area 51 for the entirety of their stay, they had been able to go outside into the training and recreational facilities whenever they had desired. Leon had used the time to get to know a few of the crew better, in specific Samuel and Chad. They were both younger men who had valuable skills and good attitudes. Leon had struck up friendships with the two rather quickly, and had trained with them a multitude of times over the last few months. The training had been tough, not very physically demanding, but it had taxed the mental and psychological capacity of them all to their limits. No one had broken, however. They were tough. Researchers and military veterans, they were used to this kind of stress and more. The director had picked a good team as they all seemed to get along rather well. There were a couple people that were less excited among them, though. Chris came to his mind as he thought about it. But he was nevertheless dedicated to the work and would still be incredibly valuable in the mission they were about to embark upon. Leon stood as he finished packing his worn duffel bag. Walking to the door, he glanced back at his temporary home and sighed. It's not as though he was going to miss the place. It was an underground warren after all, but there was a certain nostalgia he felt when looking at the pale blue walls and white ceilings. Without another thought, he nodded to himself and turned back to the door. Stepping through into the painted concrete tunnel that made up the main road, he started walking towards the nearest surface exit. He cast his gaze around and took in the sights one last time as he moved through the underground maze. There was the dingy bar that would serve the off-duty crew members after a long day of study and training. There was the small supermarket that sold all the snacks and treats one might wish for. He stepped to the side of the road as he heard the grumbling hum of a transport making its way towards him. He watched as the large industrial yellow vehicle trundled past, its cargo bed stacked with boxes and crates. He continued to watch as it rounded a nearby corner and vanished out of sight. There were hundreds of the things moving cargo and supplies through the underground city at all times of the day or night. One night, he had almost been squashed by one of the vehicles as it rounded a corner without slowing. The driver had just blasted their horn and continued as if nothing had happened, leaving Leon a little angry and shaken. Since that encounter, he had paid special attention to the distinct rumbling noise the large electric transports made as they ground along. A few times he had narrowly avoided being struck by one, as it made a particularly tight turn. Still, there were many other hazards associated with being housed in what was possibly one of the highest security facilities on the globe. In Europe for sure. Leon began walking again as his thoughts returned to the message he had awoken to. It had spoken to him in a synthetic monotone. All UNSS Leif Erikson crew are to report to Hangar 11 by 0800. Failure to comply may result in disciplinary actions up to or including suspension from the project. Thank you and have a nice day. Leon had laughed as the machine told him to have a nice day and had immediately begun to pack and prepare. It was a little early, but he had decided it would not do to risk being late for an unforeseen reason. Leon had always been trained to be punctual, and this was certainly no exception. He had never been to space before. The cost of an orbital flight on a point-to-point rocket was drastically lower than it had been in the past, but it was still an expensive venture. But this wasn't a suborbital jaunt. This was a direct high-orbital transfer flight. Leon smiled at the idea of finally going to space. What would it be like the first time he saw the great blue jewel of the planet turning below him like a toy ball? Would it be the life-changing experience he had always been told it was? He hoped so. Leon's journey finally ended as he arrived at one of the many elevators that reached to the surface of the underground city. He boarded the platform and pressed in the security code for the ground floor. The large elevator was painted with black and yellow chevrons indicating it as a loading lift. Leon didn't mind. It would take him where he needed to go regardless of its function. The slow whir of the platform rising slowly up the deep elevator shaft resonated in his mind as he neared his destination. With a final lurch and the sound of creaking cables, Leon arrived at the surface. He stepped off the lift and into the large loading dock that served as an indoor training ground and hangar. Leon checked his watch and then glanced around. He didn't immediately see anyone else, but that might have been because he was so early. He walked to a nearby stack of crates and sat on a small pile of aluminum boxes he found. The large hangar was tall and wide, looking more like the inside of a vast warehouse than a cutting-edge facility. But as he had learned from Samuel over the last few months, this was the birthplace of several of the most innovative and powerful inventions in recent avionics history. The perfection of the thermal reduction plating that was used on most commercial spaceplanes was developed in a room just like this. The lights hanging low from the massive steel girders that made up the ceiling cast a harsh light over the interior of the hangar, eliminating shadows and giving things a strange, flat look. Leon watched with interest as a large black-coated aircraft was towed into the hangar and then wheeled out of sight. The interior was busy. There seemed to be a myriad of projects going on simultaneously in just this hangar alone. Leon watched for another few minutes before he heard someone call his name. Leon stood with his pack and searched for the source of the call. After a moment he saw Samuel waving to him from next to a small stack of metal plates. Leon waved back and walked over to the man, careful to avoid the numerous cables and pipes along the floor on the edges of the hangar. Reaching a comfortable talking distance, he greeted Samuel by saying, "Well, hello right back, friend. Am I to assume you have been looking over our transport?" Samuel grinned and said, "You're damn right I have. Can't trust these lazy federal workers to do the job properly, you know," the man joked. Samuel continued to talk as they navigated through the mess of crates and machinery that lined the walkways. "She has a name, you know. It's rude to refer to her as the transport. What if she gets mad and refuses to cooperate?" "You know that the shuttle isn't a living thing, right, Samuel?" Leon said teasingly. Samuel looked at him aghast and cried out, "How dare you say that about Linda? She is just as much a part of this mission as you and me, and in my opinion, much better looking." He finished with a raised eyebrow. Leon scoffed and let out a small chuckle as he retorted, "Better looking than you, that's not much of a benchmark." Samuel tried to put on a hurt expression as he replied, "You cut deep with those words. I'm not sure I want to let you touch Linda. You obviously don't appreciate her like I do." Leon smiled widely at Samuel's attempt to look hurt. After a few seconds, the smaller man broke out in a laugh and then gave Leon a friendly punch on the shoulder. Leon ignored the man and turned his attention to the sight being revealed before him as the two of them finally exited the hangar and reached the large concrete pad attached to the airstrip. His vision was met with a work of engineering that rivaled anything before built by man. The vessel was long and sleek, with wide flaring wings that turned up on the points to better maneuver at hypersonic speeds. The body of the craft was rounded, but not a simple shape. It was like a series of convex surfaces attached to each other that were designed to mitigate sonic shock waves from disrupting the craft in its orbital descent. Its rear was a bundle of huge engines designed to do the bulk of the lifting after the craft became airborne. The vessel also had a pair of powerful air-breathing engines that could be used to get it to high altitude before it fired its main engines. The cockpit was situated high and towards the nose of the craft, its small armored windows looking comically small on the large beast's bulk. It sat on the ground on a set of heavy-duty landing gear, the tires a hex comb of durable material so as to minimize the chances of flats. If there was no suitable runway on which to land, the craft was capable of very minimal vertical takeoff ability. It would be hard-pressed to gain much more than a few dozen meters of altitude on its VTOL engines, but they sufficed for dangerous landings on cramped terrain. The ship was coated in a brilliant white paint that was supposedly able to not only withstand the terrific heat of an orbital re-entry, but also reflect the vast majority of interstellar radiation that might otherwise harm the crew and passengers. It was already in use on several of the outlying space stations that the UN operated, and had proved capable of reducing the low-energy interstellar radiation by almost 90%. The high-energy cosmic rays could still pose an issue, but the interior coating of a special polymer that was composed of nearly 20% hydrogen by weight was there to absorb the stray particles that made it through. Looking at the shuttle in person for the first time up close, Leon couldn't help but be struck with the power and complexity of the design. He turned to Samuel and said, "I see why you like her. What a beautiful ship." Samuel nodded his head and said, "Come on around the side, the cargo ramp is down. This is the passenger variant of the shuttle. The other two are the heavy cargo variants. But this one has the seats to take everyone up to the Leif Erikson all at once, which is good because it's expensive to fly up to high Earth orbit." He followed Samuel around to the front of the shuttle and saw a ramp extended down the side. The ramp was 2 meters wide and looked strong enough to drive a truck up, which might have been its original purpose, he realized. Leon walked up the ramp and onto the ship itself, and once more marveled at the care that had obviously been put into its design. The interior was a cool, calming sky blue, while the seats were grey and padded, holding the restraints for the passengers and crew. Leon did a quick glance around and saw the shuttle had the seating space for 24 people. With the 6 seats in the main cockpit, that meant a grand total of 30 passengers, and crew could be transported at one time, as well as some cargo. Leon stood still for a moment longer, before he was jolted back to the moment by Samuel. He asked Leon, "So, Commander, want to see the cockpit?" Leon smiled and set his old duffel bag down on a nearby seat before answering, "Yes, of course, this is your baby after all. From what you have told me and the little I've heard, you had a significant amount of input into its design, right?" Samuel nodded proudly as he opened the small airlock that separated the main hold from the cabin. "That's mostly true. I did have a lot of input into its flight characteristics and aerodynamics, but all the rocket science was done by the truly great minds further down." He said in reference to the fact that the most secret projects were taking place deeper underground. He followed Samuel into the airlock and waited as it cycled. "That seems handy," he remarked. Samuel grinned and said, "While it is standard procedure to operate the shuttles while in full vacuum gear, it's entirely possible to wear normal clothes in the cockpit because it remains separately pressurized." Leon nodded at the remark as the airlock finished, and then opened, revealing the somewhat spacious cockpit. He looked to the left and right, taking it all in. "This feels more like the inside of a small boat rather than a shuttle," he remarked as he saw the small accommodations and cooking area near the airlock. Samuel smiled again and said, "Ah, yes, now that is one of my better ideas. Imagine you are on a long mission. While it is prudent to keep the pressure suits on, the ability to get up and move around, even in 0G, is a luxury. You will notice the microgravity hammocks and toilet, as well as that small convection heater there," Samuel said, pointing at the small contraption. "They are all configurable to both 0G and standard environments. That way, we didn't need to design them twice." Leon nodded in understanding. If they were to pilot the shuttle down to a planet, it would make sense to be able to use it as a base of operations for the duration of the stay. He and Samuel walked down a short passage that led to the cockpit proper. Leon whistled appreciatively at the sheer amount of buttons, dials, readouts, and switches. "That's a lot of buttons, are they all for flying?" Samuel nodded absently and said, "More or less. There are a few for other things, like rerouting power for survival mode and turning on the floodlights. But the vast majority of the control panel is dedicated towards making sure this baby reaches her destined target in full working order." Leon watched the younger man as he began to point out various controls and explained their function. Leon was a military man, used to absorbing information that might come in handy later, yet the sheer number and variety of controls quickly confused and overwhelmed his mind. It seemed like there were backups to everything, and then even backups to some of the previous backups. Redundancy seemed to be built into the very fabric of the ship, and judging by the fact it was supposed to be a rugged, reusable shuttle, it made a lot of sense. "I suppose a lot of this is to make maintenance less of an issue while we are on mission, right?" Leon remarked. "That's the general idea, yeah. We are going to be thousands of years from help if anything goes wrong. To be sure we won't get stranded, we should have enough spare parts to build a whole new shuttle. Samuel told him while fiddling with a set of dials. Samuel said, "Well, you would have your pilots, your engineer, and maybe a communications specialist. The other two would largely depend on the nature of the mission being undertaken." Leon heard a small noise coming from the open bay behind him and turned. Samuel stood from the control area and walked towards the entryway. Leon followed and made out a voice as he exited the airlock. After a moment, Chad walked up the ramp with a suitcase in tow. "Hey guys, you're both here a bit early. Didn't want to miss out, huh?" Leon chuckled at that and held out his hand towards Chad, who took it and gave it a quick shake. Setting his bag down, Chad turned and looked around the passenger compartment before looking at Samuel and asking, "So this looks nice. When do we get going?" "Hopefully as soon as everyone else arrives. Then it's a long 10 hours to rendezvous with the Leif Erikson's space dock." Samuel told Chad. Leon watched as Chad groaned and asked, "What, 10 hours? Oh, this is going to be a long trip. Please tell me this thing has a bathroom at least." Leon walked towards his bag as the two continued to bicker quietly. They had developed a bit of a rivalry during the months they had been training together. Nothing serious, more like the bickering of two siblings. Sitting down and putting his old duffel in the wall, storage webbing behind the seat, he pulled out his small personal computer and pulled up an e-book. After reading a few chapters, he was interrupted by someone sitting down next to him. Leon closed the program and looked up from his device to see Sabine sitting next to him. "What are you reading?" she asked him in a cheerful tone. Leon leaned back in his seat and told her, "I'm just reading up on some historical accounts of the first Mars landings. Seeing as how we are about to embark on something just as seemingly impossible, I thought it prudent to brush up on my historical quotes and such." He saw her scrunch her eyebrows at him. "That's such an old person thing to do. You're so old," she said teasingly. Leon gasped and grabbed his chest before he laughed as Sabine looked at him shocked. Sabine sighed and leaned back a bit. After a moment she said quietly, "Do you think we will ever come back?" Leon looked into the middle distance and thought hard for a few moments. The mission was a long one, on an experimental ship. Sure, they should have all the basic supplies they needed for the trip, but a small part of him was still worried. They would be leaving the solar system, everything their whole race had ever known, behind. This would be more than just a blind jump like the first space missions, but they wouldn't be much farther off. He saw another person enter the shuttle out of the corner of his eye. It was Dr. Kimathi. Leon waved to her, and Sabine looked over to see who he was waving to. Dr. Kimathi looked and raised a single hand in greeting before she walked to the end of the other wall and set down her gear. She had been wearing a backpack and carrying a shapeless bag. Sabine said to him, "I wonder if we are really going to need a doctor. If we do, that means something has gone pretty wrong." Leon nodded and agreed, saying, "That's true, but that's not the only thing she will be doing. She is also going to be working with Joyce and Oliver, one of the biologists and our biochemist. That way there will always be a medical perspective on any potential discoveries." Sabine looked over at Dr. Kimathi for a moment before she spoke. "That makes sense, but I still hope she spends the majority of the trip bored." Leon nodded to himself slightly as he turned to look back down the bit of the ramp he could see. He watched as more of the crew began to show up. Checking his watch, he saw it was nearing noon. After a short while, the crew was all there with the exception of Chris. Craning his head, he looked around the shuttle. He didn't see him and began to worry. Standing up, Leon walked over to where Samuel was standing. Samuel looked around and said, "I don't see the director either. He usually shows up on time, though." Leon said, "Well, they got another 6 minutes or so. I suppose they might be cutting it close." Leon and Samuel stood near the top of the ramp silently. Leon looked through to the grey concrete pad below. The smell of oil and fuel wafted into the crew compartment on a slight breeze, and the distant sounds of work made their way into the compartment. About a minute before the scheduled launch time, Leon saw two figures approaching the ramp. They walked to the bottom of the ramp, and as they began to climb, Leon saw it was indeed the director and Chris. Leon smiled and asked, "Chris, you cut that a little close. Part of me was worried you wouldn't show up." Chris huffed and stated, "I almost didn't, but the director found me and talked me into it," he said without elaborating as he moved off to find a seat. Leon looked at the director, who simply gazed back emotionlessly and then shrugged. Samuel grunted quietly as he walked away, and then looked at Leon. Leon just nodded and said, "He looks a bit stressed if you ask me." The two of them shared another look, before Samuel walked towards the cockpit, and Leon moved off towards his seat. As he sat down, he settled back in for the flight as the other occupants put their stuff away. Leon pulled his personal computer back out and opened the library program from before. Sabine was talking to Chad, who was sitting on her other side, and Leon was at the end of their row. The director walked to the front of the shuttle and addressed them all at once. "All right, I thank you for being here. This mission is important, possibly the most important thing you could ever do. This journey won't be easy, but it will be worth it. Gird yourselves with determination and prepare your hearts for hardship. You will be leaving the known and entering the unknown, traveling along paths unseen by man. We will be leaving Earth's embrace soon." He finished before sitting down. The ramp began to raise up into the shuttle, and the door sealed. The engines made the shuttle vibrate subtly as they spooled up. The shuttle had hybridized turbo-ram engines as well as vacuum-optimized thrusters. Leon looked towards the small porthole window near his seat as they began to move. Placing his device in his pocket, he watched as the distant trees slid past faster and faster as they picked up speed. After a moment, there was a jolt as they went airborne. The turbojet engines pushed them higher and faster until they passed the sound barrier. As they began to move supersonic, the engines transitioned to ramjets, and they inclined slightly as they climbed into ever thinner air. After the shuttle reached a speed of almost Mach 4, the main engines to the rear kicked on, and they inclined sharply towards space. The shuttle vibrated and shook slightly as they left the atmosphere, and the main engines kicked off in favor of the larger vacuum-optimized engines. "This is your captain speaking. You may leave your restraints as long as you make sure to be responsible. We are in microgravity, so you should be careful." Samuel's voice came over the comms. Leon undid his restraints as the strange sensation of falling came over him. He ignored it as he pulled himself over to the small window and looked out. There was the entirety of Europe arrayed below him. He could see Germany below, the bright green of the tropical belts evident even from this distance. His eyes opened in awe at the beauty of the horizon, the faint blue line fading to black. The shimmering of the atmosphere cast strange, flickering twinkles from the stars behind. After a few minutes watching the spectacle, he moved back to his seat. Sabine floated over and pulled herself down towards him, asking, "So, your first time into space, how is it?" Leon wiggled a bit as he strapped himself back down before he answered, "It's strange, not like anything I have experienced before. The training we did prepared me for the physical effects, but the view, that was something else," he said with a bit of wonder in his voice. Sabine nodded to him and moved off once more. Leon watched her go and contented himself to pull out his personal computer and opened it back up to the book he had been reading before. It was a historical account of the first space flights, moon landings, Mars landings, and early colonies on the other worlds. It discussed the future possibility of colonizing other worlds. Pulling up the book he had been reading, he dived back into it. Several hours passed before Leon felt a tap on his arm. Leon looked up and saw Sabine was gone. Instead, Chris had leaned across the intervening space to tap on his arm. "That was something else, huh? Did you see that meteor that fell right over Egypt?" Chris asked him. Leon shook his head and said, "No, sorry, I was reading. How close are we?" he asked while checking his watch. "We should be less than an hour from the rendezvous. We are at the proper altitude now. We just need to match orbital velocity. Looking out the window, you might be able to see the Leif Erikson soon," Chris said excitedly. Leon looked out the side window but only saw the endless starry expanse of space. The Earth was out of sight on the underside of the shuttle. Leon continued to watch out the window for a moment before he heard the airlock cycle. He saw Samuel poke through, and after a moment he beckoned to Leon. Leon gave him a look and then unstrapped himself. He pushed off the seat carefully like he had been trained to do and slowly drifted over the upper wall handholds towards the small airlock. Samuel shook his head and popped back into the airlock, motioning for him to follow. Leon followed him after a few moments, and as the door closed, Samuel spoke, "I wanted you to see the final approach, but I didn't want a huge flood of people coming with you." Leon smiled. "Well, gee, thanks, I guess." He waited for the inner airlock to open before drifting in after Samuel. He looked out through the much broader window at the front of the control center and took a seat in one of the 4 forward control seats. Samuel wasn't alone in the cockpit. There were 2 others with him. One was Taylor, the communications specialist. The other was a shorter woman with blonde hair and a wiry stature. Looking at her, he said, "Hello again, Terry. It's good to see you." Terry nodded politely and turned back to her control panel. Leon shrugged. She wasn't much of a talker, he had found. As he had watched, he saw the faintest pinprick of light sparkling out in the void ahead of them. He watched as it slowly grew into the outline of a station. The expansive steel girders flashed in the cold darkness of space, and the shadows they cast were cruel and sharp. Leon could just make out the shape of the ship under the extensive collection of supports and structure. The large white shape of the ship itself was revealed as they drew ever nearer. The alabaster behemoth dwarfed the shuttle as they approached to within a few kilometers. Leon marveled at the construction and engineering evident in the design of the ship. The 6 massive rings that would be spun on their magnetic bearings sat motionless in the cradle of its space dock. Leon turned to look at Samuel, who was grinning hugely. "It's magnificent," Leon said. Settling in. The shuttle came to a rest in its docking clamps with a clang that reverberated through the whole vessel. Leon went to undo his harness and stopped as Samuel grabbed the intercom microphone and made an announcement. "Thank you all for flying, Air Samuel. Please remember to pick up all your belongings and be careful of the exit. Mind the bump and make sure to follow the standard microgravity safety regulations. Have a great day," he said before he cut the intercom and turned towards Leon. Clapping his hands together, he said, "Well then, let's get going." Leon undid his restraints and straightened, catching himself on the ceiling. He followed Samuel and Taylor into the airlock and into the main passenger compartment. Leon entered the compartment as the director began to speak. Leon moved over to his seat and pulled out his bag and slung it over his back before looking towards the ramp exit. The side door opened up and Leon saw that there was a flexible umbilical attached to the door. The first few crew drifted out using the side handholds built into the umbilical. The hangar they were in was large and fully enclosed from the void outside the ship. Leon drifted down the enclosed tube and into the main body of the ship. There was a large airlock here that he packed into with a few of the others as it cycled closed. After just a moment, the sensors tripped the other door to cycle open, and he followed the director and the other crew down a long tunnel surrounded with tubing and access panels. The hangar was at the extreme rear of the ship, so they needed to travel a significant portion of the 200-plus meters of the ship in order to reach the bridge. The entirety of the inner hull was pressurized and had periodic airlocks that could be sealed in the case of emergency. As he moved down the tunnel, he periodically saw the tunnel entrances that led up into the habitat rings. The rings were still at the moment, but would be spun up to simulate about 70% normal gravity before they departed. Leon observed the long ladder leading up into the ring as he passed below one. It seemed to go on forever. He knew that the rings were only about 120 meters in diameter, but the 50 meters or so long ladders were still an intimidating prospect. Continuing onwards, he and the others eventually passed through a larger set of airlocks and into the control center. "You have all gotten to know each other over the last 4 months of training. I know it was tough. But you were tougher. You are the best we have as a species, the elite. You are tasked with the perpetuation of our way of existence. Should something happen and Earth fall, you would be the only bastion of humanity left in the cosmos. But fear not. The prayers and wishes of an entire solar system follow you into that cold, dark expanse. Your commander, Leon Muykman, will see you through this. But he is just one man. You will all need to come together, put aside past rivalries and disputes, For on this ship you are no longer different peoples, but one people, children of our Mother Earth." As he paused in his speech, Leon glanced around and noticed the light that shone in the eyes of his crew. Yes, his crew. He realized with a jolt that he was in charge, the absolute power and authority on this ship. That kind of power over others shouldered a heavy burden on those who would wield it. Leon now felt the weight of this new authority settle on his wide shoulders. He was strong, a military man. He would carry this weight with pride and honor, and woe be unto the one who would besmirch his integrity. He focused once more upon the aged yet strong visage of the director. He was speaking once more, saying, "We will be holding back news of your departure until you have activated your drives. We have your drives pre-programmed to only take you as far as Saturn on your first hop. That way, if there is an issue, it is not inconceivable that we could send assistance. If we send you out into the dark first and something were to happen, I fear you would be lost. But let's not dwell on such dark things. Today is the last day of your training. Please take the next day to familiarize yourself with your new surroundings. You will be spinning up the rings in a few hours after you have undocked from the construction platform." Leon sighed inwardly. While the sensation of microgravity wasn't as unpleasant as he had always been led to believe, it would still be a vast relief to have an up and a down again. The director looked around at them all and asked, "I have said my piece. Are there any last pressing questions or issues?" He spread his hands wide in the air, his body slowly drifting in the microgravity. The director shook his head and said, "We did send a test pilot through on the first probe to make it back. There was a small container with a rat named Spock inside. All data points to mild mental distress, but no physical ailment or injury, so as far as we can tell, it's perfectly safe." Leon saw their biologist Joyce sit up and ask, "What happened to Spock afterwards?" The director said nonchalantly, "Oh, they expired shortly into the trip as their air was expended. But I assure you they died from purely natural causes and not from any sort of unnatural anomalies." Leon decided to speak up and lighten the mood. "Spock's sacrifice will not be in vain. We will honor this brave creature with our every discovery. A rat they may have been at birth, but in death, a pioneer of science," he said grandly with a flourish. The reactions were mixed with some laughter and some strange looks, but at least the attention was on him and not the possibility of gruesome, unnatural death. "Indeed," said the director. "Well, I'm off. I have things to take care of back on the ground before you leave. The plan is to depart GMT 0800 tomorrow." He finished as he made to leave. He stopped at the door and said, "Oh, and good luck." And with that, he was gone. Leon smiled at the genuine goodbye and looked around at the others. There were some muted conversations happening, but silence reigned for the most part. He raised his voice in an authoritative manner to get their attention and said, "Hey, I understand that this is exciting and potentially scary, but we have a lot of work to do before we can rest easy. You all know your tasks, so please get started on those. We break for dinner in 3 hours. I would expect you to all be there. In the meantime, please get your checks done quickly and correctly. The entire world is counting on us." A bit of a heavy-handed speech, but he saw some heads nod in newfound determination at his words. Leon unbuckled and pulled his way over to the main control floor. It took only moments before he had located the command and control station. As he strapped himself in, he heard Samuel say, "Commander on deck." Leon sighed internally, but was secretly grateful for the young man's adherence to discipline. He glanced around and saw a few of the nearby crew members eyeing him warily. He raised his eyebrow at them, and they stiffened into the best semblance of attention one could in the low-gravity environment. "At ease, we can focus on the ceremony tomorrow. For now we have work to do," he said in a stern manner. He gave Samuel a small nod before he opened his control panel to check on the general status of the ship. Leon quickly lost himself in the work as streams of data flooded his console, reports of minor problems being ironed out and stockpiled resources being checked and rechecked. At some point during the shift, the ship disconnected from the dock and the rings were started up. The low thrumming of the massive electromagnetic bearings made the air hum slightly. Before he knew it, it was time for the evening meal. He leaned back from the endless data and stretched his stiff muscles. This low gravity was working muscles he never even knew he had. Leon unbuckled and said loudly, "All righty, dinner time. I expect to see you all in the main mess hall in 15 minutes. A few mutters and grumbling answered his comment, and he continued on into the main body of the ship. Pulling himself down the passage, he came upon the rotating section that connected to the first ring. The first ring was almost exclusively home to scientific equipment and research labs. The second ring held meeting rooms and other utility stations, while the third was primarily housing and recreational. Leon was looking forwards to at least some semblance of up and down, even if it was weaker than he was used to. He passed the second rotating section and came upon the third. Aligning himself with the padded opening of the slowly rotating wall, he pulled himself into the long ladder well that led up into the main part of the ring, though up was technically incorrect. As the centrifugal force would be pulling him away from the center of the ship, he supposed that he was technically up already and was about to begin descending into the artificial gravity well. The ladder rungs were padded, as were the walls of the passage, all the better to limit the likelihood of injuries. Leon descended from the main core of the ship down the ladder towards the ring itself. As Leon got further along, he began to feel the pull of the ring's rotation more and more strongly. There was just a hint, almost imperceptible, of sideways pull brought on by the rotation of the ring. It wasn't enough to cause an issue, and he felt that he would adjust to it quite quickly. It was probably a good idea to warn people of it, so they didn't accidentally drop things while they got used to their radically new environment. By now Leon was more than halfway down the ladder, and he was starting to feel his weight return. There were clips along the sides of the tunnel that could be used to attach a safety wire to in case of an emergency. Leon felt confident in his ability to reach the bottom, though. Part of their physical strength training had involved precisely this type of exertion. Grip strength training and core strength training ensured that they would all be ladder-climbing professionals. Leon's arms were just starting to feel the strain as he reached the bottom of the rings and stepped back off the ladder. He turned around and nodded as the layout of the structure was made apparent to him. They had done training in VR in order to more familiarize themselves with the design of the ship's interior, but it was still strange to see the floor curving up and away, but not feel as though he was walking uphill. Leon walked forwards along this new space. The floor was metal covered in a slip and chemical-resistant layer of rubber for both grip and comfort. The bulkheads were painted a calm sky blue, and the metal ceilings were high so as to not feel claustrophobic. Leon himself was at home in tight spaces being a Navy man, but the others might not share his affinity for confined passages. Leon could smell the slight chemical stink of sealants and paints as he walked along the gently curving floor towards where he knew his room would be. He had been offered a large room, as he was the commander of the ship, but he had opted for having all the rooms be the same size so as to minimize internal conflict. Animosity would destroy the mission faster than almost any other force, barring low morale. But he had ways to keep morale high on the trip. He walked past several more doors, their metal frames sunk slightly into the walls of the passage, before he arrived at his room. Pressing the switch on the side, he entered his room as the door slid silently to the side. Stepping into his new home, he looked around and nodded. It wasn't lavish by any means, but neither was it as bare and Spartan as he had been expecting. There had clearly been some care put into making these rooms feel like homes. The floor was carpeted, and there was a small adjoined restroom with a low-gravity toilet. The toilet used almost no water and was self-sanitizing, sending the waste to the large bio-reclamation tanks on the other side of the ring. Periodically, the rings would stop, and the broken-down contents of the tanks would be flushed into the large hydroponics areas as fertilizers and nutrients after the harmful components had been neutralized. Leon smiled to himself as he thought about the recycling of materials aboard the ship. While they were not 100% efficient, they were as good as that being over 99% efficient in nutrient and water conservation. The hydroponics and low-gravity aquaponics in the last ring were cutting-edge and nearly magic in function. Leon was smart, but even he had been lost on some of the finer details of those farms and what they were capable of. Long story short, they could grow enough fresh fruits and vegetables as well as fish, frogs, and simple proteins to keep all 13 crew fed and healthy for years on their own. With the timely application of nutrients of extra minerals, they could last even longer. This marvel of engineering and biology aside, Leon set his bag down on the bed in the far corner of his room and sat at the small desk for a few moments as he prepared himself for what could turn out to be a rough night. There was a certain amount of anxiety and even fear that could be reasonably expected before a venture like this was undertaken, but he needed to keep the panic to a minimum. He would need to keep the conversation on happy, positive topics and quell any dissent or apprehension before it could take root. Leon jerked back a half-pace as they laughed together. He smirked as their little joke to startle him was made apparent. "Good one, Sabine, Chad, good to see you. You dropped your things in your rooms yet?" he asked them as he stepped out into the hall. Leon looked at Sabine and asked, "How are you holding up?" He was concerned for her. She was leaving everything she had ever been comfortable with to come on this trip, and she was the closest thing he had to a daughter. Leon just gave him a nod and straightened his shirt, saying, "Yes, I'm glad for your presence on this mission. Everything you have done up to now has shown you to be extremely capable and intelligent. That's the kind of people we need on this trip. We will succeed as a group or we will fail as a group, but either way we will do it as one heart and mind, dedicated to the goal." He stopped himself before he got carried away. Sabine giggled and asked, "What was that, you preparing a speech for the dinner?" Chad nudged her and said, "Hey, if it was, I thought it started off okay. We should probably head there now. Who's on the cooking rotation tonight?" He asked Leon with a curious glance as they began to walk along the curving floor towards the mess hall. Leon thought for a moment before answering, "I believe we have the pleasure of Dr. Kimathi and Oliver cooking for us tonight. Should be interesting. You remember what Oliver was like in culinary training." Sabine chuckled and Chad gave a slight grimace. While Australia had never been hospitable, in the far-gone years before the climate collapse, it was a nightmarish collection of toxic jungles and scorching barren rocks now. Anyone who was able to live there was by their very nature a survivalist, and Oliver was no exception. There was no better man to be stranded on an alien planet with. That being said, being stuck on a ship with him as your cook was a fate he wouldn't wish upon his most hated adversary. The man was hopeless at preparing anything without inundating it with enough meat and pepper to make a grown man weep. The man was a brilliant biochemist, one of the best on Earth, but as a cook he left much to be desired. At least Dr. Kimathi should temper his cooking and make it more palatable, he thought. The three of them entered the mess hall, and Leon saw they were among the last to arrive, not late, but cutting it close. Dinner was almost done, and spirits were high as he saw many of the crew sitting and conversing among themselves. He nodded to Sabine and Chad and walked over to where he saw Chris sitting with Myung and Joyce. Chris looked up and said, "Hello, Commander. Feel free to sit if you like." Myung was just discussing the finer points of the hydroponics mechanics to Joyce. "Riveting conversation, to be sure," he said tiredly. Myung just rolled her eyes and went back to her conversation with Joyce, who smiled at Leon as he sat next to Chris. Leon sighed inwardly and asked the older man, "Making friends, I see. Are you truly that bored? I know this may not be in your chosen field, but the excitement of what we are undertaking has surely got to overwhelm that." Chris looked down at his hands and said nothing for a few moments. Just as Leon was getting ready to speak again, the man looked at him and said, "I'm sorry, Leon, it's just difficult for me. I never had kids. I was always too busy. It never bothered me until I realized that by going on this mission, I was technically deleting myself from the planet's record." Leon looked at him confusedly and was about to ask what he meant when he said, "It's like this. I have no legacy left behind on Earth, no one to outlive me. If I were to die, though, at least my remains would eventually be recycled back into that great system that is the circle of life. But here I am, about to be shot off into deep space, possibly to never again see the land of my birth, the land that made me, my ancestors, and every other thing I have ever seen, touched, or known. I will admit that the prospect of never again seeing this dirty, wet mudball fills me with dread. But I did sign up for this, even knowing the risks. Leon was shocked. He was at a loss for words. Chris might be a bad-tempered old man, but he was right. After a few moments to gather his thoughts, he noticed that Myung and Joyce had stopped talking to stare at Chris and him. He needed to say something, anything, to redirect the attention before it spread any further. Clearing his throat, he spoke slowly. "Chris, you make a good point, but did not the same anxiety befall all such men of science that explored the unknown reaches of the world? The first men in the Americas, the first men to the moon, the first men to land on the surface of Mars? They all held such doubts, but in the face of true adversity and the unknowable horror of the vast unknown, they did as you do now. They kept moving forwards, always moving forwards." Leon noticed the room had gone quiet as his voice carried to the nearby tables, and the other crew began to listen in. He continued, raising his voice ever so slightly. "An undertaking like this hasn't been seen since apes first shakily stood from their knuckles 200,000 years ago. We may be the first of many. I know things seem scary and the apprehension may be too much to bear, but look around. Look at those around you. These are your friends, your crew. We are here for you as we are for each other. There is nothing in this universe that we as a species cannot overcome together. United we can do anything. So I ask you, will you trust us as you trust yourself?" There was a brief moment of silence as he finished his words. Just as he did so, the doors to the kitchen opened, and Dr. Kimathi and Oliver walked in with plates of food, prompting excitement to spread through the crew at the prospect of food. Chris and Leon sat as the spread was placed on the long table they sat around, and he saw it was an arrangement of fresh, steamed vegetables and juicy-looking fried tilapia. There was also a decent-looking soup that seemed to be made from some sort of tomato stock with potatoes and other vegetables like squash. It seemed that pairing Oliver with the doctor had had a distinctly beneficial effect on his cooking, as there was nothing that looked overly dangerous to the palate. Leon spooned himself some of the soup and grabbed a small package of crackers from the tray that had been set by the pot. He tasted the soup and smiled. It was indeed tomato broth with a mixture of other flavors. Leon ate his dinner quietly and kept an ear out for any sort of negative conversation, but everything seemed to be okay. It seemed that the food was generally widely appreciated by the crew, and the conversations remained polite and even jovial at times. They shared stories and jokes, remarked on past experiences, and talked about the future and things they might experience. Leon smiled as the high morale of the crew created a pleasant environment where they could relax and forget about the stress of the days to come. The systems of the ship were constantly monitored by a series of extremely intelligent programs that together bordered on an AI. They were not truly self-aware, though. The set of programs that the crew had already begun to refer to as Henry were unable to take initiative by themselves. The crew had been issued wrist-worn devices upon the beginning of their training that the director had called computer-assisted monitors, or CAMs. These CAMs would monitor their vitals and also function as personal computers that they could use for communication and data recovery. The ship had a large store of both physical and encoded information. The entire history of their species was encoded in those databases, as well as the vast majority of humanity's knowledge of science and mathematics. The official reason for this was to help the crew in any occasion they might require such information, but the true reason was in the case of any alien contact. In this way, they might show the aliens humanity's exploits in order to gain their trust and maybe even their friendship. Leon knew it was a long shot, but if there was even a snowball's chance in hell of it happening, he would take it. After a satisfying and quite tasty dinner, Leon set his dishes in the growing pile near the head of the table and then waited a few more minutes for the others to finish eating. As the last of the crew was moving their dishes to the pile, he stood and walked to the head of the table as all eyes fell on him. Leon smiled and said, "Now I understand you are all probably getting real tired of long-winded speeches about the glory of science and the nature of the universe by now, so I will keep this nice and short." He smiled as a few of them chuckled and continued. "First off, Oliver, Dr. Kimathi, wonderful spread. I loved the soup in particular. It was very nice." Oliver raised his voice and said in his heavy Australian accent, "The good doctor told me I was adding too much spice, but I didn't think it was quite enough. I'm glad she was right." That got a good laugh as he said it. Leon said, "Yes, you did good. As it stands, we are all in this boat together. We will either succeed or we will not. But make no mistake, we will do it as a team, together. Any questions or problems can be relayed to me at any time. I don't want you holding something back on me just because I might be busy. If it's important, I want to hear it." There were nods from all present at his words. "That being said, please make sure it is important. I don't want to get told in the middle of the night that we are out of snacks or something like that," he said with a chuckle. "It's bedtime, and I want you all to rest up, because tomorrow is a big day. We will work out shifts and such as needs arise. For now, you all have a set of tasks and duties that will be updated and posted to your cams. Please follow these, for they are essential. Take breaks when you need them, drink plenty of water, and make sure to stay clean. We are working in an enclosed environment. The medical treatment we got last week should have cleared the worst stuff out of our systems, but I don't want everyone getting a cold because someone coughed into the plates tray or something like that. Anyways, keep your eyes open for anything out of place. This has never been done before. We aren't entirely sure what to expect. That is all." The buzz of conversation resumed as he moved from the head of the table as everyone talked at once. He nodded once to Chris and then Sabine as he left the mess hall and walked towards his room. He was tired, but his spirits were high. This whole thing might not be the grand adventure he had always read about in books as a kid, but it would be exciting for sure. Leon entered his room and kicked off his shoes by the door before getting ready for bed. As he laid back under the covers, he thought about how strange this all would have seemed to him just a mere 5 months ago. He smiled to himself as he closed his eyes and slowly drifted off into sleep. Chapter 6. Strange Occurrences. Alarms blared, and Leon swiveled his command chair to the right to get a better look at the readouts. There were so many flashing warning lights on the board, it looked like a red overlay had been placed on the ship's schematics. How had it all gone wrong so quickly? They had exited warp into the Alpha Centauri system just fine, and nothing had been amiss. After sending a message to Earth that would take a full 4 years to arrive, they jumped to their next pre-planned destination. Upon arriving, they had almost immediately been struck by some sort of fast-moving debris. Samuel had yelled they were being attacked, but he refused to believe it. There was no way they were under attack. They were in deep space, and nothing could possibly know they were here. Leon had issued a hull breach alarm, and the crew had sealed their helmets over their suits to prevent decompression sickness. Leon gasped. Sabine had been on the 4th ring. Was she gone? She couldn't be gone. She had to be okay. He steeled himself, and with supreme effort pushed his emotions back down as he surveyed the new damage. It did indeed look like the after-effects of a deliberate attack. Maybe if he could beam out a surrender, they would stop firing, if it even was an intelligent force. The other crew on the bridge turned to him with wild looks on their panicked faces, and he dared to hope it had worked. Suddenly he gasped, as a terrible gargling roar issued from the speakers. It seemed to be interference, but was in too many different frequencies to narrow down. Leon watched in horror, as the sensors picked up a massive object moving towards them, under its own infernal power. It came within a few dozen kilometers of them and stopped. Again, that same horrid sound issued from the speakers, and Leon did the only thing he could think of. "I'm sorry I can't understand you. We are peaceful. We come in peace." The sound stopped, and for a few moments he breathed easy. They had stopped attacking, but at what cost? Who had he lost already? Leon watched wordlessly as the projectiles crossed the kilometers of empty space in moments and slammed into the ship with devastating force. One by one the other rings were destroyed, until it was just the bridge floating in a wasteland of shattered debris scattered from the previous impacts. Leon jolted in his restraints as there was suddenly a shadowy figure in front of him. He screamed in terror, as a dark mist seemed to swell in front of him. The amorphous shape slowly resolves into a vaguely serpentine form. Leon was white with terror as he noticed its eyes, its horrible, baleful orange eyes that seemed to be full of more hatred and malice than any one being should have been able to express. As it lashed towards him, he shut his eyes and screamed. Leon jolted awake, coated in a sheen of sweat. He scrambled around as his blankets tangled his limbs. Thrashing, he fought off the malign forces he thought were attacking him. After a few seconds, the lights in his room came on, as his heightened activity activated them. He paused in his frantic struggles, realizing he was still in his room and not on the bridge. After a few moments, he stood and walked to his bathroom. Splashing cold water on his face, he shuddered at the memory of the shadow monster from his apparent nightmare. What a terrifying dream! He had had nightmares before, but nothing like the one that had just rocked him. He stood over his sink as he took deep, calming breaths and looked at his bedraggled reflection in the mirror. He turned off the water as he was no longer using it and tried to comb his hair back into place using his fingers. He was only partially successful. Leon sighed and trudged back into his room to sit on the edge of his bed heavily. He was so tired. Was it a sign? No. He thought to himself. Everything was going to be fine. As he sat for a moment, his head in his hands, he tried to wrest the memory out of his mind. He shook his head as the two glowing orange eyes full of hate and anger once more manifested in his mind's eye. Walking over to the appliance area, he started on a new pot of coffee and glanced over at the hunched figure. It was Aiden, one of the biologists on board. Leon shuddered at the mention of bad dreams and then froze. How in the name of the great filter did he know that he was having bad dreams? It must have just been a lucky guess. Leon grabbed a mug of the newly brewed coffee and walked over to where Aiden was sitting. The man was short, with a darker skin tone and short black hair. As he looked up at Leon, he saw the man's piercing brown eyes. Leon sat across from the smaller man at the table and responded, "Yes, I had a troubled sleep. Why do you ask? Did you experience night terrors as well? It's not uncommon for stress to cause such things." Leon couldn't help himself. He jumped as if stung and swore as he spilled hot coffee over his hand. Putting down the cup, he glared at the man and asked, "What made you say that? How could you even have known?" Aiden again gave him one of those unreadable looks and took a drink from the cup in front of him. Leon ducked his head and looked around, his coffee now completely forgotten, as a new sense of awareness ripped through his mind as his heart began to beat faster. "You saw the shadow creature too? The one with the glowing orange eyes?" he asked in a slightly frantic voice. Aiden nodded and grimaced, saying, "Yes, I dreamt of the spirit as well. It bodes ill for us to embark on this mission after such a clear sign of calamity." Leon shook his head and said, "No way. While I don't understand what happened, there is no way I'm going to cancel the mission over a couple of bad dreams. For all we know, we just happened to see something out of the corner of our eyes that our minds then made up into a similar thing. Wait, that makes it sound worse now that I think about it," he muttered under his breath. Aiden said conspiratorially, "We have a name for such a vision where I grew up, but it is unimportant now. The fact that two have witnessed the same entity means that this mission will surely befall some disaster. We should postpone it," he said softly. Leon looked at the man in disbelief. He straightened and asked, "What, are you a scientist or a shaman? You want us to cancel what is arguably the most important mission ever to be undertaken in the entire history of our species over a bad dream? No way. Pull yourself together. Sure, it wasn't a pleasant nightmare, and it's odd that we had similar dreams, but there is surely a more logical explanation to this than the assumption we are all going to die horribly." Leon said heatedly, his voice rising to a shout. Aiden slunk back a bit at his words, seeming to draw into himself as he hunched down. Leon breathed in deeply a few times to settle himself before he apologized to the man. "Aiden, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled. It's just that I can't let this fail. Evil spirits or no evil spirits, we are going to do this, and I want you with me on this. Can I count on you, Aiden?" Leon held out his right hand in a placating gesture, and then extended it as a gesture of peace. Aiden looked at the proffered hand as if it was a venomous serpent for a few moments, before sitting up and taking it in his light grip. Yes. I trust you, Leon. I know you will do everything in your power to see us all through this. I will try to be more rational next time. I am sorry the myths of my youth influenced me, but some habits are hard to break, you know, he said, while averting his eyes. Leon smiled at the man and remarked, "Hey, it's not what you say, but what you do that truly matters, and I see a man dedicated to science, to knowledge. We will make it through this, Arden, and I dare anything to stand in our way." Aidan seemed to perk up a bit at his words, and then nodded. "Good man, that's the attitude that I like to hear. Now, who is up for a little breakfast? Help me in the kitchen, I'm thinking about making stir-fry," Leon said as he stood. Arden nodded and stood as well. They walked into the meal preparation area and began to gather the necessary ingredients and tools to make the required dish. Leon tried not to dwell too heavily on the conversation and how close it had come to being a disaster for the mission. Luckily, he had been specifically chosen for the mission for his ability to resolve conflict and change people's minds. Leon was a bit taken aback that he had to use it so many times already, though. The mission was certainly a stressful endeavor, but he hadn't expected people to begin cracking so soon. And while you could patch a cracked vase, there was only so much adhesive you could apply before the structure became too damaged to be repaired. After a short cooking experience that left Leon a little annoyed, they sat down to a nice breakfast of cooked vegetables and some fresh fruits. The hydroponic farms allowed for a wide variety of foods, but there were so many little things that were either not sustainable enough or were too difficult to automate, to put in such a delicate environment. For example, they had no chickens or cows, so there was no eggs or milk. They did grow soy, though, so they would have a substitute for both. Combined with squash, it formed all the proteins their bodies required, while simultaneously being not quite satisfying to the soul. Leon already missed his morning routine of eggs and toast, but he wouldn't let such a minor hurdle get him down. The food was decent, and they had meat. It was just not the fatty food he had grown so accustomed to as he lived the comfortable civilian life. Well, that would have to change. He would make sure that the food and other such amenities on the ship were as nourishing and exciting as he could manage. Luckily, they were able to redistill and purify salt from their wastewater, and they had a massive crate of sealed and preserved spices in the main storage hold, so there wouldn't be any issues with flavor at least. As for variety, that might present an issue, but with the clever application of different cooking techniques, they should be able to keep the monotony to a minimum. Arden and Leon finished their small meal, and Arden offered to clean up for him, to which he was thankful. Wishing the man farewell, Leon exited the mess hall. He made his way down the curved hall, past the main accommodations area, past the small quarantine area, and then onto the recreational area. Here there was a small gym, a relatively open space for activities such as running, and maybe even a small game of soccer. There were even a few uninflated balls in a box near the rear of the room. Leon smiled to himself as he walked over to the gym setup and sat down on a padded bench. The room was strange. This was one of the few rooms in the ship big enough for the curvature of the rings to be made painfully obvious. The ceiling seemed to bulge down, while the floor curved upwards into the ceiling from his perspective. While they had done a great deal of training and simulations in order to get used to the environment, it was still off-putting to think that the entirety of the room was flat from a force perspective. If he were to roll a ball up the incline, it would not roll back to him as his mind insisted it would, but would remain glued to the floor by the same force that held him down in his current position. Leon leaned back on the bench. There was a rack above it for weight training, but it was empty at the moment. The ship was cramped, but it felt empty with all the unpacked and unused equipment. It would take a good while yet before this was to feel like a home. But that's exactly what it was, his home, for at least the next 20 years if nothing went wrong. He kicked himself mentally for even giving a thought to such an occurrence. Nothing was going to happen. His dream was just that, a dream. Leon checked his cam on his wrist and saw the time was just before 7 in the morning. Most of the crew would be just waking up from their sleep and then making their way to the mess for breakfast. Leon felt comfortable to just lay back in the gym alone. the slight hum of electricity, and the faint vibration of the ship's powerful components making him drowsy. He sat and shook his head to clear it, and caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. He froze in shock as he looked at the darkened corner, where he could have sworn he had seen a flash of movement. He stood slowly to his feet and grabbed a weight off the rack as a crude projectile weapon as he neared the spot. Leon sighed in relief as he saw the corner was empty. Man, that nightmare must have really gotten to him if he was jumping at shadows like this. Turning back around, he yelled in shock and jumped about a foot in the air as he saw a smiling face right behind him. "Wow, you are really jumpy today. What's bothering you, Leon?" Sabine asked him. Grasping his chest and doubling over for a minute, Leon caught his breath as his heart slowed, and then gave her a look that said he was very unamused. "Nothing is bothering me. I was just surprised to see you, that's all. You snuck up on me on purpose, didn't you?" he asked her suspiciously. She giggled sweetly and shuffled slightly as she said, "No, why would I do that?" Leon rolled his eyes and placed the weight back onto the rack he had pulled it from. He walked to her and began to guide her out of the gym as he asked, "What are you doing here anyways? Why aren't you getting something to eat in the mess?" Leon tutted at her as he replied, "Not hungry. Are you worried about the launch, Sabine? Nothing is going to go wrong, I assure you," he said with more confidence than he was really feeling. Part of him was still spooked. She nodded and said quietly, "I know that everything is going to be okay, but part of me feels like something terrible is going to happen." Leon felt ice in his heart at her words, but he melted it with the fires of his conviction and began to say, "Nothing is going to happen, Sabine. We will complete this mission and return as great explorers." He was going to continue, but was interrupted by Chad walking over to them. "Oh, there you are. I was wondering why you left the mess without eating. Hey, Leon, ready for the big moment?" Chad said as he walked over to them. Leon was standing next to Sabine in the hall outside the gym. He looked at the younger man and nodded, saying, "Yes, everything should be fine. I just want the first launch to be over with so everyone can see that it's all going to be okay." Chad nodded in understanding and then looked at Sabine questioningly. She shook her head at him, saying nothing, and he frowned but remained silent. Leon looked between the two and frowned slightly before asking, "Is everything all right?" Leon looked at Chad, who shrugged and fell in beside him as they began walking back towards the housing area. They walked in relative silence, the quiet only broken by the faint sound of their footfalls and the noise of the ship. They walked along the curvature of the ship until they once more reached the residential area of the ring, before Chad finally spoke up. "I think she's feeling a bit stressed. That's why she has been acting out like that lately, I think," Chad mused to him. Leon nodded and said, "It's been getting to a bunch of us. I had trouble sleeping last night. We need to maintain our spirits, though. We can't let little things like that stop us from doing what needs to be done," he said mostly to himself. Chad nodded once more, not noticing he had been speaking to himself. He looked around briefly and then turned to Leon, saying, "I'm going to head back to my room to try and get ready for launch. I don't want to represent all of humanity with bad morning breath, you know," he said cheerfully before waving and walking away. Leon shook his head. That man was always so cheerful, in every situation. There had been times in their training that Chad had ignored an obviously purposefully depressing scenario just in order to make light of the situation. He supposed it was for the best in the long run, though. Having someone on board who was able to make the most of any given situation was bound to be useful in the future. Leon just wished it wasn't so annoying in the short term. Leon checked the time. About 30 minutes had passed, and it was nearing the time of the launch. He walked back the way they had come to his room, which was near the very end of the row. Entering, he opened his bag and took out a spare change of clothes. He decided that he didn't have time to shower, but he could at least try to freshen up a bit and put on clean clothes. After brushing his teeth and dampening his hair, he changed into a set of fresh clothing and stepped back into the passageway. He could hear voices coming from further up the curve of the hall, out of sight from where he was standing. Making his way along the ring, he soon came across Taylor and Terry talking to each other in the hall outside an open door. As they saw him, they hushed up and waved to him. "Good morning, Terry Taylor," he said as nonchalantly as he could manage. Terry said nothing in her normal mute way, but Taylor reddened slightly and said, "Hey, good morning, Commander. We were just on our way to the bridge. Launch time is coming up quickly. See you there?" Leon gave him a look and then answered, "Yeah, and I didn't see anything. Let's go, come on." They fell in behind him without another word. Leon was telling the truth. He hadn't seen anything, but then again he hadn't needed to. The way they had been acting lately was just screaming romantic involvement. Leon decided to ignore it for now unless it became a problem. Let the two have their fun, as long as they did not waste their own duty time, and as long as it didn't affect their work, then he couldn't have cared less. The instant it started to have a detriment on their work, however, he would slap them down hard. Leon started up the tube, his hands sinking slightly into the light padding covering the rungs. His breathing started to become slightly labored as he climbed, but he could feel himself getting lighter as he neared the core of the ship. Before he realized it, he was weightless and drifting up the ladder with almost no effort. He slowed himself down as he entered the core and came to a stop hanging on one of the inner wall rungs as he waited for the others to catch up. They came through moments later, both looking much less tired than he felt. Damn younglings, making him feel old already. He squared his shoulders in the zero gravity, which did nothing but cause him to start drifting slightly. Leon growled under his breath and muttered, "Damn kids," before he began to move through the tunnel-like space towards the bridge. Leon glided into the main airlock that led to the bridge with Terry and Taylor. They waited for it to cycle before they entered the small alcove before the bridge. There were lockers that held light environment suits, which they put on as per regulation. After donning the suits and grabbing the helmets, they entered the bridge itself to see most of the other bridge crew already in place. There was Samuel and Sabine, sitting at their respective stations. Chad was the ship's other engineer, and would be in the backup engineering bay further back on the ship, along with Chris, who was his backup. Leon said, "All right, you all know what is going on. I expect a nice steady launch. Nothing is going to mess with us all the way out here. Keep your heads in the game and let's do this." The short speech was unnecessary, but he felt as though it might be what they needed to hear at a time like this. Sabine turned to look at him as he sat down and said, "Navigational array is online. We have the coordinates plotted. The jump will proceed on schedule." Leon put on his headset and nodded, before looking at Taylor, who pressed a few buttons on his console and said, "Establishing a direct link to Earth. Negligible time delay of 0.3 seconds. You are live, Commander." Leon nodded and spoke into his headset. "This is Commander Muikman of the UNSS Leif Erikson, requesting permission to depart Project Lead. Do you read me, Project Lead?" After a few seconds, the voice of the director issued through his headset saying, "I read you loud and clear, Commander. You are green for launch, and once more, good luck." Leon nodded his head and answered, "Copy that, Director. We are launching in 5 minutes. We'll send you a postcard." He nodded to Samuel, who began to power the warp drive. A strange humming echoed through the ship, while simultaneously not making any sound. Leon squinted, his eyes closed for a moment, as the sensation became nearly unbearable before gasping. The entire world seemed to stretch and twist simultaneously, in every direction, infinitely. His eyes couldn't perceive the overwhelming sensory information they were receiving, but a crazed part of his mind insisted he was back home, sitting on his couch, sipping a hot coffee. The feeling of being rent into pieces seemed to stretch on for eternity, but before he had even had a chance to truly comprehend what was happening, the sensation was gone, so quick that he wasn't even sure it had happened. Yet there was a part of his mind that still gibbered in abject terror, as if the very essence of reality had been torn, and the horror of the great beyond was scratching at the corners of his mind. He shook his head to clear it, and the helpless terror faded, but didn't completely go away. Part of him still felt as though they had just made a terrible mistake. The after-images of glowing orange eyes, filled with hatred, flashed through his waking mind, and he doubled over, shuddering violently. After a moment to regain himself, he sat back up with a heavy sigh and saw with a start the sad state of the others. Terry was sitting motionless in her chair, and Sabine was holding her head in her hands and muttering to herself quietly. Taylor was rocking in his seat, shaking his head, muttering something about curtains, while Samuel was looking around pale-faced, as if he had seen a ghost. Samuel locked eyes with Leon, and he instantly saw the panic in them. He knew he had to say something to the crew before something bad happened. Reaching slowly for the intercom button, he pressed it and smacked his parched lips a few times before speaking. "This is Leon," he croaked out before clearing his throat and trying again. "This is Leon. I apologize for the roughness of our launch. It seems as though there are certain side effects of launching into warp, but I can assure you, we will have Dr. Kimathi check everyone over and determine if it's safe or not. I promise you, if we are in any kind of danger, I will not allow this mission to proceed. You have my word as captain." He finished tiredly. Leon switched his attention over to Samuel and saw the frantic look was gone, replaced by mild fear. He leaned back into his seat. God, he was so tired feeling. Why was he so tired? Would all the jumps be like that, he wondered. He feared to know the answer, for if that was so, he didn't know if he would be able to complete the mission. Imagining 20 years of those reality-tearing jumps, he felt scared about the mission for the first time since he had joined. Talking it out. Leon was shaking slightly. He was not looking forwards to their next warp exit. Would it be anything like the first? Would his mind survive another experience like it? He looked at the counter as it neared 0 and shuddered. The others were in similar states. The very act of entering a warped space bubble seemed to be adverse to their very consciousness, as they had all suffered. The ship had reported nothing unusual, however, not even a quiver of vibration, noise, or a single strange visual phenomenon. He had been talking to Dr. Kimathi, and she had seemed to think they were influenced by some sort of hallucinations triggered by the drive. How that was possible she hadn't been able to guess, but she said, depending on what happened when they exited, she had a few theories. Samuel muttered to himself again as Taylor mentioned the curtain again softly. That boy would need a good long session to talk his problems over with Natalia after they had a chance to settle. Leon watched the timer intently. He didn't plan on being caught by surprise whatever happened. As the timer neared 0, he felt his body tense and had to force his muscles to relax. Leon felt a strange twisting sensation, not nearly as mind-warping as what he had experienced before, but still not very pleasant. He lurched as the ship exited its warped space and took a second to recover before looking around. The others seemed none too worse for wear either. Maybe it was only warp entrances that caused such a reaction, or it could be possible that the first time would invariably be the most difficult. In either case, they had arrived at Saturn in one piece, and they were in relatively good condition, all things considered. Sabine turned to him and said, "We have arrived. Leon, that's not going to happen every time we jump, is it? I don't know if I can do that again," she said in a quivering voice. Leon had to remind himself that she was only 26, not that much older than he had been when he had joined the Navy. She was holding up remarkably well for one who had just experienced tearing through the very boundaries of the natural world. He responded quickly, "I don't think so, Sabine. It's my theory that the things we saw were just our minds dealing with a completely new sensation, and the effects will lessen with time and experience." He had no idea if that was true or not, but saw no reason to discourage hope. Besides, if it was correct, he would look pretty damn smart. He leaned forwards in his seat as the large monitor that covered the majority of the bridge front changed to show the feed from outside the ship. Leon gasped as the picture came up on the display. Leon gazed upon a massive swirling sphere of chaotic storms and savage energy. Leon's eyes roamed over the titanic rings that made for such a spectacular view. The rings looked thinner than paper from this perspective, but seemed so solid. He knew that they were actually composed out of trillions of tiny particles. The dust and ice reflected the sun and seemed to shimmer slightly in the cold void of space. The vast rings cast a huge arching shadow over the gas giant below as the planet slowly rotated. Sabine breathed, "It's so beautiful." Terry made a quiet comment, almost lost in the still air, "It is." Leon nodded and said, I have never seen anything like this before. He felt small, smaller than he had ever felt before. The vastness of space and its contents were laid bare before him. This massive entity, larger than the entirety of the world he had left behind, was less than nothing in the pure vastness of space. "Wow, look at all the moons," Trevor said as he looked at the readouts. The long-range sensors had let out a radar ping as soon as they had exited warp, and the first returns were coming back. Leon saw the plethora of contacts as Saturn's many varied moons and captured asteroids began to appear on their sensors. The UNSS Leif Erikson was by far the largest device that humanity had ever launched to Saturn, and so they were making the most of it, snapping high-resolution photos, taking readings, and tracking its moons. They were only on a layover stop, however, and would be moving off as soon as everything was deemed clear. Leon made a decision to include the crew in the ship's overall performance review as well. He didn't want anyone cracking under the strain if he could help it. He pulled up his command chart and added a new duty to everyone's rosters, to go and have a visit with both Dr. Kimathi and Natalia Garcia, the ship's psychologist and general mental health expert. She was also rather proficient with the life support systems, and so would be spending much of her free time tending to the farms with Joyce, Aidan, and Myung. He unstrapped from his chair and drifted up a bit before catching himself with his feet. He looked at Samuel and said, "Samuel, you have the con. I'm going to go talk to some of the other crew. You know the protocol if anything happens." Samuel swallowed and nodded before turning back to his console. Grabbing his helmet, Leon moved away from his chair towards the airlock that led to the main body of the ship. He clipped his helmet back on the rack by the airlock, but decided to leave the suit on for now. Not technically protocol, but it wasn't against protocol either. Leon went through the airlock and then moved through the body of the ship till he reached the entrance to the second ring. The medical facilities and other wellness rooms were located on it, and it was the most likely place he would find Dr. Kimathi. Ascending the ladder was much similar to his first experience. The strange perspective shift in the middle, where his weight began to return, and his arms took on the strain. Again he felt himself start to get tired, right as he reached the bottom. He decided that a bit of time in the gym when he had the chance wouldn't go amiss. Turning around, he saw the layout of the second ring was very similar to the third. A narrow, curving hallway stretched out both directions, and the walls were lined with recessed doors, many of which were unlabeled. Opening one of the mystery doors, Leon saw it seemed to be a small storage room, though the contents were marked and stacked neatly, so it had probably not been touched yet. Leon closed the door with a shrug and continued down the right side of the ring. He figured if he was wrong, he would still make it to where he was going. It would just be a bit of a longer walk. Leon was pleasantly surprised when he came upon Dr. Kimathi's office after only a dozen or so meters. He stepped over to the labeled door and pressed the request to enter button. He heard a small chime sound followed shortly by a voice saying, "Enter." He opened the door to see Dr. Kimathi sitting at a desk and working on an old-style desktop computer. She looked up as he entered and raised her eyebrows as he sat in the seat across from her small desk. "No, I'll explain. Every member of this crew reported seeing, hearing, or even tasting something strange when we jumped. There are reports of vibration, crushing sensations, and even one of being turned into cubes of jello and melted." She shuddered slightly, and Leon wondered who had had that experience. She looked him in the eyes as she said the next part. "The only problem is, none of that really happened. All our recordings and monitoring have shown that when we jumped, nothing at all happened, not even a bump. So all I have to go on is mass hallucinations or some other such phenomenon. But again, this is not a perfect explanation for what happened, because Chad just got back to me and showed me that one of the sensors did in fact register a physical reading." She finished ominously. Leon looked at her and asked, "One sensor detected something during the jump. Where was it?" She shook her head and he was about to ask, but she beat him to it. "No, not during the jump before. About 20 minutes before the jump, a sensor spiked as it detected elevated levels of radiation in the third ring. The only thing is, there is nothing there, no power supplies, no subsystems to emit the radiation. It's as if we got hit by something that completely disintegrated upon contact. Leon was confused. This seemed to have no connection to the problem they were having, but was still setting off alarm bells in his head, though he couldn't place why. Where was the reading taken? That's the weird thing, it was detected just outside the main gym area, but like I said, there isn't anything there. Are you okay? Leon? She looked at him as his face drained of color. Dr. Kimathi frowned slightly and looked over at her computer again before she answered. No, I haven't found a single bit of evidence that what we collectively experienced was even real. Not a shred of evidence other than the testimonies of the crew that they all saw or heard something. Leon nodded. A clean bill of health, now we just need to get everyone evaluated for psychological damage, he muttered. Leon nodded absent-mindedly. How long would they have to be grounded to check over everything? Considering that no one had even done or experienced this before, he might as well take it slow. He turned to leave and said, "Thanks, Doctor. Make sure to keep an eye on everyone. The effects could be dormant and waiting to take effect. We need to keep a close eye on the situation." She made a small noise of affirmation before he walked out into the hall. Walking along the ring in the opposite direction, he tried to clear his head. He walked along the ring, the lower gravity causing the activity to barely strain his muscles. As he walked, he thought about his dream, trying to pick it apart for meaning. It was difficult, though. It seemed to be a random jumble of feelings and emotions, interspersed with flashes of the ship and empty space. He came upon the ladder on the opposite side of the ring and decided it was as good a place as any to use. Climbing into the belly of the ship, he once more felt his arms begin to tire, just as he reached the point where he no longer had to climb. Yeah, he would definitely be putting some time in the gym. Leon moved through the opening into the main tunnel that was the ship's core. He checked his cam on his wrist and saw that Natalia was indeed on the 5th ring in the aquaponics section. He pulled himself along the corridor, using the wall-mounted handholds. He passed by rings 3 and 4. The airlocks that separated them were open for now, but would slam shut in the case of emergency. Gliding slowly into the 5th ring segment, he reoriented himself and took a few breaths before starting down the long ladder to the ring's floor. He arrived to the ring's floor and took a moment to recover from the climb. Shaking his arms slightly, he started down the narrow walkway towards the hydroponics lab. Leon opened the door and entered the aquaponics area before he stopped. He had seen the blueprints for this room, even walked through it in a virtual environment during training. But part of his brain had always known that hadn't been real. To see the same system now in person, it was a surreal experience. The hydroponics and aquaponics on the Leif Erikson were beyond state-of-the-art. They were an engineering marvel. They had an efficiency rating that was almost ludicrous, and they were capable of generating far in excess of the food and oxygen they required to live if the need required. The system was carefully monitored to keep the oxygen levels from climbing too high, however. Too much oxygen could be just as deadly as too little. Rampant oxygen levels would lead to hyperoxia and nerve damage, then eventually to death. In order to prevent this, the system had molecular sieves that were able to filter the oxygen out into external tanks, where it would then be turned to a liquid for storage. This was a last resort, however, as that method lowered the overall pressure inside the ship and could lead to its own hazards. Leon didn't know the specifics of the other systems. He had tried to learn as much as possible in training, but there was only so much data the human mind could absorb in such a limited time. Leon looked at the various tubes, pipes, and pools that filled the room. The farms doubled as a water storage and filtering system as the myriad of species raised in these pools and tanks grew. These tanks would then filter through the hydroponics and be detoxified before being hit with ultraviolet light to sterilize it. Leon saw several species he knew and a few that he wasn't very familiar with. For example, he recognized the tilapia and catfish pretty easily. There was a species of frogs in a large tank nearby that he couldn't place, however, and the small shrimp-like creatures that swarmed in another pond were like nothing he had seen before. He wandered through the room looking at everything. The air was warm and humid. The humidity seemed to pool on every surface, the walls, the pipes, and especially on his head. After almost no time at all, he was dripping with a combination of sweat and condensation. That is what he got for wearing his spacesuit in there, he supposed. After a moment of wandering through the maze of sweating pipes and gurgling tanks, he finally saw a person tending to one of the pumps. He walked over, and the figure turned to look at him. Joyce frowned absent-mindedly as she shook her hair. Small droplets of liquid sprayed out, and she turned back to look at him and said, "If she is still here, she is probably tending to the lobsters," she said, waving in the supposed direction of said creatures. Leon nodded his thanks as she turned back to her work. At least she seemed to be getting along just fine. Leon moved through the claustrophobic space in the direction that Joyce had indicated. He was really sweltering now, and undid his suit down to his navel in a vain attempt to let a little fresh air in. While it didn't seem to help that much, it did have the benefit of allowing some of the trapped water to steam off his drenched undershirt. He found Natalia leaning over a large tank of water silently. She was wearing similar clothing to Joyce, and was simply leaning over the dark pool as if lost in thought. She jumped as Leon spoke. "Wah!" she cried as she bolted upright and flailed for a second. She saw him, and her face changed from panic to embarrassment in a heartbeat. "Don't sneak up on me like that. What are you trying to pull here?" she said, looking at him suspiciously. Leon gaped at her response before throwing his head back in a full-bellied laugh. Wiping a tear, or was it sweat, out of the corner of his eye, he said, "Sorry, Natalia, but you must have had your head in the clouds because I made plenty of noise on my way over here." She looked at him blankly for another few moments, before she deflated a bit and leaned back against the large black tank. "You're right, Leon. I was trying not to think, actually. You know what happened when we jumped. I was just trying not to think about it too hard." Before he could muster a reply, she shook her head violently and muttered angrily, "No, I'm sorry, that was way out of line for me to ask. Forget about it." Leon could see her mental anguish, though, and decided that she needed someone to talk to. He might not be a licensed psychologist like she was, but he was her commander, and would do everything in his power to help her. He walked forwards and leaned next to her silently for a few moments, before turning to look at her. She glanced at him and then looked away, probably angry with herself for her moment of weakness. Sighing deeply, he mused out loud, "Shoot, Doc. I have this thing bugging me and I need to get it out. Is now a good time for me to talk to you about it?" She gave him a strange look, and her eyes changed from angry to surprised. She looked at his face intently as he stood looking at her. He raised an eyebrow at her, and she blushed slightly before answering, "Yes, please. Tell me what I can help you with," she said a bit quickly. Leon smiled to himself. She was a bit out of it today, but he was sure it was just nerves. He began at the beginning. He told her about his initial fears for the project he had all the way back in the beginning. He told her his uncertainty he had when he had taken command. He told her about his nightmare and the incident in the gym. And finally, he told her what he had experienced during the first jump. Through it all, she was almost entirely silent. She watched his face as he spoke, confidently at times, fearfully at others. He didn't bluster or boast, he was honest with her. He laid out his feelings as bare as he could manage, and she soaked it all in, as a sponge soaking up water. After he finished, he nodded a few times and said, "And that about sums it up. So what do you think, Doc? Do you think I'm crazy?" he asked with a smile. She looked intently at him for another few moments. Leon kept smiling even as the silence became a bit awkward. She had listened. He owed it to her to at least be polite and wait for her to form a response. Finally, she turned away from him and took a few steps away. He saw her shoulders move as she let out a few large breaths. She remained that way for another minute before she straightened and then turned back to him. He saw with a bit of surprise that her demeanor had entirely changed. No longer was he able to read her emotions like words on a page. She was closed, her soul armored and locked down tight. She walked a step closer before she began, "I don't think you are crazy, Commander." Leon raised an eyebrow at her use of his position instead of his name. She faltered slightly before continuing, I do, however, think that you are suffering from stress. I recommend you take it easy for at least the next few days. No heavy exercise, no fizzy drinks, and no warp jumps. Lord knows we could all use a few to recollect ourselves, she muttered. Leon smiled again as he heard her and said, Great idea. That is exactly what I was going to send to the Oversight Committee as my recommendation. It's going to take about 3 hours to get a reply, but it's still worth the wait to hear what they make of this. Leon told her. She gave him another of those strange looks. His smile faltered as she stepped closer to him. He cleared his throat as a strange feeling ran through his mind. Well, I appreciate the recommendation, Natalia. Really. It is hotter than hell in here, though, and I need to go send that message, so I'll, He stopped as she took another step closer. After a moment of silence in which Leon could have sworn it was more like a year, she took a step back and said, Well, I suppose you are a busy man, what with your commanding and such. I can rest easy knowing that such a great man is watching over the ship. Leon nodded and said, Yeah, it's a big job. I got to go now. Thanks for the talk, Natalia. See you later. He picked up his pace slightly and didn't stop till he was out of the steamy room and 20 meters down the hall. He leaned against the wall and stood, trying to catch his breath. His heart was racing. What was going on? She had been acting so strangely. Surely she hadn't been flirting with him, but that's sure what it had looked like to him. Leon took a minute to catch his breath. He was unsure what he should do. He was 43, not exactly a prime specimen, and Natalia was only 30, beautiful and toned by years of strict exercise and wellness programs. He had to admit to himself that she was indeed attractive, but he couldn't get involved. She was a crew member under his jurisdiction. It was against protocol. Calming himself, he made his way to the ladder and began to climb before quickly re-zipping up his suit and entering the hub. He was soaked. Sweat and water had really done a number on him, and he made a commitment to shower up before continuing on with his duties. He shot a quick message to Samuel letting him know his intentions and that he would be a few minutes longer than expected. Leon drifted down the tunnel to Ring 3 and once more made the long descent into the ring. His arms were really feeling it after so many climbing sessions in a single day. He stopped by the mess hall on his way down the hall and saw Chris sitting inside. Leon took a moment before he walked in and waved to Chris. Chris nodded to him and asked, What happened to you? I didn't know we had a swimming pool. Haha, very funny, Leon said. I was in the hydroponics section. I didn't think about how bad of an idea it was going to be to wear an insulated spacesuit in there, so I went swimming a bit. Chris chuckled. Yeah, I can see that. Well, you should probably go take care of that. I'm not saying you stink, but damn, you kind of stink, he said, waving his hand in front of his face and laughing. Leon sighed and asked, I know that, and I will, but before I do, I was curious. I'm going to recommend to the committee that we take a few days to recover before we try to jump again. I want to make triple sure that there are no negative effects lingering from the jump, Leon said matter-of-factly. Chris frowned and looked off into the middle distance for a few moments before he turned back to Leon, a far-away look in his eyes. I appreciate that, Leon. That was the singular most uncomfortable experience I have ever experienced. And I have been divorced twice, so you know I mean it. How are the kids holding up? Chris asked him with a look of genuine concern. Leon shrugged and said, About as well as can be expected. Trevor seems to have had a particularly bad experience. I recommend that everyone go and talk with Dr. Kimathi and Natalia about it. It can't hurt to make sure everything is all right, you know, he said quietly. Chris nodded in agreement. He took a long pull of the drink he was holding, and then set it down to say, This is the rest of our lives now, you know that, right? They won't let us return to Earth no matter what happens. I understood that and have made peace with it. But do any of the others know that yet? Chris said ominously. Leon hung his head and answered, I know, but I will still do everything in my power to make this mission a success. I won't let it be jeopardized by poor decisions. I don't care what they tell me. I'm out of their jurisdiction now. I make the rules, and my rules will take the health of the crew into account first. Chris nodded and looked him in the eye. Leon sat in his command throne, suit on, helmet clipped to the seat beside him. The last 3 days had been a welcome reprieve as they took some collective downtime and just worked on their basic day-to-day activities. Chad and Aidan had organized an impromptu soccer tournament yesterday, and the crew had spent most of the day taking it easy. Leon knew that moments like these brought the crew closer together. The distance between stars left a lot of time for sitting around, but there was something about being trapped inside a gravitational anomaly and hurtling faster than the universe should permit that prompted a bit of a dour mood even at the best of times. Leon watched as the other crew finished their checks and prepared for their inevitable jump to the Centauri system. Once they jumped, the journey to their closest stellar neighbors would only take about 5 days, but that was 5 days to travel a distance that only 6 months ago would have seemed impossible to him. How the world had changed. "Main drive looks good, Commander. We should be green for jump," Samuel said to him. Leon nodded and turned to Taylor. "Send the ship-wide alert, please, Taylor. We don't want to take anyone by surprise." The man nodded his head and pressed a few buttons on his console. A moment later, the alert lights began to flash green. They had several coded colors: yellow for general alert, red for emergency, blue for radiation warning, and green for jump drive activation. Leon watched the slowly flashing green lights for a moment before he turned his attention back to the display in front of him. It showed that all systems were reported as nominal, and the warp field emitter was charged and ready. Taking a deep breath, he looked at Samuel and said, "All right, take us out, Samuel." Leon was prepared for anything. Another out-of-body, mind-warping experience, something worse? But he was honestly surprised when all he felt was a slight twisting sensation and a lurch. He looked around confused. The others seemed to be similarly relieved. Terry leaned back into her chair and let out a sigh as Taylor made a small noise of surprise. Leon let his arms float free for a minute before he decided to speak. "Well, I can say that I am most pleasantly surprised by that. I guess I was right, and the experience gets more familiar over time. That being said, we need to be sure that no one else has had issues," he finished. Taylor nodded and started to type into his system, presumably checking the status of the other crew on the ship for him. While he was preoccupied, Leon turned his attention to Sabine and asked, "How is the drive holding up? How are the reactors?" The UNSS Leif Erikson was equipped with a nuclear fission power plant that was capable of producing all the power for the warp drive and the ship's normal functions for an extended period. They had extra LEU fuel rods in sealed drums as well that could be enriched in a bombardment chamber. They theoretically had enough fuel to power the ship for more than 50 years. Leon supposed that if worse came to worst, that would at least allow the younger crew to live full lives before they died alone in space. Sabine finished her diagnosis and turned to him, saying, "The drive reads green across the board. The reactor is operating within nominal levels, Commander. We should be good." Leon nodded to her and turned his attention back to Taylor, who reported, "No reports of unusual activity from any of the crew," he said quickly. Leon nodded in satisfaction. Maybe this thing would work out after all. He turned to his own console and kept an eye on the charts and readings for a few minutes before he switched over to the duty roster. He started by checking everyone's current duties. They all looked in order. Looking further ahead, he scanned through to the end of the month. Finding nothing out of place, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. "It's too bad we can't see anything while we are moving," Leon said to nobody in particular. Sabine glanced at him before tuning back to her screens. Samuel turned fully around in his chair and agreed with him, saying, "That's exactly what I was thinking. I hit the button and wham, it's all pitch black. No light gets in, none gets out. Hey, at least we aren't detectable either, right?" Samuel looked a bit taken aback by his somewhat gruff question and responded, "Well, if there was anything out there that was looking for ships, we wouldn't show up, right? We look like a black hole right now, right?" Leon growled quietly as he thought once more about his dream. He shook it off and said, "There is nothing out there, and even if they could detect us, the gravity field would destroy anything they threw at us instantly. We are safer in the field than anywhere else in the universe," he said a bit bluntly. He said, Terry was watching him as well as Sabine now. He continued unabated. Look, eventually we are bound to come across something hostile, be it a natural phenomenon or some form of alien life. We need to be prepared for the worst, whatever happens. We have LPD emitters on the ship that would be classified as military-grade weapons back on Earth. We are far from defenseless. Sabine spoke up as she continued to stare at him. Where is this coming from? I know you were in the Navy, but there is nothing out here with us. For all we know, the universe is empty and we are alone. She finished with a small sigh. Terry nodded but didn't speak. Samuel looked at Taylor and then to him and asked, "We are on a purely scientific mission as far as I know, Leon. We shouldn't need to blast anyone we just meet, right?" Leon looked at him and said, "Yes, they are, and the galaxy is a hostile place, maybe more so than we really know." Samuel grunted again before turning back to his station. Terry glanced over at Taylor before doing the same. He heard Taylor sigh slightly before he muttered, "Big-ass lasers sound just fine to me." Leon smiled to himself before turning to his readouts once more. Everything looked green and ready. The ship's oxygen levels were within appropriate levels, and the cooling vanes were working properly. He looked to the counter near the front of the bridge as it displayed a slowly decreasing timer. Just a few days of relative peace before the adventure truly began. 5 days, 5 long days. They were not the most boring days Leon had ever experienced, but the fact that they were in a self-contained gravitational anomaly that could spell their doom with the slightest flicker made the waiting worse. The waiting was nearly over, though. The countdown was nearing its final few minutes, and the crew were all in their ready positions. They knew what to expect when they exited, but it always paid to be prepared. Leon was sitting in his command throne and wearing his environmental suit. The tough fabric rustled slightly as he rotated in his seat. "How's it looking, Sabine?" he asked her. She bobbed her head without looking at him and replied, "All systems read as green across the board. Nothing outstanding, Commander." Leon tilted his head at that. It was relieving to hear that everything was going right. He turned towards Samuel and said, "Samuel, when we exit, I want you ready for immediate evasive maneuvers, just in case we exit near a debris field of some type. Go to full burn when we exit." Samuel glanced at him and nodded without a word. He had been a little on edge the last 2 days, Leon had noticed. He wasn't sure what was bothering the younger man, but he was sure that it was something to do with their overall mission goal. Leon had overheard Samuel and Taylor arguing about it 3 days ago, and since then the two had been keeping some distance apart. The problem was, he wasn't sure exactly what he could do about it, without potentially making it worse. Leon shifted in his command throne. He was used to command, hailing back to his military days. But there was a difference between the heavily regimented discipline of the Navy and the mostly civilian outfit he was in charge of now. He couldn't treat these people like soldiers, but neither could he let them do whatever they wanted. He needed to come up with a plan to keep order, while simultaneously maintaining their freedom. His vision swirled as the Leif Erikson exited warped space in a shower of sparkling lights. That strange twisting lurch he was coming to associate with warp jumps assailed his senses for an instant, before his mind came to terms with its new position in space. After a moment, the ship let out an automatic sensor ping, and Samuel burned the main drives as he took evasive maneuvers. The G-forces briefly pulled Leon back into his seat as the massive engines pushed them forward with hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force. After a few seconds he stopped, and the ship resumed its normal weightless state. He hoped that nothing too important had been disturbed by the emergency burn, but it was a small price to pay for not being sitting ducks. This way they were at least moving targets. Leon had to agree as he looked at the picture pulled up on the screen. The small red dwarf star flared fitfully in the middle of the screen. It was a dull cherry red. Unhealthy-looking sunspots covered its dull surface, and pitiful flares reached up sluggishly from its surface. As weak as it looked, it was a known fact that red dwarf stars were actually the most long-lived type of stars, with lifespans so long that the numbers meant little to him. Chad said, "Wow, this is great, Leon. Look at the different colors. This is awesome. What's the plan now?" Leon smiled in spite of himself. The man's excitement was hard to ignore. "Yes, I'm not much of an astronomer, but I know enough to tell the difference between the stars. It's pretty incredible what we just did. We just traveled trillions of miles in less than a week," he said, a bit awed. Taylor, who was listening in over his own headset, chimed in saying, "Look at the sensor data. Nothing anywhere near us except a single asteroid. It's not even a big one." Leon smiled as an idea formed in his head. He asked Taylor, "What's the distance to that asteroid?" Taylor smiled as he picked up on his idea. "It's about 4,000 meters off the port side. Not too far for a little target practice, I think," he said, grinning to himself. She looked at him and then shook her head while muttering, "Men." After a few moments, the LPDs off the port side were warmed, and the capacitors were charged and ready to fire. "Target that asteroid, hit it with a 4-second pulse. Concentrated fire, please. Leave one LPD on standby just in case." Sabine nodded, and Leon felt a slight vibration as the LPDs fired. He watched the screen as the asteroid suddenly lit up like a bonfire and began to ablate as the lasers vaporized its surface rapidly. The outflow of gas caused the asteroid to begin spinning, slowly at first, then more rapidly. Even after the 4-second pulse was done, the now glowing ball of molten slag spun away from the ship like a top that weighed several tons and was hotter than an industrial furnace. "Looks like you got it," Sabine said a bit sarcastically. Terry looked at Taylor with exasperation as he shouted, "Hell yeah, we did. Wow, did you see how fast that sucker is spinning? It's glowing like a light bulb now," he remarked to them. Chad spoke over the headset to him saying, "LPD systems show no negative effects from the test fire. Looks like we got a working system. Congrats on the nice shooting, Sabine," he said over the line. Sabine blushed slightly at his comment and muttered thanks to him. Chad cut the line, and Leon was once more left alone with his thoughts on the quiet bridge. "I suppose we should wait for our sensor returns and maybe look for any planets that might be inhabitable. I don't see anything on the scopes yet," he said. Sabine piped up and asked, "Why not jump over to the twins? Surely they might have a few planets." Taylor looked at Terry as she leaned over her console. "Terry, is there a chance of there being any planets worth checking out there?" That was more than Leon had heard her speak in the last month. He nodded his head and said, "Okay, we will check out Proxima and then move on. No point wasting time, we don't have to. And now that we know the ship is capable, I feel a lot more comfortable jumping into deep space," he said. Sabine and Taylor nodded at his comment, and he said to Terry, "Let us know if you find anything. If we don't see anything interesting in the next 3 hours, we are moving on." This wasn't really a stop to check for life anyways. It was really just to make sure everything was functioning properly. If we had gotten stuck here, it's not inconceivable that the next ship to jump out would see us and be able to perform a rescue, he mused aloud. Taylor asked, "When do you want to send the all-clear back to Earth?" Leon grunted as he thought, Might as well send it now. We are going to be long gone before it matters anyways." Taylor nodded and started to fiddle with his console once more. Leon leaned back and stretched. It was going to be a long 3 hours, he could feel it. Leon yawned. He had been sitting for well over 7 hours in total now. His head was feeling a bit stuffy in the zero gravity, and he coughed into his arm as his throat tickled again. Taking a swallow of water from his water pack, he checked the time. Just about 3 hours had passed, and while Terry had been poring over the data, she had found nothing of note, nothing promising enough to look at the least. Leon decided that they had spent more than enough time in the system when they had not really expected to find anything unusual. Anyways. He tapped a few commands into his console, and a message was sent to the ship to warn the crew of an imminent warp jump. "I think it's about time to get a move on with this mission, Samuel. Begin charging the drive, please. Terry, there wasn't really anything here that is important to our mission anyways," he said as Terry turned to look at him. He gave her a nod, and she turned silently back to her station. She was the silent type, though, so Leon ignored her lack of response. Sabine spoke up, saying, "The main reactor looks good, Commander. Charging of the drive is proceeding normally. We are green for jump." Samuel glanced at her, then at him, and he nodded. A second later, the entire world twisted slightly, and he felt a phantom lurch as the ship dropped off the space-time continuum. The outside view flashed white, then slowly faded to grey, then black, as the trapped light trickled away into nothing. Leon watched it for a minute and shivered. The fact that they were now concealed behind an artificial event horizon that nothing, not even light, could pass. It made his bones feel cold when he thought about it. It was only one time, and it wasn't because of who was cooking. It was because I wanted to make sure the systems were being properly monitored by Henry. Samuel protested. Henry, the name the crew had given to the various subroutines that ran the more mundane and repetitive tasks on the ship. While not truly artificial intelligence, the various programs were smart and capable of some basic learning. They were hampered by cross-compatibility limiters in order to prevent the ship from pulling an event horizon and killing the crew in a fit of enraged madness. It had happened before, with a mission that had been launched to Jupiter in the late 2200s. The large exploration vessel, the Spirit of Gaia, had been launched with a crew of 10 and had been equipped with similar life support systems to what the Life Ericsson was using. The difference is that the Spirit of Gaia had been furnished with an incredibly advanced series of programs that were capable of learning so as to better adapt to the conditions of long-term space travel. The problems didn't begin until about a month into the journey. One of the crew reportedly cut himself on a sharp piece of metal in one of the hydroponics rooms and had smashed a console in his anger. The man was reprimanded for his actions by the mission commander, but no other disciplinary action was taken. The ship's learning computer was unhappy with the damage the man had caused and determined that by terminating the unfortunate crewmate, it could boost the success of the mission by a few percentage points. The story is that the ship lured the man into one of the main airlocks in the middle of the sleep shift and then jettisoned him into space. The other members of the crew were shocked when they pulled up the footage that showed an apparent suicide. It was discovered later that the ship had doctored the footage to cover itself. The rogue computer then killed a further 3 crew members, directly or indirectly, before it was discovered and eventually shut down. The mission was scrubbed, and the crew had to turn around and return to Earth. It was a truly shocking story that showed both the dangers of prolonged spaceflight on the mental health of humans, as well as the dangers of unrestrained learning computers. Leon realized he was just drifting near the main airlock to the bridge and quickly undid his suit. Hanging it in his locker, he made his way into the large airlock and through the other side when it opened. He pulled his way along the tunnel to the 3rd ring and made his way down the ladder. After reaching the bottom, he hurried to the mess hall, and upon seeing it empty, he walked back into the meal preparation area. He stopped dead in his tracks as he saw not Joyce, whom he had been slated to prepare tonight's meal with, but Natalia. Natalia turned around and smiled widely as she saw him. "Oh, Joyce wanted to spend a little longer fixing a clogged pipe, so I volunteered to take her spot in the kitchen. She was very appreciative of me for that." "Oh, but I had no idea we would be working together, Leon." "Oh, how fun," she said as she took a few steps in his direction. It was at that moment that Leon realized 2 things. First was what she was wearing. She was wearing a tight-fitting tank top that left little of her toned figure to the imagination. Her form-fitting pants clung to her figure and seemed designed to draw the eye to places it was impolite to stare. The second was that she seemed to be wearing some sort of scent, not perfume exactly, but an aroma seemed to surround her that made his mouth water involuntarily, and he swallowed heavily. She was shorter than him and had to crane her neck up at him as she got close. Leon was tall even for the men of his family, tall enough that he had often had trouble aboard the cramped confines of the Navy ships he had served aboard. Over the years he had gotten used to unconsciously hunching slightly to cover up his impressive 198 centimeters height, but as Natalia drew closer to him, he straightened to his full height in response. A small gasp escaped Natalia's lips as he gained some height he had been unconsciously hiding. She gave him a wicked smile and stepped away. "Okay, big boy, if that's how you want to play it," he heard her mutter as she turned away. She probably didn't mean for him to hear her, but his hearing had always been exceptional. It usually just got him into trouble, however. He shook his head slightly and began to lay out various pots and pans that he would need for tonight's dinner. He had planned to make some oven-roasted fish with a vegetable casserole and rice pudding for dessert. As he and Natalia began the process of making dinner for the crew, he jolted as he felt something brush his rear. He heard Natalia giggle and turned to see her walking away. He grunted in annoyance and continued chopping the various vegetables he was putting into his casserole. "Oh, here, let me help you with that," he heard her say as she leaned past him to hold the onion he had just been peeling. She leaned her body against him as she did so, and Leon tried to ignore the fluttering in his middle as she pressed against him for longer than was strictly necessary. Shuffling a step to the side, he said, "A little close there, you know." Natalia stood and crossed her arms under her breasts before putting on a hurt look. "What do you mean? I thought we were friends, Leon." Leon groaned internally. This is why he had never really talked to women much. They changed on a whim, and he could never tell what they were truly thinking. "You know that's not what I meant, and I do consider you a friend, Natalia, a good crew member and close confidant, but he finished as he couldn't find the words he was looking for. 5 tours in combat and even a very close brush with death while in the Navy had not prepared him for this. The fear of the fairer sex. She was so pretty it hurt, and she was making it painfully obvious that she was interested in him as well. But Leon couldn't. He was her commanding officer, in charge of making impartial decisions that could affect the entire crew. He couldn't get involved as it would jeopardize the mission's safety and that of the rest of the crew. He wanted to tell her that, but felt as though if he did it would do nothing but hurt her. And Leon didn't want to do that. He hadn't lied when he said he considered her a friend. After working with them and training for 4 months, he knew all of the crew and considered many of them as close as family. He tried to ignore the crawling sensation he felt as Natalia undoubtedly stared at the back of his head behind him. He couldn't understand why she was trying to get to him. He wasn't the most attractive guy on the ship, and he was far from the youngest or most fit. Maybe she just had a thing for authority, but she had flirted at him a few times while they were training too, before she knew he was the commander of the ship. She pranced away with a slight giggle, and he was left scratching his sandy blonde hair in confusion. After the last strange encounter, she seemed to be satisfied with something, and left him largely alone, only talking in order to communicate things related to what they were making and doing. Leon smiled to himself. Perhaps she was growing tired of him and would leave him alone. Part of him wanted to believe that, but he was sure she was up to something. He needed to be ready for it, just in case. Pretty soon they had everything done and cooking. Leon began to hear people enter the mess hall, and the sounds of laughter and conversation drifted into the kitchen. Leon stood with his arms crossed, looming out the small round windows on the kitchen doors into the mess hall. Suddenly he felt an arm wrap around his side as Natalia leaned up against him. "Look at all those hungry people, Leon. They are going to love what we made for them. We make a great team, you know," she said as he looked down at her. Her dark hair framed her face as she tilted her head up at him. He grinned internally as an idea came to him. It was probably a terrible idea, but he didn't care. Natalia was teasing him, and he could do it right back. Natalia didn't pull away from him as he brought his face closer to hers. Her eyes closed halfway as he drew closer to her. "You are a good friend, and an even better doorstop," he said. She made a startled sound as he picked her up and set her down on the countertop next to the door and opened it. She was in a position that made the door catch on her leg, and she sat there startled as he walked out of the kitchen and into the mess hall. All eyes turned on him as he said, "Dinner should be ready in about 10 or 15 minutes, just letting you know." A chorus of thanks and excited talking followed his statement, and he turned around. The door to the kitchen was closed, so Natalia must have moved. He opened the door and walked into the kitchen. As it swung shut behind him, he caught sight of something hurtling towards his head. Now Leon had real combat experience, and those muscle memories came hurtling back to him as he moved like a blur to intercept the projectile without conscious thought. Before he could even register what he was holding, another object came sailing at his head, but he caught it as well. Turning towards the direction of the thrown objects, he saw Natalia standing next to the vegetable crate, onion in hand, and a look of shocked surprise on her face. Leon sighed and walked over to her and placed the twin projectiles he had caught back in the crate. Natalia blinked up at him and lowered her arm. "That was impressive. How did you do that?" she asked him. Leon looked at her from the opposite side of the crate and replied, "Training. You have to have quick reflexes in combat, so they trained us to act without thought. We were drilled until our feet bled and our joints cracked, until dodging and striking were as natural as breathing and just as thoughtless. It served me well in the Navy until... Never mind, it's a long story." Leon finished with a sigh. Leon stiffened slightly at the contact, but he didn't draw away. He looked into the distance and said, "I fought in the South African civil wars of the early 2310s. It was the bloodiest fighting they had seen there in more than a generation. No bioweapons, thank the stars, but it was brutal, grueling warfare," he said with a shudder. Natalia patted him on the back sympathetically as he continued, "We were off the coast of Morocco in an Elizabeth-class heavy missile cruiser. We were only supposed to be providing overwatch and anti-air support for the transports as they landed their peacekeeping forces. I was standing on the deck working with a friend on a CIWS turret when we heard the proximity alarms go off." Leon's vision misted as he relived the buried memory. He continued, We were supposed to get back inside in case of a proximity alarm, but the CIWS turret was still down due to our maintenance, and it left a hole in the ship's defenses that could lead to the loss of the entire ship. So we—" He paused as a tear rolled down his cheek. He shook his head to clear it briefly. Natalia picked up on his silence and asked, "This friend, were they close?" He shook his head and looked down at her concerned features. Leon took a deep breath, her sweet scent filling his mind and bringing him a small measure of calm. "I want to tell you, I need to tell someone. It's my fault he died." Natalia looked ready to intervene, but he began to speak before she could interject. "I was the senior shipman on deck, overseeing the repairs. I should have been doing them myself, but instead my friend was helping me as he was training to be a gunner and wanted to know how the system worked. If I had just done it myself instead of walking him through it, the gun wouldn't have been down." He paused for a shuddering breath as the emotions he had kept bottled up for years tried to tear their way out of him. Through sheer effort of will, he managed to hold himself together. The first missile was shot down by one of the other point defense turrets, but the second missile hit the deck next to us. I saw he just came apart at the seams. One minute he was there next to me, and the next he was gone. Leon began to undo the buttons on his shirt and pulled his arm through the sleeve. Natalia watched him as he pulled up his undershirt and turned his side to her. Leon growled low in his throat as he remembered what the doctors had told him. "That's the thing, I didn't. I died almost immediately after the impact. My heart had stopped for 2 minutes when the medics found what was left of us on the deck, surrounded by burning debris and shattered metal. They somehow stopped my bleeding and hooked me up to an artificial heart while they transported my carcass to intensive care. For 20 minutes I was in limbo, that void between life and death. They patched my body and repaired my ruptured organs. They replaced my fingers with cybernetics as the bones were beyond repair. My ribs were like crushed gravel." Leon stopped as his voice broke again. Natalia made a small noise of sympathy and hugged him. This time he held her back, clinging to her as the tears threatened to tear him apart. Somehow he kept it together. Leon ran his hand through her hair and cradled her cheek. She rested her head on his hand as he said, "I know. But duty comes first. I live to serve, and right now I need to serve dinner to my hungry crew." He smiled as wide as he could manage in his current mood. She snorted as he started to walk, dragging her along with him. Pretty soon they were both laughing as she tried in vain to slow his advance. Leon felt strange, as if a huge weight was lifted from his soul. He stood taller, and his smile as he looked at her was genuine. He watched Natalia as she walked over towards the oven and took out the casserole. He knew in his heart that he had already lost this fight against himself, but his pride wouldn't allow him to get involved. He couldn't get involved, but she was so wonderful. Chapter 9. Sludge. Leon was a bit on edge. The last few days had been trying for a multitude of reasons. They all knew that this mission would not be a fast and easy one, but the strain of long days and a lack of meaningful data was proving to be a bit of a problem. Leon spent most of his time helping other members of the crew with their daily tasks, as well as keeping a close eye on ship-wide morale. They had been on the mission for over 2 months now, and had visited 3 stars. While interesting from a scientific standpoint, there had been no indicators that pointed at life of any type they knew of. All life that was currently understood needed liquid water to function. It was entirely possible that some form of life could exist outside the realm of what was expected. But their mission wasn't to look for the unfamiliar, it was to locate life. Life in a habitable zone, life they could understand and predict. Leon wasn't about to ignore anything that was outside those boundaries, however. Leon was in his command throne as they again neared the point of their current destination. The timer on the forward screen showed minutes to warp exit, and Leon settled into his chair more comfortably. By this point, the warp translations had become much less stressful, as it seemed that the more one participated in said events, the less they seemed to affect him. It was a similar story for the other members of the crew as well. Leon tapped a few buttons on his console that brought up the limited information they had on the system they were about to visit. While specific details were incredibly sparse, they did have a small list of general information. The system they were about to visit had a medium-sized yellow star roughly the size of the Sun. A G-type star, if he remembered correctly. The star was not entirely stable in its motion, giving credence to the theory that at least one large body orbiting it. This was enough of a lead for Leon, and he looked towards the exit timer again. Getting very close now. Suddenly Taylor spoke up. "I wonder if we are going to find anything here. I mean, those last 2 stars were as dead as rocks. It would be nice to actually find something," he said. Leon was about to answer him, when Sabine beat him to the punch as she replied, "Why worry about it, Taylor? There are millions of stars in our galaxy. No reason why we should expect to find life so soon. We could potentially go years before finding anything even remotely interesting. But that's the nature of exploration. You don't actively know what to expect." Leon spoke up saying, "That's exactly what I was about to say. We can't be discouraged by our seeming lack of progress. Even in nothing there is beauty. Look at it this way. Even if we never find a thing, and the universe remains sterile, we are still contributing to humanity's understanding of the universe. Look at all the non-pertinent data we have already collected. The light from those last few stars won't reach Earth for another 50 years, and we will actually beat it home when our mission ends. Everything we see from here on out is entirely untouched by modern science and understanding. We are so far past the bleeding edge that we have entered into an entirely new realm." He finished with a gesture towards the front screen, which was now entering its final minute. The yellow general alert lights began to flash as they got ready to exit warped space. "Well, it looks like we are here. Too bad this system's name is just a random collection of numbers," Taylor said from in front of him. Sabine nodded and said, "Like a naming contest, that could be fun." Terry made a small noise and they turned to look at her. She just shook her head and turned back to her screen. She wasn't one for conversation most of the time, but as their primary astrophysicist, she was the one they turned to look for habitable worlds and such. Leon leaned forwards and thought for a moment as the rest of them fell silent. Finally he spoke up. "The prize will be your name being picked. That should be prize enough, right?" Leon looked around at them curiously. Taylor shook his head and looked away. Sabine frowned. "I don't know, it seems like they should get something for winning. This is a popularity contest, right? Why not let them name the next system too? That way they get to feel like they truly won something special," Sabine said. Leon shook his head. "Now we will think of something better." "Well, as long as we are thinking about it, who is going to decide the winner?" Taylor asked. "Whoever it is needs to be unbiased and impartial. I think that Dr. Kimathi is the best suited for that." He finished. Terry snorted and gave Taylor a sharp look. Taylor winced slightly and tried to backpedal, saying, "Well, she is trained to be unbiased. She also—" But he stopped as Terry waved a hand at him. He grumbled something under his breath, and Terry giggled. Sabine said, "Why don't you pick Leon? You are the commander and are supposed to be an impartial judge, right?" Leon immediately shook his head and said, "No way, that's not the kind of responsibility I want to have resting on my shoulders. It's guaranteed to garner a small amount of animosity towards the picker from everyone. No thanks." He waved his hands in front of him, as if to ward off the responsibility. "Well, it has to be someone. Wait, what about Henry? We should have Henry pick the winner," Sabine said excitedly. Leon cocked his head. It was a novel idea, to be sure. The computer was set to its lowest functions at the moment, but he could turn on its rationality circuits for this. Leon nodded to himself. Taylor butted in, saying, "Henry, but that program isn't even that smart. How on earth would it know enough to pick which name fits best? Unless we... Wait, no. That's way too dangerous. Don't you guys remember the last time someone tried to put AI on a starship?" he said slightly frantically. Leon said, "We wouldn't be permanently enabling Henry's rationality circuits, and the learning programs will remain on their lowest settings. Don't worry, there's nothing that can go wrong. He still has the cross-blockers on his subroutines, remember," Leon said placatingly. A small part of his brain asked why even take the risk, but another part, a larger part, was curious just how smart Henry could get from this one exercise. Leon knew very well just how dangerous a rogue AI could be, as he had fought them before in his Navy career, back during the mass ban on artificial intelligences in the early 2300s. Terry looked over her shoulder and said quietly, "Getting a good reading on a potential rocky world in the habitable zone. It has a thin atmosphere and surface oceans. They appear to be liquid." She finished a bit more excitedly. Leon nodded his head and said, "Let's make our way over then." He felt the slight pull of acceleration as Samuel kicked the main drives alight. The trip to the world was rather short, as they had exited near the habitable zone anyways. After Samuel powered up the main drives, they were in orbit of the planet in only a few hours, the powerful engines of the UNSS Leif Erikson propelling them to incredible velocities. Leon just nodded his head and said, "Taylor, can you get us some images of the surface yet? I want to see if it's worth exploring further." Leon shook his head and said, "No, not likely. Even if we discover something interesting, I don't like the composition of those gases. Nobel or not, they pose a serious risk. We will likely send a probe." He nodded towards Samuel as the younger man glanced his way. Sabine frowned and said, "I wonder if it was burned sterile because of its low atmospheric density. It would be getting bombarded with a huge amount of cosmic radiation, especially since this star's heliosphere is quite weak," she said, referencing the star's magnetic field. Leon nodded and looked at the pictures. The planet really did look dead. All the shores were wind-scoured, bare to bedrock and devoid of sands or sediments. The planet had no moon, and so lacked significant tides to help break the rock down. Dirt wasn't a requirement for life, but it certainly helped life take root, gave it something to dig through and store water in. He looked for another few minutes as they reached a more stable position in the planet's outer Lagrange point before he spoke up. "I know it doesn't look like much, but I feel the urge to send a probe down anyway. This would be a good opportunity to see the effects of such a harsh environment on the equipment," he said stoically. Sabine and Samuel both nodded excitedly. Terry looked a bit wary and Taylor seemed less interested. Leon watched as Sabine started to mess with her console. The probes and satellites were stored near small electromagnetic launch tubes along the belly of the ship and could be targeted and launched remotely from the bridge, as Sabine was doing now, he noted. Leon sat silently as she set up a location near the shore of one of the large dead oceans and launched the probe. The ship was massive, and so there was no vibration or noise when it launched, just a small notification on his panel. Taylor spoke up and asked, "I know this is a new experience, but we only have 50 of those things. What if we run out?" Taylor asked him. Leon nodded his head thoughtfully and replied, "Even at maximum speed and the highest possible density of interesting worlds, It isn't likely we will even use all 50 we were given before we return. I won't spend them frivolously, but I won't hesitate to use one if it means we can learn something useful either. Taylor seemed to accept his explanation and just nodded his head. The probe reached its destination in only a few minutes, hurtling down towards the planet like an artificial meteor, the special coating painted on its heat shield mitigating most of the waste heat. Leon watched in fascination as its cameras came online, and he saw the rapidly approaching surface. The chutes didn't deploy as the atmosphere was too thin, but the probe lander was equipped with rockets to slow its descent. As it touched down on the surface, Sabine let out a huge sigh as if she had been piloting it herself. Well, here's the fun part. It's going to have about 2 seconds of lag time and only these stupid touch controls, she said as she began to give the probe instructions. They all watched the images and video feed as the probe unleashed a small rover onto the surface. It was a little over a meter in length and equipped to cross rough terrain. Leon watched Sabine pilot it out of the probe and across the rocky, uneven surface of this nameless dead world. Terry monitored the reading from the probe and confirmed, yes, as I thought, a highly toxic atmosphere would have been dangerous. Also reading increased levels of nitrogen near the surface, probably a chemical breakdown caused by the intense solar radiation, which is quite brutal, I must add, she said in her quiet voice. Sabine muttered something under her breath as the rover seemed to get stuck for a moment before it lurched and began rolling again. Taylor turned one of the auxiliary cameras around as she continued piloting it and zoomed in on a piece of metal stuck in the crevice of a particularly jagged outcrop. Wow, slow down a bit there, Turbo. We want to find something with this probe, not host the first intergalactic demolition derby, Leon joked to her. She just nodded her head and muttered again as she continued focusing on her task. After a short while of uneasy silence, punctuated by whispered curses and exclamations of annoyance, Sabine finally crested a rocky slope and spotted the shine of the planet's ocean in the near distance. Leon watched as the rover rolled up to the edge of the still sea. The wind that had scoured the shores seemed strangely absent. The rover lowered an instrument into the water to test it for organic compounds, and Sabine shook her hands as she growled, I hate this thing. Piloting it with these controls is so useless. Don't we have an old-style joystick and pedals somewhere on board as a backup? She asked him, looking over her shoulder. Leon nodded to her and said, I am pretty sure we do. I believe they are in the backup storage area under bridge maintenance. I'm sure Henry could tell you the specifics. Taylor looked at them and said, I got nothing, no readings that indicate life or even organic compounds, not in the air or the water, he said, glancing at Terry, who nodded back to him. What are we doing next? He asked. Leon looked at his console for a minute and said, well, that was the only real lead we had in this system. The only other bodies are those 2 gas giants, he said, indicating the 2 large planets orbiting in the sensor view. I think it's time we moved out. The drive will be recharging for a bit, so I recommend you get some rest. Leon was about to unbuckle and move back into one of the rings when Terry sat bolt upright in her seat and exclaimed, It is. Everyone on the bridge stopped and stared as she continued talking to herself. I thought it was too close, but its inclination is off by a few degrees, maybe from a massive impact in his creation. No, it is too stable in its orbit. But it is. I thought it was. She seemed to notice them staring, and she quickly snapped her mouth closed and turned a violent shade of red. Leon was the first to speak. What is it, Terry? What happened? Did you find something? He fired off the questions in rapid succession. She flinched slightly and seemed to wilt under the scrutiny. Taylor saw her withdraw and reached out an arm towards her, saying, It's okay, Terry. We just want to know what has you so excited. Should we be excited too? She shook her head slightly and then looked at Taylor. Leon saw her eyes soften as she looked into his smiling face before she spoke up once more in a much softer tone. I think the second moon orbiting the nearest gas giant has liquid water on its surface. It's too early to know for sure, and it would help immeasurably if we were closer. But the initial readings are promising, and it has a carbon dioxide-rich atmosphere. It's almost 70% carbon dioxide, in fact. This is causing it to trap in much of the heat of its star, which is why it has liquid water, even though it's slightly too far from the habitable zone. She turned back to her screen as she finished talking. Leon was more impressed by the fact that she had spoken so much, rather than what she had said. But as her words soaked in, he started to smile. Carbon dioxide, huh? That means it could have some sort of living creatures then, right? This might be our lucky day, he finished. Looking at Samuel, who had been quiet through most of their conversation, he asked, Samuel, how long to get us within close proximity of that moon? Samuel looked at the readings and then tapped away at his console for a minute before he answered, We need to wait for the drive to reset before we can use it again, but then we should only have around a 2-hour trip to get us within spitting distance. He answered. Leon nodded and said, So about 5 hours then. Good, take a break everyone. I want us all rested and ready to go when we arrive. That's an order. He finished as none of them made any moves to leave. They moved from their seats except for Terry. Leon unstrapped from his chair and drifted over to her before he said, Terry, you and Taylor can monitor the moon and go over the readings in the sensor suite on the first ring. You won't have fine control over the sensors from there, but you will have gravity, and maybe even a chance to rest up a bit before we jump. He waited till she nodded and began to get up before he dragged himself over to the antechamber in front of the airlock. Undoing his suit and hanging it up, he joined Samuel in the airlock and asked him, So, what do you think we will find there? Giant dinosaurs? Alien civilizations? Leon asked him teasingly. Samuel just snorted and said, After the past 3 dead systems and that dud of a world, I will be happy just to find another planet with liquid water. Maybe it will give us a chance to use the shuttle and go swimming. The younger man mused. Leon nodded and said, If it's safe and the atmosphere is thick enough, we just might check it out. But I'm not risking the safety of the crew on it. Samuel nodded and said, Fair enough, I guess, but how nice would it be to see a sky overhead again? Leon nodded in sympathy. While he had joined this mission knowing that it was going to be a long one, it was a little claustrophobic at times. Part of his mind would have given almost anything to see the sky and clouds, hear the sound of the wind as it blew through trees and tickled his hair. But the larger part of him, the disciplined part, said not quite yet. They had yet more work to do. Leon and Samuel made their way through the ship past the first 2 rings. Leon expected Samuel to turn down into the 3rd ring, but he didn't. Instead, he kept pace with him. The other man looked at him and smiled before he replied, Nothing in particular, just sticking with my commander for now. Leon shook his head and sighed quietly. That boy was an enigma, to be sure. Leon never could tell what he was thinking. All right, as long as you are sticking around, I might as well tell you the plan, he said as they reached the 6th ring. I'm on my way to inform Myung that she might soon have an opportunity to study alien life. I could wait for confirmation before I do it, Leon said as he started down the long ladder into the room. Or I could tell her over the cam system. But I want to do it this way. It feels more important if I take the time to tell her directly. Samuel nodded and said, Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense. They made it to the bottom of the ladder and walked along the curving path for a few dozen meters to the beginning of the hydroponics section. Leon was pleasantly surprised when he walked in and discovered that it was pleasantly cool in the long curving room. The air smelled clean and full of life. The smell of freshly turned earth and growing things met his senses, and he closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He could almost imagine himself in his garden back on Earth, except for the near-constant hum of electronics and subtle gurgle of water through pipes. Samuel stood beside him and breathed in deeply before saying, Wow, this is incredible. I hadn't made my way over here yet. This makes working in the engineering section seem incredibly dull. The younger man said. Leon grunted in acknowledgement, but remained silent as he looked around the space. There were plants everywhere, on trays, in hanging planters and along the walls. Some were for eating, others for adding nutrients to the soil, others for medical purposes. Leon and Samuel walked slowly through the garden and looked at everything. Leon had been here several times before, but his daily duties were mostly confined to the other rings. He liked the hydroponics room, though. It reminded him of his mother. She had gardened extensively while he was a child. He used to love helping her weed and prune her plants, creating beauty and order out of chaos and disorder. He stopped as he saw the small figure of Myung down one of the long rows of planters. She was leaned over a section of the floor-mounted hydroponics lines. She seemed to be tinkering with something and didn't hear him and Samuel approach. He thought about the best way to get her attention, without alarming her, as she liked to listen to music while she worked. He could see her wearing an earpiece and knew she was likely entirely focused on what she was doing. Before he had a chance to come up with a solution, Samuel blurted out, "Hey Myung, what's happening?" Myung jerked around and made a shocked noise before taking out her earpiece and scowling. Leon made an apologetic face, while Samuel beamed at his handiwork. Myung growled, "That wasn't very funny, Samuel. I am working on a pipe and I could have damaged it when you startled me." Samuel kept smiling as he said, "I saw an opportunity and I took it. Can you really blame me? You were a perfect target. Unaware, focused. It was too much to resist," he said unapologetically. Leon butted in before they started to argue, saying, "Actually, Myung, I came over to give you the news." She looked at him as her face went from anger to curiosity. He continued after a moment of silence as he said, "Terry detected a potentially life-bearing planet. Well, moon, really. As our primary biologist, I wanted you to be on the bridge when we arrived." She seemed to mull it over for a second, before nodding her head. "That sounds like a great idea, but I need to get this system patched back up. I had to remove a busted mesh filter, and now it's leaking. If you two would lend a hand, this would be over much quicker," she asked them in a casual voice. Myung smiled and hoisted a section of the durable plastic piping. "Well, first off, this section of pipe needs to be resealed as its water seals have been broken." Sometime later, a thoroughly wet and tired Leon stepped into his small room and shucked off his damp clothes. He groaned slightly as he sat on the edge of his bed in his small clothes and sighed. Who would have known that the water system was that in need of maintenance already? He thought to himself. Leon left his cabin and walked along the curving outer floor of the habitation ring before making his way tiredly up the ladder towards the bridge. Entering the zero-gravity portion of the ship, he let the now quite familiar feeling of weightlessness take hold of his tired muscles. It was like floating in a liquid, except there was no resistance. Leon shook his arms slightly before pulling himself to the bridge using the zero-gravity handholds, spaced evenly along the entire interior of the core. He entered the bridge through the airlock and pulled on his void suit before entering the main bridge itself. He was surprised to see Samuel already there. Terry and Taylor were seated next to each other in the forward part of the sensor pit, and he heard the airlock cycling behind him as another person entered the bridge. Leon turned as he reached his chair to see Sabine and Myung entering the bridge. Sabine handed Myung a spare void suit, and they put them on before moving onto the bridge. Leon spent the next few minutes tapping idly on the arm of his chair. He was alerted to their proximity to the planet by the yellow alert lights flashing on, signaling 1 minute to warp exit. Leaning forwards in his seat, he watched the forward view screen intently. Once more Leon felt reality twist as the ship exited warp. He turned his attention to the forward view screen and his eyes widened. They were still a ways from the moon, but the forward observation cameras were very powerful, and the magnified picture of the moon was spectacular. On the screen was a shining blue sphere hanging in the inky blackness of space, haloed by the bright pinpricks of distant stars. The moon was large, at least 10% more massive than Earth by Terry's rough calculations. The surface was entirely covered by water, from what they could see. A shallow ocean, probably only a few kilometers deep on average. As Leon looked at the image, he felt the ship's main drives fire, though not at maximum burn. The ship began to accelerate towards the planet. Sabine asked without looking, "Should I launch a satellite to the planet, Leon? I don't fancy going for a swim on an ocean world. Who knows what could be hiding under those waters?" Terry spoke in her quiet voice as he quieted. "Reading massive levels of CO2 in the atmosphere. Definitely some sort of volcanic activity under the surface of the oceans. Life could thrive as surface dwellers, or possibly as extremophiles around the vents." Her words seemed to inspire another of the crew to speak. Leon was content to let the others do their things. This wasn't his expertise, it was theirs. He wasn't some scientist or brainiac. He was a soldier, a born leader. His job was to overwatch the mission and crew and keep the peace. He was out of his depth when it came to these scenarios and the sciencey stuff. Sabine spoke up again, saying, "The probe is operational, should be in low orbit in another 10 minutes. Too bad we don't have any water-optimized probes to send down to the surface." She muttered. The others, as well as Leon, looked at her, and after a moment she seemed to notice the extra attention before she sheepishly retreated into herself once more. Leon wanted to ask her what she was talking about, but was interrupted by Sabine as she said, "The probe is operational and in a stable orbit. We should be receiving more detailed information now." True to her word, the data feed from the small satellite began to scroll across his console. He saw temperature readings, weather patterns, atmosphere composition, and even some real-time footage of the surface. Looking at the data, he realized it all meant little to him. He could tell a few things were important, like the presence of oxygen in the atmosphere, but not much else. Terry and Myung seemed to be excited by the data stream, however, and Myung talked excitedly to her as she listened. Finally, Myung turned to him and said, "I can almost guarantee there is some form of microbial life in the ocean of this world. They will likely be very simple, single-celled. But this is incredible. Can we send a probe down there?" she asked him. Sabine spoke and said, "I have been thinking and spoke to Chad about it. Given some time, we could rig one of the probes to be a submersible." Myung nodded excitedly, and Leon asked Sabine, "Okay, but how long would that take realistically?" Sabine looked around a bit and then said sheepishly, "Probably a week or more, maybe 2 if we mess anything up." Leon nodded his head and said, "That's about what I was thinking too. I am not wasting that much time sitting in one spot when we could be making progress." He said to her. She hung her head slightly and looked away. "I would love to stay, but we need to get moving. Surely you understand where I'm coming from, Myung?" he asked. She bobbed her head slightly and said, "Yes, I do. I don't like it, but I understand. There will likely be other better opportunities in the future." Terry looked at the screen impassively, and Taylor shook his head slightly before nodding to himself. Sabine looked up at the ceiling and said, "I know that makes sense, but I just wanted to do more." Leon shrugged and said, "Oh, I didn't say not to do it, just that we won't be hanging around here to test it. By all means, convert a few of the probes to submersibles. We will most likely use them at some point, and it would be good practice to have you two tinkering on something other than the ship. Yes, I know what you have been doing," he said, raising an eyebrow. Sabine scowled and muttered, "It was one little thing," before she quieted and turned back to her console. Leon turned away from the screen and said, "Put in your recommendations for the system's name. We will be departing when the drive is ready in a few hours." And with that, he sent a message about the upcoming departure and contest to the whole crew. Leon spent the majority of the next 2 hours looking at reports from the satellite and trying to decipher them. If he was going to be in charge, he needed to know more about this kind of thing. After a while, the data started to make a bit more sense, and he gradually began piecing the graphs, lines, and values together. The moon was big, bigger than Earth by quite a bit. With a surface gravity of at least 11.3 meters ss of force, they would have been hard-pressed to get out of the planet's gravity well with the SSV without refueling on the surface somehow. Just one more thing he would have to keep an eye on in future missions. The Leif Erikson was equipped with a methane refinery in order to refuel the SSVs, but they only had 2 mobile refineries and they were quite delicate. He looked up at his console as he got a message ping. It was an internal message from Henry about the naming contest. He opened the file excitedly and frowned. This is the best they could come up with, according to the computer's analysis. He didn't like it, but it was what they had all agreed upon. Leon tapped a few buttons on his console and opened a shipwide communication. Wetting his lips, he spoke. "Crew, this is your commander, Leon. Approximately 2 hours ago, I sent a shipwide message about the details of the system we are in and invited you all to give it a name. This name would be chosen by Henry based on its popularity and how well it reflected the characteristics of any planets we found. Well, I am slightly annoyed to announce that this system will now for all time be known as sludge. Yup, 3 of you thought it was funny, and now we're stuck with it. Well, say goodbye to sludge because we will be warping out in about 20 minutes. He shook his head and looked at the others on the bridge. Terry and Myung looked mortified, and Sabine scowled. But it was Samuel and Taylor that grabbed his attention as they laughed and high-fived each other. Leon just shook his head and muttered to himself about kids and their strange sense of humor as he settled back into his seat harness. Leon looked at the list of targets he was supposed to visit before the true voyage began. Aside from the stop at the Centauri system, they had 12 other stars they were supposed to visit along their way. Being relatively close to one another, Leon had made the decision to just knock them all off the list first and then strike it out on their own, free and clear. Aside from the sludge system, he shook his head at the memory. They had found nothing of note. Plenty of scenic pictures and brilliant photographs for sure, but nothing of real scientific import. He supposed it wasn't that odd, considering how close they still were to Earth. All of these systems would be only 100 years out of date at the very most. Leon leaned back in his zero-gravity throne, the straps holding him in place, digging into his shoulders after so many hours in place. While they spent the majority of their time down in the rings under weak gravity, the command crew needed to be on the bridge during warp transitions. It was tedious, but ensured that if anything were to go wrong, they would be there to fix it. Leon cracked his knuckles quietly and rolled his neck. While now rather accustomed to the effects of zero gravity, it made the effects no less pleasant. The stuffy noses, the achy joints, he was glad that the rings were under some level of gravity because of the respite they gave. Samuel spoke up suddenly saying, "Nearing warp exit point about 5 minutes, we will be dropping in the outer system." Leon nodded to himself. There wasn't much chance of the system being inhabited, and so they were dropping into the outer system to better gauge the situation. There was always the chance they would cross paths with an orbiting body, but the warp field was designed to drop them out of warp before they got deep into a large gravity well. He didn't understand exactly how it sensed the gravity well while they were in warp, but he knew that it was there for their safety. Leon pulled up everything they knew about the system they were about to enter. It had been nicknamed Perplexos by the scientist who had discovered it. He had theorized that there might be some sort of orbiting interstellar gas that obscured the star every few months. While the theory was sound, there was only one way to be sure, and here they were. "All right, stay sharp. We don't know exactly what we have here. The best reading they could give us was somewhat fuzzy, and our own readings from our last stop were inconclusive, as the star was obscured at the time we scoped it out," Leon told the others. Sabine turned to him and said, "What is it you think?" He just shrugged to her, and she turned to Terry. Terry glanced at her and then shrugged as well. "Well, I think it's going to be a huge comet," she said. Sabine rolled her eyes and said, "And what are you betting, dessert, because I can always go back for seconds," she said sarcastically. Leon grinned at her remark. It was true that they didn't really have anything of value to trade with on the ship, well, besides one thing. "I'll bet you dish duty next time you or I cook," Taylor said triumphantly. Taylor groaned and said, "Org, that's what I thought it was. Fine, deal is still on, but know this, I have double cook duty this week." Sabine just smiled and turned back to her console. Leon was about to ask Taylor what he was planning to cook for lunch tomorrow when the yellow alert lights turned on. He refocused back onto the console in front of him and watched as the time ticked down towards 0. The inevitable feeling of wrongness to come made his stomach churn, and he tried to relax himself as best he could. With a tearing, twisting sensation, as if his consciousness were being pulled apart while simultaneously crushed, the ship exited warped space. "I hate that." He grunted to himself. He heard a chuckle from one of the others, possibly Samuel, before Terry spoke up. "Getting reading I don't really understand, Commander. I'm not quite sure what that is," she said in her shy voice. Leon pressed a few buttons to bring the main display up, and his eyes opened wide when he saw the feed. The star was orange and sickly-looking, covered in huge sunspots and seemingly bleeding. There was an ominous dark mass covering the lower half of the star from their view that seemed nebulous yet strangely solid. As he watched, a small solar flare erupted from the star, and instead of falling back to the star's surface like he would have expected, it instead floated up and into the dark mass. As the glowing arc of hot plasma vanished, he looked at Terry open-mouthed. Terry shook her head slightly and responded, "I'm not sure. It seems to be some sort of gaseous mass, but the density is too high. It is too large to be a gas giant, and it's way too close." Taylor spoke up, saying, "Whatever it is, it's hot. Not like the star, but well into the hundreds of degrees. It seems to be spinning too, according to these sensors," he said, pointing at a line of information on his console. He shuffled back into his seat a bit as he looked over the information. Sabine said, "Well, I think we can rule out a comet, but is it some sort of protoplanet?" He heard Terry answer her, saying, "No, the density is much too high. It could be, no, it's too close, unless it was captured later." She trailed off as she seemed to lose herself in deep thought. Taylor leaned over towards her and Leon asked, "What is it, Terry? We should put all our ideas on the table." The woman turned and looked at him before glancing back at her console and saying, "It is possible that this star captured a rogue brown dwarf sometime in its past. The brown dwarf is much too close, though. It's not in a stable orbit. That's why it seems to be falling apart." She pointed at the large forwards display and the dark, nebulous mass that was the star and its dark partner. Samuel looked at the screen and then spoke up. "It looks like they are fighting each other." Leon cocked his head and watched as the two bodies exchanged streams of gas, the star losing great ropes of glowing ionized plasma, and the dark mass of the supergas giant losing nebulous clouds of dark, cooler gas. These clouds were the cause of the large sunspots mottling the surface of the star. As they impacted the surface, they cooled the surrounding plasma to such a degree that it appeared to turn dark. Though it was still hot, its luminosity dropped so significantly in comparison to the plasma surrounding it that it appeared black. Leon poked a few buttons on his console as Terry answered, "In all likelihood, they are collapsing into each other. They will likely collide in the next few hundred years, creating a new, bigger blue straggler star from their combined mass. This new star will burn hotter and faster, likely exploding in a colossal supernova in a few million years." Leon nodded his head as he heard her finish. It seemed his limited knowledge on stars was paying off, as he understood a good 90% of what she had said. She shook her head. "Not for a few hundred years at least. As long as we stay back here, nothing is going to hit us with enough strength to penetrate our radiation shields." He nodded his head to himself slightly. The system might be a bust for life, but the visuals were stunning. He sat and watched as another long, glowing rope burst from the star's surface and fell upwards towards the mass of the smaller brown dwarf. He understood that the brown dwarf might be smaller than the star, but was probably many dozens of times more massive than Jupiter. Samuel looked over to him and asked, "So nothing happening here? Are we sticking around, or are we going to leave when the drive comes back online?" Leon said, "We are likely going to be heading out as soon as the drive is recharged. No point in hanging around here, even as magnificent as it is." He looked again at the bright kaleidoscope of lights that was dancing before him. The powers at play there were enough to shatter planets, but it all looked so peaceful from this distance. Samuel spoke up and said, "Well, we are stuck here till the drive recharges, so we might as well enjoy the view while we are here." Leon saw the others nod and smiled. It was good to see the majority of the crew coming together. He started to unstrap and said, "I think I'll head out till we are ready to depart. No reason why we all need to be here." Leon just shook his head and continued to make his way off the bridge. He disrobed from his void suit and hung it on its rack. The suits were rotated out every few days and cleaned. After taking care of his suit, he moved through the airlock and into the main body of the ship. Pulling himself along the handholds, he checked his assistant for the location of a certain fellow crewmate and smiled as he saw the indicator in the gym. Moving to the second ring, he began the long descent into the simulated gravity well. He had grown noticeably more fit in the last few months due to his constant climbs and his new strength training. He made it to the bottom of the ladder with barely a sweat, a far cry from where he had started out. As he started walking down the curving hall towards the gym, his mind was drawn to his motivation for being here. He had always aspired to go to space, which is why he had joined the military in the first place. But he had never been quite good enough to qualify for the position. He had always been number 11 out of 10, the closest to getting what he had always wanted. But here he was, doing more than he would have dreamed possible only a year ago. And for what reason? Because he was good at conflict resolution. He knew there was more to it, there had to be. His thoughts were interrupted as he reached his destination. The main opening to the UNSS Leif Erikson's gym was in front of him. He reached for the handle but hesitated. He knew who was inside and they would likely be pleased to see him. He was looking forward to this as well, but he shouldn't. He knew he was growing attached when he was supposed to be impartial, getting too close to the mission his old commander would have told him. But after his death and subsequent reconstruction, he had been discharged from active duty. As a civilian, he had been untethered and free to make his own destiny, but he had been farther from his dream. There was even less of a chance to get to space in the private sector than in the military. He could have tried to apply to one of the old space companies, or maybe go for a commercial gig as a spaceplane operator, but it wouldn't have been the same. He would not have been making any meaningful contributions doing such things, and so he had resigned himself to the simple life of early retirement. His government pension due to his catastrophic injuries would have seen him set for life, living comfortably, maybe able to travel the world. But when a strange man had come and offered him everything he had ever wanted and more, who was he to say no? Leon pulled open the door slowly. He had been given this opportunity after being given a second chance at life. He was not the idealistic young man he had been before. He was grizzled, toughened. Physically and mentally, he knew how to fix problems and how to get things done. But what of himself was he in need of fixing? Sure, he was a capable crew member, but he wasn't as valuable to the mission itself as Terry or Myung. They both had a purpose and had meaning. He was just the overseer, there to keep the peace and provide a sense of authority. He sighed as I stepped through the room. He would maintain the facade a while longer then. He walked over towards the weight racks without looking towards the one who he knew was there. She her own in a few moments anyways, she always did. He grabbed a set of 20-kilogram weights. They looked oversized and too heavy for him to lift, but due to the ship's lower gravity, they only weighed 70% of what they would have on Earth. They still had the inertia of 20-kilogram weights, however, so he still needed to be careful to not pull a muscle. He sat back along one of the many padded benches and began a series of mild strength training exercises. Leon smiled and sat upright. He looked at Natalia while still holding his weights. "And I'm sure you aren't surprised to see me here, seeing as you always manage to be where I end up," he said as he raised an eyebrow at her. She laughed and said, "I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. If I didn't know any better, I would suspect you were following me." She trailed off. Leon waved his right arm at her, weight in hand. "No way, I was down on the bridge, came down to do my daily strength training. As you can see, I was in the middle of it here," he said, again gesturing with the weight. She looked at his right arm and said, "So why do you even need to train that arm? It seems plenty strong on its own." Leon shrugged as he looked down at his arm. He moved it a bit and replied, "It's less to do with the arm and with the muscles attached to the arm. The muscles may be supplemented by the cybernetics, but the muscles still need exercise. That's what my physical therapist told me back then, at least." He set the weights down and swung his leg over the bench to sit on it sideways. Natalia fidgeted a bit before she responded. "I know that you said you needed to keep your distance, but you make it hard for me to do the same. Every time I see you, it's—" She started to creep a little closer to him. He sat on the bench impassively, a slight smile on his face. He saw her take a deep breath before she spoke again. "I saw you when you first walked into that room in the conference hall all those months ago. You looked so bright, excited and happy. I felt strangely drawn to you," she said as she moved to sit on the bench a small distance from him. Leon looked away. He was conflicted. She was beautiful, smart, and above all, deeply interested in him. He knew he was being cruel by keeping her away, but he had to. If he let her in, he didn't think he would be able to let her go again. So he spoke. "I saw you that first day as well, but I didn't see the same thing. I saw a person of conflict, possibly a detriment to our mission. You had a negativity about you that made me distrust you. As we trained, I saw through your armor, but first impressions are hard to break." It was true, but it was still a cruel thing to say, especially after she was so honest with him. Leon jerked slightly as he felt her place a hand on his left shoulder. She said, "I know why you are saying that. You want to push me away, make me hate you. It won't work. Your walls are crumbling. Come, I can help you rebuild them, make them strong once more." Leon shook his head and muttered quietly. He reached up and removed her hand from his shoulder. Turning to look into her eyes, he said, "I can't. You know why. I can't lie to myself and say that part of me doesn't harbor something for you, but I need to maintain my position on this ship. I can't break that commitment. If I do, then who am I?" He asked her pleadingly. She sighed and stood, turning her back to him. He heard her say, "You would finally be yourself and not what the military made you." She turned back to look at him as he struggled with his internal dilemma. She knew him well enough by now to know he was struggling with himself, but she said nothing. Instead, she gave him a small, sad smile that somehow hurt him more than it should have. It was a look that said, "You're hurting me, but I love you enough to ignore it." He hated himself for treating her like that. She was an incredible woman, really she was. He thought to himself, but he mustered himself and shook his head. "I understand how you feel, Natalia, and all I can say is it won't work at this time." Leon muttered without looking at her. He heard her breath heavily as she asked curiously, "At this time? What happened to never? Are you cracking, Leon?" He chuckled darkly at her observation. "You are everything a man could want, truly. It's not you that's the problem. It's my own psyche that's holding us apart. As much as I hate myself to say it, give me more time. Things may resolve themselves eventually." He looked up into her face and was startled to see tears in her eyes. It made him feel even worse inside. "Natalia, what if you get hurt? What if I have to make the hard decision? We put the rest of the crew at risk even by being close friends, much less more. I have to think about the mission that was entrusted to me, to you, to all of us," he said suddenly. She looked him over and then berated, "Is that what you are really afraid of? Because I know you, Leon, possibly even better than you do. Remember, it's my job to be able to read people, to see through the lies they tell themselves to sleep at night, to dig down through the muck and filth to their shining core, and the Leon I know would not hesitate to make the right decision, no matter the cost to himself." She finished heatedly. Leon stood and took a step towards her, but stopped himself. He looked down to the floor and then said, "I am directly responsible for the death of one friend, no more. I can't lose friends I don't have," he admitted. Leon turned his head and raised his right arm. Flexing his hand, he said, "This hurts, you know. Every second of every day, it's a constant reminder of what happens when I let myself get distracted, why I will not let myself become attached. I think part of me could love you, but the rest of me was lost that day amid the fire and death. The part of me that matters most is gone. That man I will never be again." He admitted to her as he turned and sat once more. He rested his head in his hands. It wasn't a lie. His whole right side still ached all the time. The doctors had said it was a type of phantom pain, a psychosomatic feeling brought about by his mind's inability to truly cope with his loss. He felt rather than heard her move towards him and sit by his side, much closer this time. She leaned over and hugged his left side, but he didn't pull away. He didn't have the strength to resist her anymore. Maybe it was for the best. She had drawn him in. He had told her things he had never admitted to anyone. His darkest thoughts, his deepest secrets. He knew she would understand, and that fact alone made him not want to fall for her. He would drag her down to his level, but she continued to insist she was strong enough to pull him out of the hole he lived in. He was too afraid to try, and it was his unadmitted love for her that fed his growing terror. She rested her head on his shoulder as he cried into his hands. He was a man, strong and resilient, but he couldn't stop himself around her. She saw through his facade, bored holes through his armor. He cried for a long time, and before he realized it, she had his head in her lap. As she stroked his hair, he began to calm down. She made him feel vulnerable, yes, but above all she made him feel safe, comfortable and happy. As he lay there, he realized he wouldn't be able to say no if she asked him to accept her love again, and it was a measure of her respect for him that she remained silent. He closed his eyes as the tears subsided. She was right. He needed to let go of the past. The anchors of his memories had weighed him down for decades, but no more. As he made the decision, he felt free, as though he had broken through the surface of a pool he had been drowning in forever. His breathing slowed and he relaxed. Natalia twirled a lock of his blonde hair in her fingers, and she stroked his head gently. The soothing feeling, mixed with his new sense of inner peace, lulled him into sleep. He drifted off, thoughts and fears evaporating away into a cloud of bliss and happiness. Glimmers of hope. It had taken them just over 200 days to visit all the pre-programmed stops. Leon scrolled through the list of systems they had visited. He looked at all 13 of the pre-programmed stops and smiled now that they were finally out on their own. It had been a further 2 months without anything of great import, and he was a little frustrated. Space was vast, and even with the incredible speed at which they were traveling, 300 times the speed of light was still painfully slow in the grand scheme of things. Leon was walking along the curving corridor towards the ladder that led to the main body of the ship. They were close to exiting into a new system. This one should be interesting for scientific reasons, at least. They were closing on what seemed to be a protostar in formation, the massive cloud of nebular gas coalescing into the beginnings of a star and solar system. Leon ascended the ladder almost effortlessly, his strengthened muscles handling the activity with ease after all the time he had spent training. He thought about the last time he had been in the gym. It was so like that night he had almost broken. But he shook it off. He was strong and he was busy. He entered the ship and drifted into the long tunnel. Now weightless, he pulled himself towards the main bridge, hand over hand, using the grips built into the walls. Leon soon drifted into the main area at the front of the ship. There was a large airlock door leading to the main bridge, and a smaller one leading to the observation deck that lay underneath the bridge. He had visited the observation deck several times on their journey, but never with anyone else. Today they had invited the whole crew to the observation room to witness the protostar firsthand if they liked. It would be a nice break from the general monotony of ship life for most of them. While there were many things to do aboard the ship, they were still trapped within its confines. Leon opened the main bridge airlock and waited as it cycled open. The observation deck was like a smaller secondary version of the main bridge except for the consoles. It still had the semicircle of raised chairs and the plethora of wall-mounted screens, but it was populated by viewing platforms rather than command consoles. The second door of the airlock hissed open quietly, and he drifted through into the crew storage and relief area. There to one side was the small cubby for quick naps and the little zero-gravity bathroom. On his other side were the rows of named lockers for the crew to store items they didn't necessarily need off the bridge. Leon made his way over to his own locker. Pulling it open, he slipped into his void suit quickly and efficiently. The action was now quite practiced, and he made sure to double-check the connecting strips for air leaks, and then grabbed the accompanying helmet. While he didn't force the bridge crew to wear the helmets while on the bridge, he did have them keep them handy at all times. One never knew when a structural failure or micrometeorite could ruin your day, and nothing quite ruined a day like experiencing explosive decompression without a helmet. Leon hooked the helmet to the side of his chair as he reached it, and nodded towards Samuel and Taylor, who were looking at him. Sabine and Terry were already deep into their consoles, no doubt readying themselves for the influx of data this upcoming warp exit would give them. There was the potentiality to see not only star formation, but planetary and ring formation as well. This could be a staggering astronomical discovery, and he knew they would do their best to capture it all. Leon finished strapping himself into his seat. He knew a little about star formation, enough to know the picture was likely to be chaotic and deadly. He secretly hoped that there would be nothing there so they could justify leaving immediately. But part of him was also excited to see what an unborn star looked like with his own eyes. He swept through the data they had on the system. None from Earth, but their last stop had allowed them to get a dim picture of it, and they decided to make it their next target. He wasn't usually on the bridge during normal ship operation. None of them were. That was Henry's duty to maintain the basic ship functions, and they only needed to be present during the decision-making times. Times such as when they exited or entered warp. Leon looked at the data more closely. According to their last long-range look, the system was quite young and had yet to fully leave the nebulous state and enter the System 1. The protostar had not collapsed far enough to start fusion, and the outer reaches were choked with gases and other bits of interstellar matter. As he read over the data, he was alerted to their proximity by the flashing of the yellow alert lights as they neared warp exit. He settled himself down in his seat more comfortably as the ship neared the translation point, and he could have sworn he could feel a charge in the air. With a suddenness that made it hard to believe was real, the world twisted in on itself, and then was normal. He let out a deep breath and shook his head. Even after multiple tests and checkups, he still had a hard time believing that warp translations were truly harmless. Leon spoke. "Samuel, report. Are we in the right location?" After a moment spent looking at his navigation console, he turned. "Everything looks in order, Commander. We should be spot on." Sabine shifted in her seat and glanced over towards the main view screen, which hadn't been turned on yet. Looking at Terry, Leon started to ask her a question, but halted as she beat him to it. "How old do you think it is?" Terry glanced in her direction and replied, "It is hard to say. It depends heavily on the composition and density of the interstellar medium it formed from. Thinner gas, and it would take much longer to form. Heavier elements would cause the cloud to collapse faster, though I imagine it can't be more than a few thousand years old at the very most." Looking over to Taylor, he asked, "What's wrong with the sensor feed? Why aren't we getting picture?" Taylor fiddled with the controls on his console a bit before he responded, "There is nothing wrong with the sensors. They are listed as fully green. Maybe it's a problem with the screen or casting function." He muttered quietly. Leon looked at the sensor feed. It was saying it was a real-time feed, yet it was a blank screen, as if there was nothing, literally nothing, outside the ship. Terry leaned over to Sabine and began to whisper to her while gesturing at the outside hull readings. Terry rapidly pressed a series of buttons on her screen and drew up the long-range feeds. They also showed the same inky blackness. What was happening? Were they in some sort of limbo? Had their warp drive taken them somewhere impossible? Why were there no stars? His mind raced as thoughts of eternal solitude flashed through his mind. Then he thought of his friends in the crew, and his mind stilled. He knew that no matter what was happening, they were in this together. And together they would get out of their predicament. But first things first, they had to figure out where in the wide universe they were. Taylor raised his head and said, "I think I might have something. It's weak, but it's a signal." He pressed a few buttons on his feed, and Leon's console lit up as a new return manifested. It was an ultra-low frequency radio wave, slow and repeating. It seemed to have some sort of interference, but Leon couldn't make heads or tails of it. Leon furrowed his brows but listened intently. A series of eerily low groaning sounds issued from his speakers, interspersed with rapid clicks of interference. He cocked his head to the side as Taylor sped the noise up and raised the pitch. His eyes widened as the strange, unearthly sounds suddenly began to sound a whole lot more familiar. Sabine spoke up, "Whoa, don't tell me you think there are some sort of space whales out there, 'cause if you do, I'll—" She started, but was cut off by Samuel. "Listen to the noise. That's too close to be coincidence, surely," Samuel said rapidly. He waved his hands excitedly. "What if it's some sort of organism that feeds on the nebula gas?" Leon looked at the man in disbelief. This idea was insane. Nothing could survive the freezing temperatures and low pressures of the void. Suspending his disbelief for a moment, Leon asked, "Okay then, say you're right. How does that help us figure out where we are?" Samuel looked towards Taylor for support, but saw him shake his head. Lowering his head for a moment, Samuel looked at his console and said, "What if we triangulate the signal's source and then move towards it? If nothing else, it would lead us to discovering what is making these radio pulses." Leon nodded and waved his arm towards Taylor before asking the communications expert, "You know how to do this kind of thing, right, Taylor?" Taylor nodded his head and replied quickly, "Yes, I do indeed, but I have to wonder if we should. What if these signals are being broadcast by something dangerous? What if it's some sort of anomaly that could destroy us all? What would we even do if we started getting too close?" he stated in an agitated voice. Sabine looked at him and rolled her eyes. "Seriously, guys, you two are just as paranoid, just in completely different ways. There has to be a logical explanation to this. Like, if we are getting radio waves but not visible or infrared, then it stands to reason we are in some sort of gas cloud. That would explain why it's so dark." Leon nodded his head as she spoke. It did seem to make sense. Leon saw a message from Chris pop up on his console that read, "Nothing wrong with the optical sensors. Must be obscured by something." Leon typed back a quick message about Sabine's theory of them being inside a gas cloud. Turning his attention back to the others on the main bridge, he asked, "Taylor, did you get those signals locked down yet?" Taylor bobbed his head up and down quickly as he replied, "Got the song locked. It's a ways away. I'm not sure how the thrusters are going to respond if we are in a gas cloud, though. What if the material is combustible?" he said, suddenly looking over towards Samuel. Samuel pointed at his screen and said, "The main drives shouldn't cause an issue, as long as there's no oxygen out there to cause a chain reaction. Hell, the gas might even help keep the engines cool." Leon watched the indicators as the main drives lit, and they started to accelerate forward slowly. "Well, it's definitely something out there. The light from the drives is showing up, see?" Terry said quietly. Leon looked towards the rear sensors and saw that the area was indeed lit with an ominous blue glow, as the light from the main drives refracted through the interstellar medium towards them. He watched the slightly swirling light for a few moments longer before he made an observation. "We are accelerating slower than expected. Can you use this information to determine the density of the gas outside the ship, Sabine?" he asked her. Sabine nodded and started working on her console. Leon decided to try and placate the crew on the lower observation deck, who must be wondering by now just what was going on. They had been down in the dark for about 10 minutes or so by this point, and he owed them an explanation now. Leon linked with one of the main consoles in the lower room and saw a group of people sitting in the various seats. Many of them were wearing their void suits, but he frowned as he saw Chris sitting in his plain clothes, unsuited. "Hello, main bridge to the observation deck. Come in observation deck," he said through the link. He smiled as he saw one of the nearby crew twitch and turn to look at him. It was their biochemist, Oliver. He unstrapped and pulled his way over to the lit console before strapping himself down and saying, "Hey, what's the situation? We have been staring into nothing down here." "Good to see you, Oliver. So we have a working theory about that. We warped into a system with a star under formation, but were unable to get accurate reading on the system from our last stop. Sabine thinks we may have warped in a bit too close and are ensnared in a large gas cloud," Leon said to the Australian man. Oliver nodded his head and said, "That would explain why we can't see the stars, and here I was betting we had travelled into another dimension or some shit." He chuckled at the idea, and Leon smiled in response. He said to him, "So don't take too much stock in this, but Taylor has detected some unusual radio signals cutting through the cloud. We are heading in their direction, but they could be anything. I want you all suited up and ready for the worst, okay? That includes Chris," he finished as Oliver grimaced. Oliver looked over his shoulder and whispered, "But that grumpy old man insists he is perfectly fine. What do I do if he refuses?" he asked Leon. Leon looked him over and smiled before saying, "Tell him that's an order. He is used to taking orders, seeing as he used to work for the government." Oliver raised his eyebrows at the comment, but just nodded. Leon said, "Okay then, we will keep you posted. Stay in that seat. I will link back to the same console when I have news." Oliver nodded again and said, "No problem, mate, good luck." And then the connection was severed. Turning his attention back to the problem at hand, he looked over towards Samuel and asked, "What's our arrival time look like, Samuel?" Samuel grunted. "An hour, maybe less. The signal is a little muddy." His hands were playing over his controls, no doubt trying to balance their forward momentum with the friction they were experiencing from the cloud. Settling down into his command throne, Leon contented himself to wait it out, worst-case scenario. They could always just warp out in a different direction for a while, till they were clear of the system. He looked at the radio frequency readouts while he waited. They did indeed look like some sort of song as the signal rose and fell in rhythmic patterns, but how could life exist here? The star hadn't even formed yet. There were no planets. What if it's aliens? He thought to himself, but it was so unlikely that they would be here at the same time as them as to be impossible. Terry turned to him and confirmed, "I'm also starting to get weak returns on the infrared sensors. It would seem our unknown friends have led us out of the darkness." She turned back to her console as the screen flashed new signals to her. Leon watched tensely as they continued towards the unknown signals. He didn't know what to expect, and neither did the others. For all he knew, they could be hurtling towards some sort of wormhole that would strand them far out in intergalactic space, with no hope of ever seeing home again. With a pang, he realized how much that thought affected him. Sure, he had been prepared to bet everything, including his life, on this mission, but he had always hoped to see that shining blue jewel again. Earth, the home of all things he knew and the birthplace of humanity. Leon wondered if in 1,000 years they would still remember his name. Would Leon become synonymous with Leaf? What about the rest of the crew? They were no less important than he, and many were indeed even more vital to the mission. He hoped they would all be remembered, as the champions of humankind, the ones who brought the goodwill of Earth to the stars. "Leon, I see something," Sabine suddenly hollered, breaking standard protocol. At this exact moment, however, Leon didn't give a damn. He bolted upright in his chair, making his body jerk against his restraining harness. He looked at the image that she had just brought up, and he could indeed see the faint pinpricks of light. The stars, he realized. It was the stars again. He sat back in his chair, muscles relaxing as the nightmare of the void was lifted from them. The pinpricks rapidly grew more luminous and numerous as they powered out of the clinging gas, the glow of their engines fading to be replaced by pure starlight. As the others talked amongst themselves, Leon opened the link to Oliver once more and smiled as the man answered. "Good news, Oliver. As you can no doubt see, we have finally left that oppressive darkness behind." Oliver nodded and glanced out the large viewports that afforded an unimpeded view of the outside. The view screens next to them showed various zoomed-in images, but the unfiltered view was certainly the most spectacular. Outside the window, the clouds of gas rotated slowly, billowing through the reflected starlight like dark storm clouds. The intense light and bombardment of cosmic particles along the far edges of the clouds made them glow a dull red, the ionized gas glowing like neon in the cold void of space. Leon shook his head as his train of thought was broken. "No, not yet. We are still en route to their strongest location, and will be reaching their origin rather soon if what the sensors say is true." Leon watched as Oliver ducked his head and muttered to himself for a moment. Leon cocked his head and was about to ask when Oliver finished and raised his head. "I see the question in your eyes. Tell me, Leon, are you a spiritual man?" Leon shrugged and said, "I went to church as a kid, Sabbath day, church hymns and all that. Can't say it really stuck to me, though." Oliver nodded, as if that's what he had been expecting. "That's a shame. There is a deep spiritual history in my family dating back hundreds of years. I just said a quick prayer, if you don't mind." Leon waved his arm and said, "Not at all. One of the main things I did take away from church was to respect others and their beliefs. By all means, pray for us. It can't possibly hurt." Oliver nodded his head and said, "Thank you, Leon. It is gratifying to hear that from you. I know you to be a reasonable man, but now I see you are respectful as well. I'm glad the director decided to make you the commander. Please let us know if you find anything. Till then, cheers." And he waved as Leon closed the communication. Leon blinked a few times as his eyes grew misty. He had never been this emotional before. What was happening? He thought about Natalia and her talks with him, how he opened up to her and poured out his soul when they spoke. That was likely the biggest cause of his new sensitivity. It wasn't a bad thing, not really. He appreciated all the crew, but it was still heartening to hear such acceptance for his position voiced openly like Oliver had. His mind wanderings were once more interrupted by one of the others. Taylor said excitedly, "I think I found it, bearing 23 degrees off the prow and about 130 kilometers more, there in that slightly denser gas cloud." He pointed to a darker spot in the distance. Leon squinted at the spot and then zoomed in using the forward telescopes. The spot suddenly jumped towards him and gained definition, the edges becoming more focused and the interior growing to fill his screen. He looked at it for a few moments and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Whatever was causing the signals must be deeper in the mass. As they traveled further from the cloud that had originally obscured their view, Leon watched as more of the system came into view. He marveled at the titanic mass of slowly rotating gas coalescing near the center of the system, far, far into the distance. The dull red around the edges of the clouds contrasted with the faint molten orange glow coming from the largest part of the cloud. While the protostar had yet to ignite its nuclear heart, the friction from the infalling gas heated it up to thousands of degrees and caused it to glow with a baleful orange light. Leon watched the sinister eye for a few minutes, the smoke-like clouds of gas forming strange, otherworldly patterns and shapes. His primal mind told him he was in danger, but he knew it was just his body's response to the unknown. They were perfectly safe in the ship, millions of miles from the smoldering heart of the interstellar storm. He was pulled out of his grim pontification by Taylor as he spoke out loud. "The signals are only 15 kilometers away. We should slow down a bit just in case," he added quickly. Samuel said, "What do you think, Leon? I'm not sure what the best play is personally." Leon nodded towards the younger man and said, "Yeah, slow down a bit. Not to a full stop, though." He watched Samuel as he messed with the controls on his console and felt the slight sideways motion as the ship began to rotate. The UNSS Leif Erikson was capable of intense bursts of speed using its main drives, but needed to turn completely around to decelerate appreciably. As Samuel finished executing the rotation, he engaged the main drives again. The deceleration pushed him back into his chair slightly as the main drives fired in sequence. After only a few minutes, the ship had decelerated to only a few dozen meters per second. Slow enough to maneuver, but not so slow as to be helpless. Leon frowned as he once more entered a region of dense gas, the faint red glow of ionized particles fading to a dull haze as they fully entered the nebula. While much thicker than the surrounding interstellar medium, it was not as dense as the first cloud they had been stuck in. The dim glow of starlight could be seen as it twinkled through the layers of gaseous hydrogen that they swam through slowly. Taylor nodded his head a few times and said, "The signals are coming from here. We should be almost on top of them." He looked intently at the sensor screen and switched it through the various channels: X-rays, ultraviolet, visible, infrared, and finally, radio waves. Leon's eyes opened wide as Taylor switched to the radio bandwidth. There seemed to be orbs of diffuse light floating through the gas a mere few hundred meters from their current position. But that wasn't the thing that made him gape. They were moving around, as if they were alive. Samuel breathed under his breath. What in the name of everything above are those? It was quiet enough on the bridge that Leon heard him, though. Terry looked wide-eyed at Sabine, and the two of them stared. Leon shook his head slightly to clear it and opened a message to Oliver. Oliver immediately picked up with a flabbergasted expression, and Leon asked, "I take it you are patched into the main feed, then?" Leon raised an eyebrow and said, "Hell if I know. All I can tell you is that they are spherical, move under their own power, and emit radio frequencies at a low resonant tone. More information than that, and I would have to see them closer, which is what Samuel and Taylor appear to be doing right now," he said as he looked up from the screen. He switched his attention to the aforementioned bridge crew and said, "Hey, be careful. We don't know what we are dealing with here." Looking back down at Oliver, he apologized. Sorry about that, I will keep this channel open while we move in. You will see everything I see. Tell me if any of you notice something we don't, he said. Oliver nodded sympathetically and answered, Sure thing, Leon, we are just waiting on more information now. Leon gave the man another nod and a wave and moved the screen to the side a bit, so he could more easily observe the bridge. Leon watched the main feed as they slowly approached the strange orbs. The UNSS Leif Erikson was equipped with powerful floodlights for scientific purposes, such as observing the dark surface of a comet or asteroid. In this case, however, the beams illuminated the gas and the orbs as they were switched on. Leon yelled in surprise and lurched in his chair as his muscles tried to make him stand. His eyes bulged in shock and he opened his mouth silently as words failed him. The other crew had similar reactions, except for Taylor and Samuel, who had apparently expected something to happen. The floodlights illuminated a great swath of the gas and along with it, several of the strange orbs. What had him so shocked was what the light had illuminated. The orbs were glittering with every color of the rainbow, not unlike a soap bubble in the sun. As the light hit them, they seemed to contract inwards and move away. Leon saw with fascination that these spheres seemed to have some sort of internal mechanisms for movement, and possibly more. Taylor said, Turn off the lights, I think it's hurting them. The radio signals just spiked. Sabine reached out and quickly flicked off the main floodlights, only leaving on the dimmer secondaries. Leon watched the radio signals as they seemed to stabilize, and the fleeing orbs slowed back to their sedate drifting. Leon let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and observed as the orbs seemed to swell once more. As he looked more closely at the nearest orb, it seemed to pulse slightly, as if it was breathing. Taylor asked suddenly, Leon, Commander, permission to try something? Leon waved an arm and said, Leon is fine, we are not in the military, so we don't need the formalities anymore. Sabine turned and gave him a searching look, which he pointedly ignored. Continuing, he said, Permission granted, though please explain what it is you are attempting before you do it, he finished. Taylor nodded and said, These creatures appear to be surviving off the nebula. I want to try and communicate. If I modulate our radio transmitter to the same frequency and amplitude, we might be able to convince them we mean no harm, he said excitedly. Leon saw Samuel nodding enthusiastically and turned to look at Oliver. Oliver, what are your guys' opinion on this development? Oliver looked back to him through the screen and said, I'm blown away. This is the most incredible discovery since, well, ever. The fact that these things could live or even thrive in the near vacuum of space speaks volumes to our lack of understanding about the limits of life. It makes me wonder, could there be intelligence that has no need for ships like these creatures? He turned as a muffled voice spoke from the background. Leon heard him say, No, it's still Leon, yes it is, they seem to think so. I'll ask, but don't get your hopes up, these things are massive. Oliver turned back to look at him and said, Joyce wanted me to ask if you could gather a sample from one of them. Leon made a face and Oliver said, Yeah, that's about what I expected. Anyways, we think Taylor should give it a try. These creatures seem to be quite docile and they seem rather insubstantial. I personally don't see a way they could pose any danger to the ship or us, he said with a grin. Leon nodded and looked back to Taylor, who had been sitting patiently. Go for it, but Sabine, get ready on the LDPs just in case. I know I don't want to hurt them either. Leon said as she looked about to argue, I just don't want to be responsible for any injuries if I can avoid them. Sabine nodded and turned back to her station as Taylor began to mess with their radio emitter. After a short while, the radio started to broadcast the same frequency as the orbs, and they sat back to wait. They didn't have to wait long as one of the orbs began to drift closer, as if curious. Leon watched enraptured as the smaller orb drifted to within a dozen meters of the ship. They were motionless now, and the orb was coming to them. The orb was shimmering with a multitude of colors, and its thin outer membrane seemed to encapsulate a more complex inner core. As he watched, the orb let loose a small puff of gas from its side, which propelled it slightly before it was balanced by a puff from the other side. Not Earth, we aren't on Earth, Samuel said to him. When he gave Samuel a blank look, the younger man explained, "You said what on Earth, but we aren't on Earth anymore, so the saying is meaningless." Leon let out a sigh and flapped his arms in exasperation. "You know what I meant. There was no need to call me out on a technicality," Leon said with a small glare. He took a breath and continued saying, "On the other hand, we are presented with two problems. How the hell do we collect any data on those things, and what are we going to call them?" He heard Oliver talk from the console next to him. "I can answer one of those questions. Looking at an analysis of the gas expelled by the creature as it moved, they seemed to subsist off the hydrogen and helium in the gas, and use the helium for propulsion and the hydrogen for an as-of-yet unknown purpose," he finished with a shrug. Leon nodded absently, and then looked over towards Taylor. "Taylor, as the main reason for this incredible new discovery, I feel like it would only be proper for you to name them. What do the rest of you think?" he asked, directing his attention to the screen where Oliver lay. Oliver looked over his shoulder and shouted something to which he got a long, jumbled response from a multitude of other crew. After a few minutes of deliberations, he turned back to Leon and said, "I personally agree with the idea, but there are a few." He faked a cough. "Joyce. Ahem, that would like their own crack at it. Seeing as we have no real way to study these things, we might as well give them a common name and leave the scientific naming to a later date once we have more information." Leon nodded at the man's response. It seemed reasonable. Leon looked to the others on the bridge who were all watching him and asked, "Do any of you have anything against Taylor giving these things a common name?" A trio of headshakes told him everything he needed to know, and he looked back to Oliver and said, "That's a green light then. Taylor will name them, and then we might try to get a few more readings out of them before we leave." Oliver turned and said something to the people behind him, before turning back to Leon and saying, "They seem to think the idea is acceptable." Leon cocked his head before nodding and saying, "All right, it's settled then. We calling these things glimmer drawns, was it?" Leon asked. Taylor nodded and Leon shrugged before saying, "All right, now that that's out of the way, we can get back to the more important business of seeing what we can do about our lack of knowledge on these creatures." Leon watched the rest of the crew turn back to their consoles and begin working. He smiled. They had made a truly breaking discovery. This feeling, it was the whole reason he had signed up. He looked down at the console screen showing Oliver and nodded to the Mad, who nodded back and then switched off the link. He felt ready for anything. After a discovery like that, things could only get better. Leon sighed to himself as he lay in his bed. Even at the incredible speeds they were moving at, time seemed to drag by painfully slowly at times. It had been 50 days since the discovery of the Glimmer Drawns, and they had only visited a single system since then. The ship was nearing a promising-looking system, however. When they had stopped at the last star, which had been a total bust, Terry had observed a young yellow star nearby that had at least 3 inner planets close to the habitable zone. He wasn't really sure how she managed to get the information from the crazed mishmash of data that the long-range telescopes provided, but she had been right every time so far. Leon laid his head back. He let out another sigh and cursed once again that there was no hot tub on the ship, nor any tubs in which he could soak in general. He was worn out from his daily exercise routine that had him up early and doing upper body workouts. Every third day he made sure to exercise his legs so as not to lose any muscle tone to the lowered gravity. Still, he supposed, he had it easy compared to those first Jovian explorers. The first manned missions to the great gas giant had required the crews to do extensive exercise, and the lack of decent air filtration made the ships stink like used gym socks. He smiled at the thought of those poor astronauts. The UNSS Leif Erikson was a big ship, possibly the biggest yet built. Sure, the outer system colony vessels were longer, but they likely weighed less. The 6 counter-rotating rings on the Leif Erikson were designed in such a way that their 2 revolutions per minute was enough to produce about 70% of Earth gravity. The rings rotated in different directions, 3 clockwise, 3 counterclockwise. This was in order to balance out their rotational energy and to keep the ship from spinning like a top. Leon had often stopped to marvel at the engineering that had gone into the ship. The filtration systems alone were the work of a mad genius, and that was without mentioning the way the rings connected to the ship. The basics were a series of magnetic bearings and servos, but anything more in-depth made his head swim. He was sure Sabine understood it, but he hadn't gotten around to asking her. Leon sat up slowly with a groan. They were getting close to their next stop, a few more hours to go at least. He looked up sharply as a series of taps issued from his room's sliding door. He had the door set to invitation only, and wondered who it could be. He had a suspicion, but put it aside as he yelled out, "Just a moment, please." The doors had good sound insulation, and his voice had probably barely carried. It would be best to be punctual. Standing and moving to his wall-mounted dresser, he pulled on an overshirt and clean pair of shorts before walking over to his door. Pressing the panel to open it, he was unsurprised to see Natalia standing there smiling hugely. "Hello, Nat. What do you need?" he asked her. She shuffled slightly as she looked past him into his room and asked, "Well, aren't you going to invite me in?" Leon shook his head and scooted past her as he closed the door to his room. "I was just leaving, actually," he said, only half lying. She leaned into him as he passed by, and he stopped for the slightest moment as he considered giving in to her once more, but he stopped himself. It had been a year since he had first met her back during the training on Earth, but he was still a little scared to open up. She looked up into his eyes, and he smiled down at her as he nodded. "Yeah, are you hungry?" he asked her a bit awkwardly. She giggled slightly and replied, "You have such a way with words, consider me invested." And she started to walk in the direction of the mess hall. He felt himself start off after her, his body drawn after hers as if by some magnetic force. He shuffled up to her side and they walked down the slightly curving hall together. He scratched his head and tried to start a conversation. But stopped as she spoke at the same time. "I was wondering if—" "Oh." She stopped as their words overlapped. Laughing slightly, she motioned for him to continue, and Leon took a moment to gather his thoughts. He saw her flick her head towards him, her hazel eyes searching him for a sign of falsehood. Finally, she seemed to take what he said, and she nodded slightly to herself. They walked quietly for a little bit, his bare feet making soft padding sounds on the tough rubber decking underfoot. He could hear the slight creaking of the ship's machinery, the faint hum of electronics, and the slight acrid tang of recycled air. The small mess hall loomed close as they walked, and they entered it to see several other crew members already in place. There were always a couple of them on rotation for night shift, but Leon had the schedule set to rotate people back to a normal day routine every few days. It wouldn't do for a single person to get stuck in a monotonous cycle. That's how mistakes were made. On a ship hurtling through an environment as unforgiving as space, mistakes were not something that could be tolerated. He felt Natalia grab his arm, and he allowed her to lead him over to the small wall-mounted fridges that contained the small pre-packaged meals and fresh leftovers from the night before. The ship's garden and aquaponics were capable of growing a great variety of different foods, but it was still nice to eat an Earth-manufactured protein bar every now and again. They had enough non-perishable food to last them a decade or more if they used it wisely, and that's exactly what he intended to do. The ship was free of pests and vermin, as it had been a very clean environment. They didn't have to worry about burrowing insects or rats. It would help to keep their stocks fresh for a long time. Selecting a small container of enchiladas made with white fish meat and tomato sauce, he and Natalia sat next to each other on one of the table benches. Nat nudged him and countered, "I actually quite liked it. The others just don't like onions as much as we do, I guess," she said with a smirk. He rolled his eyes at her and opened the container. He had thought about warming them up, but he had always enjoyed cold leftovers as a child. Now that he was an adult, he found that his tastes remained the same. "What, you didn't want to warm them up? You and your cold breakfasts?" Natalia huffed quietly to him as he moved two of the wrapped portions onto his plate. She stood and moved off with the remaining portions towards the small wall of appliances. Chuckling to himself, he dug into his dish and had almost finished his entire meal when she returned. "You really must have been hungry. I haven't seen you eat anything that fast since the time we cracked open some of the freeze-dried ice cream bars." she teased him. "Ha ha. I did some strong exercises this morning and I guess it was a bit of a burner of a workout. Needed the calories," he said with a shrug. She mumbled something non-committal and started to eat her own meal. As Natalia worked her way through breakfast, Leon looked around the room at the others. He could see that many of the regular day crew were awake and ready. Many had likely eaten a little earlier than them, as the room wasn't full. But he did lock eyes with Aiden and gave the mysterious man a slight nod. Aiden returned the gesture and focused back on his steaming bowl. Leon knew that spirits among the crew were slipping day by day. They had yet to find any signs of intelligence in the universe, and while the Glimmer Drawns had been a welcome discovery, they were far from intelligent. Additional surveying of the creatures and their signals revealed the true purpose of their low-band radio calls. They were for little more than navigation, and as such held no higher meaning that could be decrypted. While this was rather crushing to Taylor, it was a good sign to Leon. It meant that alien life did exist, and the chances of finding some sort of friendly, intelligent life was far from zero. But the hard part was going to be actually locating them in the seemingly endless empty void of interstellar space. There were thousands of stars with favorable conditions just in the radius of 500 light-years of Earth, potentially hundreds of habitable planets that could harbor intelligence. The thought of what was waiting to be discovered distracted him enough that he jumped in surprise when he felt something touch his cheek. Jerking to the side, he saw Natalia smiling at him with her hand raised. "Sorry, I was lost in thought," he said slowly. She shook her dark brown hair slightly and said, "Always the thinker." "Well then, Commander, what do you have planned now?" she asked him. Glancing at her face, he said, "I'm going to get cleaned up. We are arriving in a new system in a few hours. I don't want to get caught out of position if something goes wrong," he said with a grim smile. She patted his shoulder before standing exaggeratingly slowly and stretched. "If you need me, Commander, I will be in the hydroponics section with Joyce and Aiden." She walked out of the mess hall, his eyes following her figure as she walked out of the room. Damn, he swore to himself, she really knew how to pry up his armor and get straight to his core. That woman was a vixen in a very pleasant package. She knew exactly what she wanted, and what she wanted was him. He shook his head. He still couldn't understand it. Surely she must be seeing something in him that wasn't there. There was no way a battered old veteran like himself could really be all that interesting to a younger woman like her. Though part of his mind told him to just give in already, he pushed it down. He was still in command of himself, damn it, even if he was finding less and less reason to keep holding back. He felt someone sit down across from him, and he looked up from his mostly clean plate to see who it was. He smiled as he saw Samuel sitting across from him, the young man smiling far too broadly to be good. Samuel just raised an eyebrow and glanced towards the door where Natalia had just exited from. "Are you still resisting?" he said straight out. Leon jerked again for the third time this morning, as he was surprised. What are you talking about?" he said, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible and failing miserably. Leon just closed his opened mouth and spluttered, "I am not discussing this here with you, Sam. You know as well as I do that I have a responsibility to this ship and its crew, one I can't reasonably endanger by getting caught up in some frivolous activities like some of you," he finished with a whoosh of air. Samuel just shook his head sadly and leaned back to a straight posture. Poking at his food, Leon wanted to apologize for his hissed outburst, but couldn't bring himself to say anything that might make his argument sound less than concrete. "Well, if that's the case, then I guess I better let you carry on," Samuel said as he started to stand. Leon reached out towards him and said, "Wait, that's not what I meant. You know that I—" He cut off as Samuel gave him a piercing look. "No, that is what you meant. I just want to make sure you know where your priorities lie with those bureaucratic fucks who we left behind on Earth, or with this crew that might as well be everything that exists now." The younger man finished with considerable venom. Leon watched as he walked away, and ducked his head in embarrassment at the confused looks he received from some of the other crew. As he exited the kitchen, he saw that Samuel had left the eating area, and he sighed heavily to himself. He figured that he had done some emotional damage to the young man, but there was no point trying to fix the problem right away. He would have a chat and apologize to him later, For now he needed to go and get ready to meet the rest of the command staff on the bridge. A short while later, Leon was feeling more confident. In clean clothes and smelling of cleaning solvents from his shower, he headed out of his room and towards the bridge. His booted feet made soft, thumping sounds as he walked along the upwards curving floor of the rotating habitation module. It was still a little unnerving to look like he was walking uphill, but not feel it, even after all the time he had been aboard. Gosh, it had already been almost an entire year. Just another 60 days and they would be there, a year into the 2-decade mission. As he reached the ladder and started his way up it, he heard a voice from behind him say, "Hey, good morning, sir." Glancing down at the base of the ladder, he noticed Taylor looking at him. "Oh, good morning there, on your way to the bridge." Leon grunted out as he continued to climb the ladder. He heard Taylor start to climb the ladder as well. The communications specialist stated, "Yes, I was actually hoping to catch you, sir. I was wondering where you stood on crew relationships." Leon almost let go of the ladder at that. What was it today? Was there something in the water? He wondered silently to himself as he opened his mouth to reply. Before he could speak, Taylor started to talk again. "I wouldn't normally bother you with this, but, I guess I will just say it. I want to ask Terry to marry me." The younger man blurted out. Leon did let go of the ladder in surprise this time. Luckily, they were far enough up the ladder that he only drifted weightless for a moment before he got a hold of himself. He shook his head as he and Taylor pulled themselves out of the cramped ladder passage and into the more open core of the ship itself. "Okay, first of all, are you really sure about that? And secondly, what on earth are you thinking?" He started to lecture when Taylor cut him off. "We aren't on Earth, sir, and I think that you need to remember that yourself." Taylor said to him a bit heatedly. Leon frowned at the other man's tone and was about to call him out on it when he stopped. After all the time they had spent traveling and all the times he had heard it, it hasn't really sunk into him until now. He was right. They weren't on Earth anymore. And if Taylor and Terry really shared something so special, then who was he to stand in the way of it? How he handled this situation would have a vast impact on how the crew listened to him in future scenarios. Handle it poorly, and it was likely that his command would forever be questioned, but if he did this right, then the loyalty and security of the crew would be pretty much guaranteed. Especially the loyalty of two of the most important members of the crew. As he had been thinking, Taylor had been following him nervously. As they reached the bridge entrance, the younger man asked him nervously, "Sir, I respect you a lot, and I didn't want this to come as a shock to you when it happened. Sir, you are the closest thing either of us has to a father on the ship, and I was hoping to do this with your blessing." Taylor asked tentatively. For whatever reason, his honest and heartfelt request tugged Leon's heart in just the right way, and in that instant his mind was decided. Turning to the other man, he extended a hand to his shoulder and looked him right in the eye. With a bit more emotion than he had planned to use, he choked out, "Taylor, it would be my honor to give you my blessing. I'm sorry I snapped at you. I have been under a bit of pressure lately and kind of took it out on you. Please forgive me." He finished, a little ashamed of himself. Taylor took his arm and pulled him into a fierce hug as he said, "There is nothing to forgive. You are like family to me, sir. Nothing you do will ever change that." Tears started to form in Leon's eyes at the outward display of affectionate emotion from the younger man. They stayed that way for a little longer before Taylor released him and smiled wider than the Milky Way. "Oh boy, you think you were surprised. Wait till Terry sees this beauty." He held out a small box toward him. Taking it from the young man, he inspected it for a moment. It was a small parts box, likely having held some sort of replacement part before it was repurposed by Taylor. Opening it, he breathed in slightly in surprise. Inside the small unadorned box was a beautiful ring. It was shiny, and the metal was a bright silvery white in coloration, with a slight yellowish hue. On the top was a small but brilliant gemstone. It looked similar in appearance to a diamond, and he wondered where the man could have gotten it. "Where did you get this?" Leon asked the man incredulously. "It's beautiful." Taylor smiled and said, Remember that asteroid field we took samples from back in the second-to-last system we visited? Taylor pointed to it and said, "Well, there is the product of 2 months of hard work. Refinement and extraction aside, this was not an easy piece to make." Leon cocked his head and said, "You made this entirely out of material from the samples?" Taylor nodded and answered, "Yes, I did. What you have there is an iridium ring with a moissanite setting. It turned out much better than I was expecting, to be entirely honest," the young man said proudly. Leon nodded as he handed back the rig to Taylor. Grabbing a nearby handhold to steady himself, he said, "She is going to be blown away by that. I can guarantee it. I certainly was." "That's all I could have hoped for and more, sir. Thanks again, and I trust you won't say anything about this to anyone?" he asked. Taylor nodded once more, and the two of them entered the bridge through the main airlock. Taking a moment to pull on his void suit, Leon grabbed the accompanying helmet and made his way weightlessly over to his command chair. With only 20 minutes till warp exit, he wanted to make sure everything and everyone was as ready as was possible. He knew from experience that one could never really tell what was going to happen when the ship dropped back into reality, as it was more commonly known. They never left reality, but as isolated from the rest of the universe as they were behind an artificial event horizon, they might as well have been in an entirely different plane of existence for all the effect they had on the surrounding space. As he took his seat, he watched Taylor carefully. He knew the young man wouldn't distract the crew now, just in case there was a situation when they arrived, but he was still curious to see how much the young man would let out on accident as he waited. To his credit, Taylor was remarkably calm given what he had planned for the shy woman seated next to him. It took less time than he thought for the UNSS Leif Erikson to arrive in the new system. 20 minutes flew by like they had wings, and the yellow alert lights began to flash, signaling an approaching warp event. As the ship left its bubble of warped space, the entire universe seemed to hum in tune with his inner thoughts and flit in and out of view, as if his eyes were seeing through the universe into another. But just as fast as his mind was able to register the disturbing effect, it was gone without a trace once more, leaving him wondering if he had even experienced it in the first place. The next thing he saw made his eyes widen and his mouth open involuntarily. The system they had just entered seemed to be composed of circles of light. There were massive shining rings around the star that radiated outwards in ever-growing segments till they faded from view as the reflected light dimmed or they thinned too much to form a coherent image. The equally stunned woman took a moment to gather her own thoughts and check her equipment. After a few minutes, she reported, "Commander, it seems like this system's largest planet has a highly irregular orbit that extends far out into this system's Oort cloud. This has the effect of drawing large numbers of comets into the inner system, where the water vapor is then captured in the gravitational dead zone between the inner planets and corralled into vast rings composed almost entirely of water ice. If we were to approach one of these rings, it could let us easily top up our water tanks with almost no risk." She finished a little excitedly. Everyone was starting to notice the recycled water, but this seemed like the perfect opportunity to top off the tanks and introduce some fresh new water into the system. What's more, it was probably chock full of minerals and other such nutrients that would be a benefit to the hydroponic system. "That sounds like a fine idea. But before we do that, we should maintain our distance and recon the system for at least 4 hours to make sure there isn't anything we missed. Don't want a repeat of that star with the huge CME bursts," he said. Terry just gave a subtle nod and continued to monitor the system. Turning to Taylor, he said, "Give me some detailed scans of the interior. I don't expect to find anything out of the ordinary there, but it doesn't hurt to double-check." Taylor gave an affirmative motion and turned to his console as well. Looking at Sabine, he asked her, "Sabine, how's my ship doing? Anything other than good news to report?" Sabine shook her head and said, "Not a thing, Leon. She is running at peak efficiency. In fact, I think we are actually doing slightly better than those grunts back on Earth predicted. We aren't seeing the main drive degradation that they predicted might start to occur. We will probably be able to cover a lot more ground in total than they thought we would," she said with a smile. He smiled back and nodded towards Samuel. The pilot just gave him a sideways glance, then turned away, still clearly upset by his comments from that morning. Well, Leon was banking on his blessing to Taylor and Terry, gaining him some of the man's support back. Leon continued to marvel at the system. The huge bands of light must have been 1,000,000 miles across to have been visible from such a distance, and there were so many of them. He could see 4, but there looked to be several dim ones in the outer system as well. They might eventually coalesce into giant spheres of water in millions of years, but for now, they created a supremely spectacular sight as they occasionally refracted the sun's light into a kaleidoscope of colors that made them seem to sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow, and a few more exotic mixings of color he couldn't describe. Light was so clear and sharp without the atmospheric haze he was accustomed to. As they sat silently for a while longer, he noticed Taylor looking at him expectantly. Leon looked around the room and then nodded to the man, who smiled hugely. Taylor cleared his throat loudly and then made a show of accidentally losing the small box, sending it floating gently towards the floor. Terry looked over at him in amusement at his obvious theatrics, and Sabine and Samuel noticed as well. As Taylor unstrapped and got down on one knee with his other leg tucked under the seat of his chair to keep from floating away to retrieve the box, he pulled a smooth 180 and faced Terry with the box in his right hand, the lid now open to expose the exotic ring in its bed of packing foam. Her face went from amused to confused to shocked in an instant as Taylor spoke several words that apart meant little, but together were heavy with passion and commitment. Terry looked around at them, Leon smiling as wide as Taylor, Sabine shocked, and Samuel seemingly torn between the two. Finally she squeaked and looked back at Taylor. She reached out and pulled Taylor into a tight hug that had the man almost lose his grip on the box. Sabine clapped her hands together and said, "Oh, how nice. You knew about this, didn't you?" She accused Leon as she saw his face. He just shrugged and continued to watch the pair as they talked quietly to each other. "Sabine, if you would be so kind as to invite the crew to the observation deck, let them know the reason, and tell them they don't want to miss this." She nodded and began to type furiously onto her console. Taylor and Terry moved out of their seats towards the airlock, still grinning ear to ear. Their mood was infectious, and Leon found himself smiling too. As Sabine finished and moved to the airlock, Samuel finally got out of his seat and drifted over to him. Leon looked at the man and opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a hasty apology from the young pilot. I'm sorry, Leon. I spoke without thinking this morning. Of course, you only have our best interests in heart. You have been nothing but decent to us all this whole time, and I really don't have anything to complain about." The man said, his head bowed. Leon clapped the man on the shoulder as he unstrapped from his command throne. "Oh, come on, you know I didn't take it personally. As your only superior, I'm sure you understand that you can talk to me about anything. I won't break your trust, and if you really need to, you can talk to Natalia. In fact, please do, it will keep her off my back for a little while at least," he joked with a smile. Samuel cracked a small smile as well and said, "All right, but you owe me one." And with that he was gone as he torpedoed himself to the airlock to catch it before it cycled closed. Alone on the main deck now, Leon looked to the large view screen at the rings of the system. It was such a mesmerizing sight, full of wonder and mystery. That this was all an effect of random events was a marvel to him. In a universe so vast and incredible, it was indeed a wonder that such things could come to be. Beauty from pure entropy. Smiling to himself, he turned slowly from the shimmering sight and moved to the airlock. He had one last piece of business to attend to before he could attend the hastily scheduled wedding. With any luck, there would be cake. He had no idea how anyone would make it, but if Joyce knew a way, then there would be. Leon was sitting around a large table in the small makeshift library that had sprung up in the recreational room of the ship, adjacent to the main gym. Around the table were Taylor and Samuel, as well as Aidan and Chad. Sabine had said she might show up later, and where one found Taylor, Terry was usually not too far behind. It had been just over 150 days since the impromptu wedding in the ringed system they had chosen to name Vibrance, and the two were still just as excited about their new status as newlyweds as the day after the wedding. They could be found in each other's company almost everywhere on the ship, generally close together and exchanging muted conversation. They seemed almost made for each other, Taylor loud and boisterous to Terry's quiet confidence, but together they seemed to mellow each other out and reach a common ground. Terry talked more confidently, and Taylor measured his words more often, the two mutually benefiting from each other's company. They weren't here to discuss the wedding or the vibrant system, or even anything else about their mission, however. They were there, in fact, as a bit of a deep dive into the history of the last Great War, the end of the superpowers, the third and final World War. Taylor and Samuel had both asked him about tidbits of information on several occasions, and he had pulled Aidan aside to ask the man if he would be willing to expound on the subject matter. As a resident of New India, before he had left their homeworld behind, Aidan was uniquely qualified to discuss the war, as it was common knowledge, mandatory to be taught to all children in his home country. The Indian man nodded to him and cleared his throat before raising his hands. He talked with his hands as much as with his voice, using them to accentuate his words and make points. He began to speak quietly, but quickly gained confidence at the enraptured crowd. It started long in the past, during the economic crisis of the early 2030s. A country called the United States of America. I'm sure you have all heard a little about them, he added with a grin. Well, these United States were facing an economic collapse as the world's power shifted from the west to the east. The country of China was an old one. Thousands of years of conflict had bred a hardy yet militaristic people, their government strict and unyielding. They cut a deal with the United States to help bail them out of their crisis, and the US accepted despite the fears of their people. It was a measure of how strong their fear was that they agreed to ask at all, he said with a frown. Why is that? Chad asked curiously. If the US was in as much trouble as it seemed, why would they just not ask their allies for help? Arden tesked and shook his head before saying, That's just the thing. With the collapse of the Russian oil economy, many of the US's allies were even worse off than they themselves were. China wasn't a US ally, but in fact a direct competitor for world power, one who was rapidly closing the gap. Aidan said matter-of-factly. This time Leon saw Samuel twitch as if in surprise. The young man hesitated for a moment before he asked Aidan, why would the US ask a direct competitor for help? Wouldn't that ultimately weaken their position? Leon nodded at the comment as Arden smiled and responded. Yes, it did. And that's one of the main contributing factors to the war, it seems. The US already owed a large debt to the Chinese government and was loath to add on top of it, so they instead promised to pay off their debt in the next 20 years. It was a promise they would ultimately be unable to keep, however. Aidan finished, before reaching out for a bottle of water to wet his throat. Taylor smiled and said, I know a little about that. The US promised the Chinese territory in the Philippines in exchange for relieving them of a substantial portion of their debt. The US president at the time was quite sympathetic to the Chinese government and worked behind the backs of the military and the American people to get China more than was initially promised. This understandably pissed the military and populace off, and the president was impeached, I believe is the word. Taylor said cautiously. Leon nodded and said, exactly the word. That president got caught double-dealing and was thrown out of office. I have no personal stake in this, but if there is one thing I can't stand, it's a double-dealing, snake oil peddling, traitorous bureaucrat. He finished with a growl. The door to the room creaked open right as he finished, and Sabine poked her head in and immediately made eye contact with him. He straightened and smiled widely. Sabine, glad you could make it. Did you bring what I asked? He asked her with a look. She nodded and walked fully into the room with a small tray of roasted vegetables. The boys were understandably excited at the prospect of food, and they thanked her profusely, to which she just smiled and waved them off. Leon watched as she took a seat next to Chad, and he smiled. She and Chad seemed to be getting along well together. Very well. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if they eventually went the way Taylor and Terry had. Terry was hard to separate from her new husband. but she was busy up in the secondary observation room poring over astronomical data on their next target. They would be arriving in the system in a few days, and she had wanted to make sure there wasn't anything she missed, and he also suspected that she had wanted to miss this lesson in pre-collapse history. As the others started to settle once more, their snacks picked and their seats settled, Aidan began to speak again. "Sabine, are you familiar with the term Cold War?" She looked up at him for a moment before she answered, "Yes, I believe it is the term for a war waged mostly in the shadows, instead of on the battlefield, right?" she said hopefully. Aidan nodded. "In essence, you are correct. There is a bit more nuance to it, but saying it is an information war over an arms war is true. In the later part of the 21st century, the US and China were in a cold war with each other. Cyber attacks on infrastructure and public spaces were becoming more frequent as each year dragged on. It all finally came to a head during the terror wars of the late 21st century. While neither side would openly admit to using such horrendous tactics, it is nevertheless believed that both sides engaged in the wholesale slaughter of civilians using extremist connections." Arden said with sadness. Leon frowned. While it was true that civilians were innocent, the times were different. Explosions in world population meant that humans increasingly devalued on both sides as their resources are eaten to an ever-expanding class. It had been especially hard on China as their population had always been compact and barely in control to begin with. There were those historians that speculated most of the terror attacks on Chinese citizens were perpetrated by the Chinese government to increase hatred for the US and instill a sense of terror. Arden waved a hand as he used his other to grab a toasted carrot from the tray Sabine had brought. He chomped it down and spoke again as he was still chewing. Yes, it was. But such was the nature of war before the collapse. The world's population was steadily climbing into the 10 billion, and the world's resources were becoming stressed, as many of the largest populations occupied extremely compact cities of tens of millions. Aidan paused to let that number sink in. The highest number Earth's population reached before the end of the war was a hotly debated topic. Some said only 11 billion, others rated it as extreme as 15 billion. After the collapse, Earth's population dropped dramatically. At the current day, it was only about 4.5 billion. So many died so quickly, humanity had almost been lost, but they held on by the skin of their teeth with a fierce passion for life that bordered on the insane. Chad seemed shocked, but the others were less appalled. "I knew there were a lot of people before the collapse, but I never knew it was so high." Arden smiled grimly and said, "That's nothing. That was in the late 21st century. By the time the war started, the global population was estimated to be well over 14 billion. Chad gasped out loud, and even Samuel seemed a little taken aback. Sabine leaned into Chad as Aidan continued. "Think about it. With such large numbers of people, it was only a matter of time before the war turned hot, and in the early March of 2120, it did," he said theatrically. It was a foggy day when a US spy ship called the USS Jamestown was torpedoed without provocation just inside Chinese national waters. Apparently, the subs had been trailing the ship in hopes that it would stray into their waters due to the grim weather. The Jamestown was lost with all hands, marking it as the first shot of the war. The US sent 3 carrier groups to the edge of the neutral zone in retaliation, but the president at the time was loath to take any actions that might be construed as openly hostile and never ordered a retaliatory attack. This did nothing to dissuade the increasingly emboldened Chinese government, who then went on the offensive and brutally attacked the US flotillas without warning, Arden said, as if telling a story of someone he personally knew experiencing a tragic event. Leon frowned slightly. The way he had heard that story explained was a bit different. He had always been told that the US called for peace multiple times over a 47-day period that ended with a US destroyer accidentally crossing the line. The Chinese immediately took this excuse to launch a full-scale attack on the 3 carrier groups that ended with more than 20,000 US casualties, one of the worst single days in the history of the US, well till the end of the war that was. As Arden continued, Leon leaned back into his chair, interested in this slightly different rendition of history. With the declaration of total war came the deployment of millions of troops from both sides. The Chinese had a distinct population advantage, and the fact that Russia declared for them almost immediately wasn't helpful to the US either. But the US wasn't without allies. As the Chinese Navy destroyed US bases in the Pacific Ocean, the US and its allies concentrated on the defense of the homeland. The campaign the Chinese waged on the islands of the Pacific were brutal in the extreme, with neither side asking or giving quarter. It was a bloody fight to the death. Aiden finished. Sabine asked suddenly, why wouldn't they surrender if they knew they were beat? Why would the US soldiers keep fighting, even knowing that they wouldn't make a difference? She said with a slight waver in her voice. This time Leon moved to answer. Turning to look at the younger crew members, he said grimly, you need to understand that the world population was higher, and the value of human life was greatly diminished from what it had once been. The US soldiers fought so bitterly because they knew death in combat was better than being captured. They had seen the footage of US soldiers taken from the destroyed carrier groups as they were tortured or experimented on, their bodies twisted in agony at the mutagenic effects of horrific genetic experiments. I have seen some of the footage, and I can with some confidence say that the thought of what humanity has done to each other in the past almost makes me wish the bombs had not fallen as sparingly as they did. Some sins are too grievous to be forgiven. He finished hauntedly with a faraway look as he remembered the horrors he had been forced to watch in his military years. Chad looked like he might be sick, and even Taylor looked a bit gloomy, his usual bubbly personality muted by the grim atmosphere. Aiden cleared his throat and said, yes, not pleasant viewing. The US was eventually invaded by a combined Chinese and Russian force across the Bering Strait into Alaska about 3 years into the war. While this stood to be a devastating blow, a combined counter-push made up of US and Canadian forces met the aggressors and halted them in their tracks after the burning of Nome. Pretty soon, the invading Chino-Russo forces found themselves being pushed back to the Bering Sea, Aiden said with a smile. Sabine nodded at the thought and looked at Chad as the young engineer spoke up. I think I remember hearing about that. Wasn't there a famous general named Hunter Perkins or something like that who led a counterattack on the Chinese homeland? He asked Aiden. Leon nodded as Aiden responded, General Hunter Perkins, yes, he was responsible for the joint US, Australian and Indian counterattack through southern China. It was about this time that the war really picked up as other countries started to get involved or took the opportunity to settle old scores. This is about the time that the Chadian Wars started, he said. Samuel made a small motion and asked, what are the Chadian Wars? Aiden looked to Leon and he nodded. Taking over for Aiden for a moment, he started, to understand the Chadian Wars, you first need to know what Chad was like. Chad was a medium-sized territory in the center of the African continent and constantly plagued by wars and conflicts. As one of the most ancient human empires, it was deeply entrenched in its culture and martial way of life. This sat ill with many of their neighbors who wanted access to their rich natural resources and farmland. He said before motioning to Sabine, who looked as if she had a question. Did the Chadian Wars start because of what was happening between the US and China? She asked. Leon grimaced and said slowly, that's a heavy topic. Pretty much anything that causes unnecessary suffering or wounding, or is dangerous to civilian populations after the fighting. Things like flamethrowers, biological weapons, mines, cluster munitions. He listed off. Leon nodded and said, exactly, lasers and plasma weapons, as well as they generally cause painful wounds that can permanently impair a soldier's ability to live a normal life while not always killing them, Leon said with a shrug. Aiden took over and said, the brutal realities of war are a discussion for another time. Right now I still need to finish the story at hand. The Chadian Wars were a significant part of the collapse, but not the root cause. When General Hunter Perkins led his forces up into the south heartland of China, it prompted an immediate response, leading to a 4-year conflict known as the Horror War. It was so named for the horrors experienced by the soldiers who fought in it, genetic aberrations that looked like Cronenberg monsters, cybernetic super soldiers, biological super plagues that only lasted for weeks, but killed tens of thousands. There were even records of primitive nanotechnology being used to corrode enemy guns and destabilize fuel tanks or weapons. It really was a bloody brawl degenerated to its lowest form. He finished quickly. Leon cut in during the brief pause. You have probably heard the myth that the Chinese forces were nearing a rout, which is why they ended up launching the nukes. Chad and Samuel nodded, but Sabine and Taylor looked lost. The truth of the matter is that the Chinese forces started to pull back in lieu of the impending nuclear strike, but the combined US forces pursued them much more aggressively than they had expected. Leon finished with a nod to Aidan again. Taylor piped up, asking, they still launched the nukes even though the US forces were now occupying friendly territory. Arden nodded. As mentioned before, the value of human life was heavily diminished at the time, and so the Chinese command never even hesitated as they launched a nuclear strike against the Allied forces. They also launched their full-scale nuclear attack towards the US, probably hoping that the US wouldn't have the time to properly respond. He paused for dramatic effect as he neared the crescendo of the history lesson. Leon nodded as Arden finished the telling. Unknown to the Chinese, the US had a contingency plan of their own in the form of 5 MAD-class Apocalypse carriers, or MAV submarines. Each MAD-class submarine had a total of 20 Minuteman V MIRVs on board for a total of 500 independently targetable nuclear weapons. These mad mariners were given the order to unleash almost immediately after Chinese nukes destroyed the Indian front lines and before any of the long-range ICBMs had yet to hit the mainland. The result was that roughly 1,300 bombs, 200 kiloton all the way up to 5 megaton, erupted across the globe in the span of a single afternoon. The devastation was beyond believable. Billions of people died instantly, and billions more would die later as the world entered a prolonged nuclear winter. Leon chimed in again. This was the collapse and should have led to humanity's extinction, but it didn't. Sabine spoke up this time. I remember reading about the collapse survivors. Many near the blast zones died to the radiation, but others held out in underground fallout shelters or underwater bases. Most of Europe and South America was largely unaffected by the bombs, but the resulting nuclear winter hit everyone equally, she said, as if reciting a text she had read in a manual. Leon smiled at her seeming enthusiasm. He spoke up, saying, You have heard the moniker that those who don't know their history are doomed to repeat it, and nobody wanted a repeat of the collapse. Shortly after the nuclear winter started to ease up and things looked like they might be returning to normal, the Chilean super caldera, thought to be extinct, erupted and blew the bottom of South America straight to hell. He watched as their grim faces recalled what they had learned of the event. This time it was Samuel who answered, Yes, and the worst part was that most of the world's population centers were on the oceans. The rising water flooded cities and washed away entire small countries. Hundreds of millions died as they fled the floods. He leaned back, satisfied to have participated. Chad looked horrified at the thought of so much death, and Leon had to remind himself that they had never seen brutal combat like he and Aidan had. This world of numbers and casualties was new to them, and death was still a taboo topic, not something to be discussed casually. Samuel had a bit of a rougher upbringing with his involvement in secret government programs. He had likely heard stories at least as bad as what they were discussing now. Arden nodded as Samuel finished. Yes, but the important thing to remember is that despite all the chaos and death, humanity pulled together. The first few decades after the collapse were the closest that we have collectively been in our entire history. Strong nations helped the weak, and many donated their entire lives to rebuilding the world, better and safer than it had been before. He finished with a smile. Samuel spoke, saying, Well, that's all far behind us now, but I'm glad we had a discussion about the collapse. I always was a little hazy on some of the details. Chad patted her shoulder and whispered something to her that made her gasp and smile before she playfully smacked him on the chest, saying, How dare you insinuate such a thing? Shame on you. but she couldn't hold back a giggle as she said it. Leon just watched impassively. Those two were certainly a lot closer than they had been when they started this mission. It seemed as though the isolation was bringing some of the crew closer together. Leon couldn't for the life of him see any problems with that. They were all professionals, who would keep their personal lives and work separate. Sabine and Chad stood together, and Sabine grabbed the now mostly empty tray. Samuel and Taylor rose after. As the group collectively made its way to the door, Leon ushered them out and said, "Don't forget, we are arriving in the new system in 3 days." He warned them, as if they could forget. They gave affirmations to the warning, and soon he was left alone with Aiden, who turned to him and asked, "So what was the actual point of that lesson?" Leon just shrugged and said, "We have all this cultural information on Earth's history and the effect it had on where we are today as a species. As any one of us might eventually end up being the ambassador for our entire species, I figured it was a good idea to bring everyone up to speed on the more pertinent details. I'm going to be inviting some of the others to this same lesson tomorrow, if you are willing to help me out again." He watched as Aiden seemed to mull over the invitation, before the man nodded and said, "I'll be there, Commander," and walked away. Leon leaned tiredly on the wall next to him. There was too much to do for himself. He needed to take a break. But who would cover for him as his second-in-command? He thought about Aiden, but the man wasn't really qualified to handle emergencies. Samuel was too young and still impulsive. He would have to give it some more thought later. Strolling down the hall towards the ladder, he decided to go and take a visit to the hydroponics section to have a chat with Joyce. She always seemed to know ways to help out. Maybe this time she could help him come up with a second that he could trust to keep things running so he could stop putting out every fire by himself. He hummed a small tuneless song to himself as he walked down the hall, confident that things would take a turn for the better soon. It had been a long ride, but they had finally arrived at their next destination. The exit from Warp had been similarly as unpleasant as the last time, but Leon found himself becoming more accustomed to the strange sensation. It was just as off-putting as before, but it seemed to affect him less and less each time. In front of the UNSS Leif Erikson floated a trio of planetary bodies. 2 smaller terrestrial worlds orbited in the extremes of their star's Goldilocks zone, the maximum habitable range where one could expect to find liquid water, and the third planet being a distant ice giant that floated alone and lonely out in the far reaches of the solar system's edge. He looked towards Terry as she reported, "The first planet seems to be a dud, Commander, but the second terrestrial world is giving me an atmosphere return. It looks like there is oxygen present in the atmosphere as well, which is a good indicator for biological processes." She finished with an excited grin. Leon nodded to her and pulled up the data on his console. It was still confusing, but after almost a year and a half of poring over similar data, he could at least point out the small points where it indicated oxygen and trace amounts of several other gases. Samuel replied, "Aye, Commander, setting course to the second world, estimated travel time 4.8 minutes. Leon prepared himself as the yellow alert lights turned on, and the ship prepared to drop into warp. As the seconds ticked to 0, the ship was enveloped in a field of gravitational force that hurled them towards their target at 300 times the speed of light. His head swam as for a single instant the color seemed to drain from the world and coalesce into a single point of infinite density and color, his mind unable to fully comprehend the images it was seeing. But like usual, the effects of warp translation were near instantaneous, leaving him wondering if he even experienced it at all. Taylor made a grumbling noise in response, and then fell silent. Terry reached over and patted her husband on the arm as she knew how much he hated warp jumps. Leon leaned back in his command throne and fiddled with the buttons on his console. He pulled up some of the images they had captured over the course of their travels, the multicolored system-wide ice rings of vibrance, the large protoplanetary clouds from the system they had discovered the glimmer drawns in, the edges of the protostar nebula glowing red as the gases were ionized by the heat generated by the spinning core. Each new image brought with it the memories of the voyage, the struggles and triumphs alike all together, making an adventure worth taking. Not for the first time, Leon smiled to himself and tried to think about where he would be today if he hadn't decided to take a chance. It was a Thursday. He would probably have been at the local cafe getting a pastry and a coffee about now, but instead, he and his crew were millions of billions of kilometers from home and making discoveries that were beyond the wildest dreams of scientists back on Earth. Faster than Leon was really prepared for, the yellow alert lights once more flashed on, and his concept of reality was shattered as his vision went black, and he distinctly heard the sounds of rustling leaves and smelled pine tar. But as always, the sensation went so quickly that he was unsure whether or not it had even happened. The main view screen was blank as he looked at it, but it quickly flickered into life as the outside sensors and cameras started to feed data to it. The world below was partially shrouded in darkness as they were approaching from the top down, but the light portion of the planet immediately stood out to Leon for its vivid green coloration. The entire planet seemed to be a massive jungle. Large lakes and extensive river systems could be seen weaving their way through the tangled mess. Leon ignored the man's comment and motioned to Sabine as he said, "Ship report, anything looking shaky?" Nodding to her briefly, he switched his focus to his own console as more and more data poured in. "Commander, request permission to launch an orbiter," Terry said to him. Leon replied quickly, "Yes, please, this looks as promising as any. Do we have an analysis of the atmospheric composition yet?" He added. Leon smiled and thought to himself, "Good, that will give Terry time to set up the satellite connection at least." He turned back to his console and tried his best to remain interested in the information the ship was pouring in. Atmospherics, temperature, and even some photographs of the surface. The huge world-spanning jungle seemed to coat the world in a carpet of vivid greens. Leon wondered to himself what kind of creatures must inhabit such a huge territorial space. And with no world-spanning oceans like on Earth, the various species would be freer to intermingle and would likely be quite similar across the entire planet's surface. Well, aside from those few locations where the rivers or lakes cut off small islands from their surrounding terrain. But even those gaps were small and easily traversable for any creature determined enough to swim it. After a few more minutes of this activity, Leon sat up as he heard Terry say, "Connection established, and the satellite is now in a stable orbit over the planet's equator. We should be getting more precise data momentarily." He watched as the reading from the planet suddenly spiked far into the red, and he heard Terry exclaim, "Whoa, that's not normal." Taylor leaned over towards her console to see as Samuel asked from across the bridge, What is it?" Leon frowned as he saw the readings. According to these readings, the planet's atmosphere contained vastly higher concentrations of oxygen than was normal, well over the 20% that Earth currently had. Terry scrutinized the readings intensely for another minute, before looking at him and doing a quick double-check on the console. She hesitantly said, "According to the readings, the planet's atmosphere is just over 41% oxygen. That's high enough to cause hyperoxia if we were to go to the surface." Taylor nodded, but Sabine frowned and asked, "What's hyperoxia?" "Hyperoxygenation of the bloodstream causing, among other things, blurred vision, coughing, nausea, chest pains, lung damage, and random seizures." Taylor rattled off in list form. Sabine opened her mouth for a moment, but closed it as she heard the list. Leon frowned. The planet looked so inviting, but if the air was toxic to breath, then going to the surface was out of the question without the armored environmental suits they had. "How soon can we send a probe down to the surface?" he asked after a moment's thought. Terry looked towards Sabine as she started tapping on her console. "Well, it depends on when we are in a good position. Samuel?" She finished looking towards the pilot. Samuel tapped at his console and said, "If I alter course now, I can have us in position in about 8 minutes." Leon nodded to him and said, "Great, do it." Samuel nodded, and Leon went back to poring over the readouts as Terry and Taylor conversed mutedly. He scratched his chin and looked at some more of the close-up pictures from the orbiter. The plants seemed to be tree-like in structure and looked remarkably Earth-like in appearance. He wondered to himself if the creatures on the surface would be recognizable as well. Leon was staring intently at a slightly blurry image of something in the upper branches of one of the trees, when he heard his name. Looking up, he noticed Samuel looking at him and said, "Yes?" Sabine did not respond immediately, instead just pressing a series of controls on her console as the ship slowed to a halt relative to the planet turning below. After a few additional moments, she nodded to herself and announced, "Probe launching in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was a slight shudder as the powerful electromagnetic launcher flung the probe towards the planet on a pre-calculated trajectory. "Probe is away, go on, little guy," she added quietly. Leon smiled at the comment. It was her duty to maintain the probes and check them for damages on a monthly basis. So far she hasn't reported anything, but it was always better to be safe rather than sorry, especially since they had a limited number of the drones. He watched the drone's progress on the trackers as it dove towards the planet at a high velocity that continued to increase steadily as it slipped further and further down the planet's gravity well. Taylor perked up and said, "I'm getting a signal error on the probe, it's out of position," he stated suddenly. Leon watched as the reading dipped below 85 kilometers from the planet's surface. He continued to watch as it started to veer off course. Turning to Sabine, he barked, "Sabine, what's happening down there?" "I'm not sure, Leon. It's not responding to my flight corrections. It's like its transmitting antenna got destroyed. But that should be impossible. It is behind the heat shield. The heat shield." She stopped as she seemed to think heavily. Turning to him, she said, "The heat shield on the probe is made of hafnium diboride. It should be able to withstand temperatures in excess of 3,000 degrees centigrade. But what if the high oxygen content in the atmosphere is causing it to reach temperatures beyond that?" She finished with a questioning look. Leon leaned forwards as the signal from the probe was lost. The ship's scopes that were following the probe detected multiple fragments as it broke up more than 60 kilometers above the planet's surface. He finally asked, "Oliver is a biochemist, but he must be familiar with general chemistry as well. Taylor, send a message to Oliver to come to the bridge, please." Taylor nodded quickly and moved to do so as Leon leaned back and rubbed his eyes. Here he was just thinking about how valuable the probes were, and they managed to lose one to some unforeseen event. Now he just needed to figure out if it was a one-time thing, and if it wasn't, how to prevent it from happening again. He and the others waited a few terse moments before the bridge airlock cycled, and Oliver came floating in. "Oliver, thank you for coming. Please put on a void suit and grab a helmet for your own protection." Leon stated he had protocol to follow after all. Oliver complied quickly, and after a moment of struggling, managed to get the suit on and picked up a spare helmet. As he moved over towards them, Leon motioned to an empty console next to him, and Oliver strapped down into it. Shaking his slightly shaggy sand-blonde hair, Oliver asked, "Okay, what was so important it couldn't wait?" Leon just smiled at the Australian man's rough demeanor and explained, "See the planet on the scope? Well, we just launched a probe at it that was destroyed before it could even reach 50 kilometers. We were wondering if you and your background in chemistry could help us solve the problem." He finished with a look of hope. This time it was Sabine who spoke as she explained, "Well, first of all, the planet seems to have an abnormally high concentration of oxygen in its atmosphere." Oliver nodded and said, "Okay then, that might do it. How high are we talking? 26, 28%? 41% actually," Terry said quietly before Oliver blew up. Leon asked, a bit concerned, "Is there something we can do to overcome it?" Oliver shook his head and started to tap on the console in front of him before he said, Just as I thought. The problem you got is that the shield is made of hafnium diboride. Great, I know. But what you may not know is that under high temperature and concentrated oxygen, it quickly forms into a layer of hafnium and boric oxide, both of which vaporize at temperatures vastly lower than the shield is rated for. So what's happening is that the shield is being eaten away until it develops holes, and that will make a dog's breakfast out of about anything you throw at it. He finished with a snort. Sabine slapped the console in front of her and exclaimed, "Of course, the heat shields are not reactive under normal conditions, but this planet has literally double the oxygen concentration of Earth. We just need to find a way to stop, or at least slow the oxidation down enough for the probe to slow and release its chutes." Taylor and Terry looked at each other before turning to Leon. He just nodded and said, "Sabine, you and Oliver go get Chad and see what you can come up with. Terry, you and Taylor are dismissed for now. You can watch the situation from the first ring's secondary monitoring station. No need to be in 0G more than you have to," he said as he waved them off. They nodded and started to move out with the others. Leon then turned to Samuel, the only one still sitting, and said, "I'm going to check with Chris and see if he has any ideas that might help. You are free to head back to habitation if you like. We are in position and may be here a while." Samuel nodded and started to unstrap himself. Leon did the same as the bridge airlock cycled open. The others were heading off the bridge, having already disrobed from their void suits. As he moved towards the locker area with his helmet, he felt something tap his shoulder. He turned to see Samuel right beside him and raised an eyebrow. Samuel hesitated before speaking. "Commander Leon, I was just wanting to tell you that I think you have been doing a remarkable job, but that I think you should look into getting someone to help you make command decisions." Samuel ducked his head and said, "Well, remember when you told me to go and talk to Natalia? Well, I did, and she might have mentioned that you seem a bit overworked. Please don't tell her I told you that. She would kill me." Leon waved a placating hand and said, "My lips are sealed. She really said that, overworked." He hadn't gotten that impression that she was worried about him, but maybe that was precisely why. Maybe they were right. Plus, a second in command would really help take some of the strain off his shoulders. But who to choose? He asked himself. He barely noticed as Samuel left the bridge, so ingrained in his own thoughts as he was. As he looked around and realized he was alone, he blushed slightly in embarrassment and stripped out of his void suit. It was still pretty clean, so he hung it in his designated locker and hung the helmet next to it. Leon moved off the bridge into the airlock, using the handholds on the edges of the hall to pull himself along in the microgravity of the bridge. Moving through it and into the core of the ship, he started towards the last location Chris's locator had pinged him. Moving along the long core of the ship, slowly so as to avoid any painful stubbed fingers, he soon reached the connecting spokes to Ring 5, which contained, among other things, the aquaponics and mineral extraction chamber. Chris looked like he was in the mineral extraction chamber, probably working on the various asteroid and meteoroid samples they had collected on their travels. The man really did like rocks. He said that minerals don't lie like people. Leon had often wondered who had hurt the man so in his past, but he wasn't going to be the first to ask the grumpy old man. Making his way down to the ring was now a simple affair, his arms barely even registering the long climb after his strength training and constant use. Flexing slightly in a little indulgent self-pride, Leon started walking along the gently curving floor of the ring towards the refinement rooms. Chris wasn't likely to solve their current problem, but it never hurt to test the older man's temperament every now and again, to make sure he wasn't too unpleasantly grumpy. As he made his way down the hall, he caught a glimpse of someone walking into the aquaponics, but didn't make them out before they were out of sight. He ignored it and kept walking. Pretty soon he had reached the sliding door to the mineral extraction chamber and entered into the room's airlock. As the room had direct access to space via a cargo airlock, it had extra reinforcement in case of decompression. Leon walked into the large room full of machinery and other devices and called out, "Hello, Chris, you there?" A slight exclamation was heard from behind a large shelving unit, along with the sound of clattering. Walking around the shelf he came across. Chris stooped over and gathering specimens of rock from the floor. "Nice job, there was no need to startle me like that." The older man growled as Leon walked over. Leon smiled and said, "Well, it wasn't my intention. I guess I forgot how absorbed you get when you are working on these things. Anyways, I had a quick question." He began but was cut off by an angry noise from Chris. "Nah, first you're going to help me clean up this mess you made." Leon tried to apologize but was cut off again. "No, not now. Help first, then I might just hear you out. I'm incredibly busy, you know, right?" the geologist said gruffly. Leon just sighed quietly and began helping Chris organize the samples. Leon didn't recognize most of them, and if they hadn't already been labeled, then he would never have figured them out. "No, the carbonite samples go there and the iron-nickel alloy samples go there," Chris said in exasperation, as Leon tried to figure out the complex labeling system. "Whoop, my bad," Leon muttered as he rearranged the dense fragments. After another moment of fumbling with the various chunks of asteroid, Chris shook his head and sighed. "Just leave them on the countertop there. I'll fix them myself later." Leon gladly dropped the remaining samples on the countertop. Chris leaned heavily on the back of a nearby chair before pulling it out and taking a seat. "All right, now what did you come disturb me for, Leon?" Leon ignored the man's slightly grumpy attitude and said as pleasantly as he could, "Well, the first reason was that I was curious to see what you were working on, and the second was to ask if you were aware we are currently stationed over a planet with some interesting atmospheric conditions." Chris looked surprised for a second before turning thoughtful. The older geologist turned and looked at some of the machinery further away in the room. The UNSS Leif Erikson had refinement capabilities and could produce steel plates from raw meteoric iron if necessary. Chris seemed to mull something over before walking to a large hopper near the far edge of the room next to the large airlock. He rummaged around for a few minutes while Leon watched curiously from the table. After a short while, Chris returned with a hunk of dark black rock. He placed it down on the table with a thunk and smiled as he said, "Here, this ought to do the trick." Leon frowned and picked up the asteroid fragment. He raised an eyebrow as he lifted it. It was much heavier than it looked, way heavier than he would have expected even a chunk of pure metal to be. "Wow, what is this? It's so heavy," Leon remarked to Chris. "It's meteoric wolframite, or asteroidal wolframite, I guess," Chris said, as if that cleared up everything. Leon placed the dense price of rock down and glared at Chris as he smiled. "And what in heaven's name is wolframite, and why has it got you so excited?" Chris let out a small woof of air at his comment and looked at the stone briefly before explaining. "Wolframite is the primary ore that elemental tungsten is extracted from. What you have there," Chris said, pointing at the unassuming black rock, "is the key to making your probe land on that planet." Chris rolled his eyes and continued, as it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Well, me and Taylor can refine the wolframite and extract the tungsten and use it as extra ablative armor to keep the heat shield from oxidizing. It's simple," he exclaimed. Leon nodded as the pieces started to come together in his mind. He was sure Chris knew what he was talking about, but he wasn't so sure the execution would be so easy as Chris had put it. It was sure to be a somewhat time-consuming process. "What the hell, let's do it and see what happens," Leon said suddenly, causing Chris to smile. "Finally I get to do something useful on this ship," Chris said. Leon noticed the man was smiling now, the creases on his normally dour face seeming to melt away as he watched. Leon realized that Chris had been feeling down because he had nothing useful to do that required his knowledge or skill set, and now that he had a task, he was as happy as a kid on Christmas. Chris shook his head. "No, I have all the necessary equipment here. I will send a message to Taylor, and we will get started on the extraction right away." Leon nodded and started to walk away before turning back to Chris and asking, "About how long do you need?" With that answer, Leon was satisfied and left the older man to his own devices. He figured he would go tell Sabine and Chad at least, so they would stop worrying over the probe. Leon was moving out into the hallway when he noticed someone walking in his direction. He slowed as he realized it was Joyce. Hey, Joyce," he said as she neared. Leon jerked slightly and looked around. He liked Natalia, as much as he wouldn't admit it to himself, but the last thing he needed was the fierce French coalition woman following him around. No, but I am glad to see you. I was thinking about asking for your opinion on something if you would be willing," he finished as she gave him a bright smile. She shook her head slightly, causing her bright blonde hair to sway, and asked, "All right, what is it? Here, walk with me." She motioned and started down the hallway. The rings of the ship were 120 meters in diameter, giving them a total circumference of over 360 meters. This distance was hard to grasp, as the rings curved gently up, and so the entire length was always concealed. As such, the walk was a bit lengthy, and Leon talked to Joyce as he and she walked. "I have been putting some thought into a second in command and was wondering who would make the best fit," Leon said to her. She scratched her cheek with her free hand and said, "Second in command, for what purpose? Commanding in your absence." Leon answered quickly, "No, nothing like that. Mostly someone who will be given the authority to speak in my place on matters. Break up arguments, assign basic tasks. Things I could do but don't need to, you understand," he said. She nodded and looked at him with her startlingly blue eyes. "I wonder, Samuel seems like a good fit." Leon shook his head. "Samuel is a good lad, but he is much too impulsive still. He needs a few more years to calm down before he would ever be fit to command." "Haha, yes, he's well old enough for command, but it doesn't suit him. You know as well as I do that he would reject it," Leon said as he brushed her joke aside. Seeing that he was serious, Joyce sobered and asked, "Okay then, all jokes aside, what about Sabine? She knows you well and she has some military training as well. I imagine she would make a good second." Leon thought it over for a good dozen steps before he answered, "No. The fact that she knows me so well actually works to her disadvantage. She might subconsciously make decisions based on what she thinks I would do, rather than on her own merit. And that could be very dangerous in a crisis scenario," Leon said impassively. Joyce nodded and said, "Yes, you bring up a fair point, but I don't think that should be mutually exclusive, do you? I'm sure if you gave her a chance, she would—" Leon cut her off. "I said it's not going to happen. And I mean it, I'm not going to put the poor girl through that. What if something happens and someone gets hurt or worse? We both know her well enough to know she would blame herself," Leon said, his tone softening as he revealed his true reasons for excluding Sabine. Joyce smiled sadly. "She's like a daughter to you, isn't she?" Leon just nodded mutely and they walked another few paces in silence. Joyce slowed, and then stopped as they reached a ladder hatch and said, "Well, I need to go back to work, Leon. You keep thinking it over and I'll see if I come up with any better ideas." Leon nodded and waved to the Canadian woman as she entered the water recycling plant. Moving to the ladder hatch and starting to climb, Leon thought about her comments. Sure, Sabine would make a great second, but he just didn't have the heart to put that much responsibility on the poor girl. She already had so much to do on the ship. Anyone he asked to be his second would be asked to give up most of their own free time for administrative duties, but at least he would get a little free time now and again when he did. He entered into the core of the ship and called Chad on his wrist-worn cams device and waited till it connected. "Hey, Leon, what happened? Is everything okay?" she asked concernedly. Leon chuckled and said, "I do use these things for more than just bad news, you know." There was an answering bit of laughter as the other two chucked. "Actually, it seems that our good friend Chris might have actually solved the heat shield problem," he said, leaving a bit of an air of mystery about the plan. Leon chuckled again at her lack of patience and said, "Chris thinks we can refine some of the asteroid samples we gathered and use the tungsten as extra ablative to get the probe slow enough to deploy its chutes," he said. Chad replied, "Hey, that's a great idea. How is he going to get enough, though?" He heard Sabine say, "One of the asteroids was almost pure wolframite, Chad. There should be enough tungsten in there to upgrade 3 or 4 probes." Chad responded to her, "Well then, I guess that's settled." Speaking directly into the mic, his voice came through clearer as he said, "Leon, tell Chris that we will need the sheets to be at least 3 millimeters thick. We need to get back to work. Now that we know what we are doing, we need to find a way to mount the tungsten to the heat shield so it won't fall off during Ren." He cut off as the link was severed and Leon shook his head. Those two could get lost in the middle of an empty room when you got them excited on a problem. Unsettling discoveries. Leon pulled himself into the aft of the ship, where the main body of the Life Ericsson widened from only 8 internal meters to well over 40. The rear of the ship contained many of the power systems and propulsion systems of the ship. The main and secondary reactor units were lower down under the main hold, where the 2 SSVs were locked down. Leon passed through the large hangar area and through another airlock to a smaller room. Sabine and Chad looked over at him as the doors to the airlock cycled open. They were anchored near one of the probes. Their feet were attached to the floor via Velcro pads that allowed them to maintain a relatively stable position with minimal effort. Leon nodded politely as he equipped a pair of Velcro pads and lowered himself to the de facto floor of the room. As he plodded to them, he he saw that they were working on adding the thin tungsten plates to the heat shield of the probe. The probe was large, about the size of a small car. It contained in it the lander, the relay station, and the rover. Altogether, it was quite a large package. Chad stood and let his arms drift free for a moment, before pulling them in and pointing to the underside of the heat shield. So far, the ablative plates have been fine. The hard part was finding how to get them to stay in place. The shields were never designed to accommodate additional armor, he said with a huff. Sabine smiled and patted Chad on the shoulder before saying, "We are making progress. We just need the additional shielding to hold for about 30 seconds. So far we have cemented it, spot welded it to some of the supports, and curled some of the edges to hold to the sides better. It's not perfect, but it should hold for long enough," she added, a little unsure sounding. Leon nodded mostly to himself before he said, "It'll be fine. It only needs to get it below 50 kilometers, as the probe should be slow enough after that to avoid burning up." Chad patted the underside of the probe and said, "This baby is going to be fine. Tungsten has a melting temperature of well over 3,000 degrees centigrade. If it gets hotter than that, then the only material we could reasonably expect to survive would be hafnium carbonitride, but I don't think we have any of that on the ship," he said with a shrug that made his body bob slightly in the microgravity environment. Leon scrunched his eyebrows as he thought for a moment. "Wait, what is hafnium carbonitride, and what's the difference from hafnium diboride?" Chad looked at Sabine and she explained, "Hafnium is used to make ultra-high-temperature ceramics, but the exact temperature those ceramics can withstand depends on the additives. Boron gives it a melting temperature of about 3,200 Celsius, but adding carbon and nitrogen in a carbide nitride arrangement gives it a melting temperature of almost 4,500 degrees Celsius. The problem is that it's very expensive to make, so the diboride option is more commonly used as it's cheaper," she explained to him patiently. Leon nodded as he absorbed this new information. It made sense to use the cheaper option that worked fine over the expensive option that worked better, but he sure wished they hadn't taken the cost-saving measure now that they were out in the depths of space. "Well, I'm sure glad some pencil-pushing bureaucrat saved a few $1,000s, but that nitride stuff would have been really neat right about now," Leon said grumpily. Sabine giggled at his comment, and Chad cracked a smile. This only served to make him feel grumpier about the whole situation, and he started to turn away when Sabine said, "So, how are things between you and Natalia?" "Things are fine, thanks for prying," he said. She sighed as he shuffled away, the sound of his Velcro footsteps drowning out her reply. Leon sighed heavily as he left the airlock and entered the main hangar. His non-relationship with Natalia was becoming common knowledge, and everyone seemed to be on her side. Why was nobody thinking about it objectively like he was? Maybe he just needed to find a second in command to let him relax more. His wristcam's device beeped as he received a communication. Looking down, he saw a typed message from Myung that said, "Leon, due to the highly tropical nature of this planet, I would like to request to be able to watch from the bridge so that I may see the alien flora firsthand." Leon moved along the edge of the hangar until he reached a foothold area and stopped. Typing a quick reply, he wrote, "I see no issue with that. Chad and Sabine inform me we should be ready to launch soon. I will let you know before that happens." And he sent it. Moving on, he drifted into the main airlock and cycled through it. He debated heading to the observation deck but decided against it. He had been drifting around in microgravity for a couple of hours now, and his head was starting to throb a bit. He once more said thanks to the ship's designers that had seen fit to give the ship spinning habitat rings so they had some semblance of gravity. It wasn't exactly Earth standard at only about 70% of a standard G, but it was enough to keep their bones and hearts from breaking down and keep them relatively healthy, albeit with some regular exercise. Leon made up his mind. He was going to go to the gym and exercise a bit. It was a workout, but it always helped him clear his thoughts. He made his way through the ship's core and into the second ring quickly before stopping off at his room. He changed into some exercise clothes and started walking to the gym, fully planning on getting some work done. As Leon stepped into the gym, he noted that he wasn't alone. Oliver and Dr. Kimathi were at one of the bench press benches, spotting for each other. The fact that Oliver and Dr. Kimathi got along so well together was a bit of a surprise to him when he had first learned about it, but watching the two of them, he easily saw the connection they shared. He put the two out of his mind and walked to one of the exercise bikes. Climbing aboard, he set it to medium resistance. It wouldn't do to tire himself out too much before a mission. Leon exercised every day he could. He was older than the others at 44, and already at a higher risk of bone density loss and muscle wasting. With the added stress of constant microgravity and the lowered gravity environment of the habitat rings, he had to make double sure to get in at least an hour and a half of exercise a day. But the more, the better. Leon's thoughts wandered as he worked. This whole command was wearing him down in ways he had never experienced before. What with the constant small problems and the need to be vigilant for potential disasters, he never seemed to get a moment to himself. He desperately needed a second, but who to pick? Oliver seemed like a decent choice in his mind, but the man was not necessarily the most diplomatic and tended to deal with interpersonal problems with a verbal hammer. Chris would never accept even though he was qualified for it. Maybe Myung? She was young but smart and really believed in the mission, yeah. He would keep an eye on her as they probe explored the planet. It would make a satisfactory test to see her capabilities. As he was preparing to leave his cams, device beeped at him and he answered the communications request. Leon tilted his head back and stared at the light blue painted ceiling of his room before he answered, "That is indeed good news. I will send out an alert. We will meet on the bridge in 5 minutes' time. Tell Chad to meet with Chris in the secondary operations chamber. I want as many eyes on this as I can get," he finished. Leon nodded to himself and stepped out of his room and into the curved hall of the ship. He tapped at his wrist device and sent a brief message to all the bridge crew to meet there, as well as Myung. He moved to a nearby ladder and started up it towards the core of the ship. He reached the bridge quickly and moved through the airlock to find Samuel and Terry already inside. Samuel looked over to him as he finished putting on his void suit. "Leon, so the probe is ready to go?" Terry looked at him as he said, "It is Samuel, and heavens willing it will reach the ground this time, in one piece that is." Leon added hastily, he wasn't a particularly superstitious man, but it didn't do to curse the fates that be just in case. The other two took their seats as Leon started putting on his own void suit. As he was connecting the pressure seals on his wrists, the bridge airlock opened, and Myung, Sabine, and Taylor drifted in together. "Hey, are you ready?" Leon asked Myung as she looked at him. She just nodded silently as she pulled on one of the spare void suits. Leon smiled and moved over to his chair before taking a seat and strapping himself down. After everyone was seated and ready, Leon checked on his console. It switched to a live feed of the secondary operations room as Chad's face appeared on the screen. The younger man smiled and said, "Good to see you, Commander. We are green to go on your command. Chris is eager to see if this works." Chris could be heard faintly in the background saying, "I know it's going to work. I am just excited to see it work." Leon smiled as the older man complained. He sounded back to himself, but Leon couldn't help but note a slight improvement in the geologist's tone. "All right, keep in touch. Stay connected to the main feeds. If anything goes wrong, I want you to start on analysis immediately. Am I clear?" Leon commanded Chad over the feed. Chad nodded vigorously and said, "Not to worry, Commander. We're going to get this done. I am sure of it." Leon smiled to him and cut the link before looking over at Sabine. She was watching him intently. "All right, prepare for launch, Sabine. Fire at will," he said to her. Sabine nodded and turned to her console before saying, "Launching modified probe in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There was a slight shudder as the powerful electromagnetic launch system, situated in the rear of the Leif Erikson, fired its modified payload. Sabine smiled to herself and turned to him, saying, "Launch was good, Leon. We had to modify the power of the launcher to compensate for the increased load. Those armor plates added a significant amount of weight to the probe." Leon nodded and asked, "Taylor, how's tracking on the probe?" Taylor checked his screens and stated, "Telemetry shows the probe on course. Should be reaching atmosphere in the next 30 seconds. Terry reached over and patted Taylor's arm as he swallowed nervously. Leon looked to Sabine as she turned back to her console. She didn't seem nervous. Instead, she seemed very sure that they would succeed. Leon watched the small, pulsing orange dot on his own console as it passed 100 kilometers in altitude. "We have atmospheric contact. Probe is holding on course," Taylor said a second later. Leon watched as the dot penetrated deeper into the planet's thin outer skin. As it passed 90 kilometers, Sabine spoke, "Shield temperature rising sharply, well over 1800 degrees and rising, Leon," she said. The earlier confidence slightly diminished as she saw the reality of the situation. "Passing 85,000 meters, Taylor said as the probe dropped deeper. "Still on course at this time," he added. Sabine watched the readouts intently and said with a bit of worry, "Shield temperature reaching 3000 degrees. Leon said a quiet prayer in his mind that everything would be all right. If there was a higher power, then surely they would be watching. The probe descended past 60 kilometers, and Leon began to notice that it was indeed decelerating from almost 15,000 kilometers per hour as it fell towards the surface to now only 13. It continued to slow as it fell, the heat shield protecting the sensitive instruments inside as it plowed through the oxygen-rich atmosphere of the planet. What a sight it must have been from the ground. Glowing like an ember and trailing black smoke, it must have looked like the sky itself raining down. Taylor chuckled and said, "With you and Chad on it, I had no doubts about it at all." She gave Taylor a smile, and Terry patted his shoulder as she said, "That was a nice thing to say, Taylor." He looked at her, and Leon heard him whisper, "It was true." Leon watched as the probe continued to decelerate, from 13 to 10,000 kilometers per hour, then to 9 to 8, all the way to about 800 kilometers per hour. Once the probe reached 8 kilometers, the chutes would deploy and slow it to a measly few dozen kilometers per hour, in which the probe's landing thrusters would take over to set it gently down on the surface. "When the chutes deploy, I want to be scanning for a clear landing site immediately. We haven't come this far to be thwarted by a goddamn tree." Leon said a bit tartly. Sabine and Taylor both nodded and went back to watching their screens. Samuel spoke up and asked, "So when we get there, what's the next part of the plan?" Leon was about to answer when Myung spoke up instead. "We are going to explore the surface remotely. Why else would we take the time and effort to land a probe on the surface?" Samuel just nodded, as if he hadn't asked an obvious question, and Leon turned back to the readouts. The probe was just reaching the 8-kilometer mark when Sabine said, "Chute deployment. Deployment looks good, nothing broken. We will see in 10 seconds if the chutes are having the desired effect," she finished. True to her word, she spoke again, not 10 seconds later. "Chutes are working. Deployment is looking favorable, scanning the terrain for an obvious landing zone, though we are drifting slightly now that speed has slowed. Dropping the heat shield in 15 seconds, she said stoically. Leon watched a live feed from the probe as it popped up. It was dark for a few seconds before the heat shield suddenly dropped away. It was still glowing cherry red on its underside and smoldering gently, but the additional tungsten armor had held up. Leon watched as it fell, turning to a tiny pinprick before vanishing entirely. The large expanse of green jungle below looked almost moss-like from the altitude the probe was at. But they were descending rapidly. "Probe is free. Scanning for landing sites is underway. We have a slight northwestern drift, probably air currents," Taylor said. Sabine nodded to him as they both continued to monitor the probe's progress. Leon felt a little useless as he watched their work. He knew that his position was important, just as much so as anyone else's. But part of him would always feel a little apart from these super-smart individuals. Their technical knowledge far surpassed his own, despite what he had learned since starting this journey. "Decent is slowing, passing 2,000 meters. Potential landing site observed. There is a large grassy clearing about 600 meters to the north of us," Taylor said. Sabine nodded and replied, "Angling boosters, we should hit it barring any unforeseen accidents." Leon asked, "Nothing wrong, I presume?" "No, we are nominal. Looking at a good clearing just ahead of the probe. Touchdown in about 20 seconds. Booster firing in 10, she said with a slight amount of strain as she focused on the data. The pulsing light was so close to the ground on his console now as to be touching. He zoomed in and watched as the altitude numbers shrank, slowly compared to the earlier decent, but still rapidly indeed. Thrusters engaged, parachutes dropped, probe is now on final approach. Nothing we can do now but wait, Sabine said as she sat back in her chair. The final part of the landing was fully automated. Nothing they said or did would change the outcome, and so they sat in terse silence for the last 10 seconds. Leon leaned forwards as the camera feed was obscured by dust, and then went dark. He sucked in a breath. "What happened to the feed? Where is the probe?" he asked suddenly. Sabine's fingers flew rapidly over her console for a moment before the feed resumed, this time from a different angle. "The feed cut as the lower camera was obscured. We have touchdown," she said as she let out a breath. "All right. Remind me to do something nice for Chris, Terry," Sabine said to the other woman. Leon shrugged and said, "That's entirely up to Sabine. She is the primary mission controller when it comes to the technical side. But I hazard a guess that it won't be far off. They look about as curious as a herd of cats." He finished with a chuckle. Myung cracked a small smile and apologized quickly. "I guess I am being a little impatient, but look at it, all the biodiversity," she exclaimed. Leon looked at the feed she was describing. It was a picture from one of the probe's external cameras. As it was facing outwards, it gave a clear picture of the ground and immediately surrounding plants. Some were recognizably familiar, such as grasses and small shrubs. Others were more alien in appearance or movement. He heard Sabine say, "I know, Chad, isn't that great? Tell Chris he is awesome." "Yes, like that, I know." "Hey, I'm about to, yes. I plan to do just that. Of course, we will take it slow." "Okay, bye." "No, bye, Chad, I need to go." Leon smiled. Even though he could only hear half of the conversation, he felt reasonably sure he knew what Chad had said. Sabine sighed and said, "All right, the probe is down safe and sound. The ground seems stable enough. I am going to initiate the rover. As long as I keep out of the deep wood cover, we should have plenty of solar power." Leon watched the screen before him as the camera switched to a multi-feed from the rover's perspective. 3 of the 4 feeds were dark, and the 4th only showed the faintest glimmer of light. But that all changed an instant later as the carapace doors that had held the rover in place opened. After a moment to make sure the rover's systems were responding nominally, she had it roll out into the open for the first time in its short life. The cameras immediately showed an almost uninterrupted 360-degree field of view, 180 of the front on the top of his screen, and 180 of the back of the rover on the bottom of his screen. The first thing he noticed was that the ground immediately around the rover was scorched black from the landing boosters of the probe. The second thing he noticed was that the short grass was still nearly 2 feet tall. Sabine made a frustrated noise, as for a moment it seemed the tall grass would hamper the rover's progress. But after a moment of struggle, the rover broke free of its imprisonment and rolled forwards with the slow implacability of an avalanche. Leon could see Myung furiously taking notes of every variety and type of plant and leaf that the rover rolled over or past. Her swift movements like those of an animal attempting to save itself from drowning. As the rover continued to drive through the field, her pace slowed as she encountered less and less new species. Myung gasped and said, "It looks almost like a giant water bug," she said with a small sound. Leon wasn't familiar with what a giant water bug was, but it indeed looked like some sort of insect. It was large, however, larger than he had ever seen a bug before. It was blunt-shaped and had numerous legs. He counted at least 8 appendages, the forward 2 being greatly enlarged like a crab without the pinchers. It was hard to reference the size due to the perspective, but it had to have been at least 17 centimeters long. It didn't take long for them to leave the small clearing where the ship had landed. Soon they were surrounded by trees. The trees would have looked too out of place in one of Earth's great modern rainforests. The plants were all a little off, though. There were pine-shaped trees with oak-like leaves that were a shade too yellow. There was a thistle plant with bright red bulbs, but grew to an absolutely enormous size. He saw what looked like a palm tree with bark that had the scaled texture of fish skin but the pale green color of an unripe banana. All these discoveries and more were quickly logged and noted by Myung. She was restless and relentless. Leon watched as she replayed portions of the live feed, or paused it entirely just so she could mark out an additional detail or double-check a tiny fragment of information. He nodded to himself. She might be the one to help indeed. She was dedicated and talented. What's more, she was good at keeping things organized, something he wasn't naturally gifted with. He heard Sabine exclaim before he noticed it. "Whoa, what in the... Leon, look at that, that's impossible." Sabine trailed off. He looked at the feed and took a few seconds to figure out what was going on. There was nothing on the feed except a few knobby tree trunks of a strange umber color. "What's impossible?" He started but cut off as he observed one of the thick trees uproot itself and move in a graceful arcing motion almost a dozen meters before it slammed back down into the forest floor. The ground in the forest where they were was covered in leaf debris and small fern-like plants, but little else. He could clearly see the trees now, except they hadn't been trees. He watched in awed horror as another trunk moved in a similar fashion and direction before he blurted, "What the fuck is that?" Myung seemed to recover from her own shock at his exclamation and waved at Sabine. Sabine tore her eyes from her screen and looked at Myung as she instructed, "Pan the camera up higher now." On the screen was the largest insect he had ever seen. It stood taller than a building, maybe as tall as 12 meters. Its thin, armored body connected to comparably thin and spindly legs that nevertheless were each as thick as the trunk of a small tree. The monstrosity's body was thin and long, not unlike a mantis, but the chiton covering it wasn't segmented in the same fashion. It was more flexible, capable of finer movements. Leon had to agree. The beast was most likely capable of killing any of them, and not even noticing, judging by its footprints, it must weigh many tons. "How is such a large creature possible?" he asked Myung. Leon just nodded, accepting her explanation at face value. It seemed this world was a home to monstrous creatures indeed, and this was simply the first they had seen. What else might be uncovered with further exploration? Leon was suddenly very happy that the descent was too dangerous for the SSVs. He would be damned if they had to go face one of those things face to face. The probe stayed still as the creature moved off into the woods, then continued onwards. More wary now that they knew what might be lurking in the shadows, Sabine rolled the rover slowly through the thick undergrowth. Terry leaned over to him and said quietly, "Oh, I know you don't like it, but there is the chance, however small, that intelligence might exist here. Not advanced, or we would have found signals, but possibly primitive." While she meant well, Leon noted that this comment seemed to have the opposite effect on Taylor, as he paled slightly and stiffened. Leon decided to step in and said, "This planet seems much too primitive for intelligence to have developed, and even if it did, we would have no way of contacting them. Our SSVs would never make it safely to the surface, and up-armoring them would make them too heavy to fly. It seems that as much as we want to, the surface of this planet remains unfortunately out of our reach." Taylor seemed to relax slightly at the comment, and Leon turned his attention back to the live feed as Myung made more interested noises. Leon frowned as once more the screen showed images of giant bugs, arthropods as Myung put it. This time they were much smaller, only the size of a large herbivore. They seemed to fulfill a similar niche, grazing on the low vegetation of the forest floor. They were strange, almost Earth-like and familiar, with just enough touch of the alien to make the heart freeze and the blood turn to ice. Their multiple soulless compound eyes seemed to see in all directions at once, and as they noticed the rover approaching, they made high-pitched screeching sounds and fled, their strange half-scuttling, half-galloping motion making his stomach flutter in discomfort. The journey through the jungle-like forest continued for some time. The signal was weak at times, but the rover was capable of transmitting directly to the orbiter, or even the ship, at the cost of increased power consumption if the need called for it. As of yet, they had not needed to use that. Myung spoke up, "This is incredible. Hundreds of new species already, and many more that I couldn't determine if they were the same or different without further study." Just think of the medical and practical applications of these plants. I can't imagine the breakthroughs they could yield if only I was able to study them in person, she said wistfully. She tapped her screen, the rover pushing its way through a nest of vines laden with large purple blossoms. I know, but part of me still laments the lack of scientific discovery. She hung her head and then nodded sadly. Turning his gaze back to the screen, he asked, Sabine, how is the rover holding up? I want you to turn back when the battery reaches 60%. Any lower, and there is the possibility that the rover won't make it all the way back. He cautioned her. Sabine nodded without turning, and said in a mildly distracted voice, Yes, Commander, we should head west next. I think the satellite picked up a lake in that direction, well within reach of the rover. Myung perked up at that. Oh yes, imagine the biodiversity at such a location. My, it would be wonderful. She trailed off. The rover feed suddenly stopped, and Leon looked at Sabine. He was about to ask what happened when the forward cameras panned down to reveal a large crevasse on the ground. It seemed to lead to a vast cave network of subterranean tunnels. He jerked slightly as something massive and dark moved in one of the tunnels. Sabine immediately began to back the rover up. Except for a small movement on the undergrowth as the crevasse opened up a clearing, there was no way to tell there was anything out of the ordinary there. The trip back was relatively uneventful, as they crossed the same ground they had covered to get there. The only difference was that one of the rear cameras captured some sort of large flying creature as they rounded a bend between two rocks. By the time Sabine had stopped and turned around, the creature had vanished. As the rover broke out of the woods and into the clearing of tall grass, Leon said, Okay, that's enough excitement for one day, plus the rover will need to recharge. As it stands, you all did very well today. Yes, even you, Samuel. He chuckled as the pilot raised a hand in question. That got a general laugh from the others. Leon continued, Dinner in about 40 minutes. I expect that's plenty of time for all of you. Plus, I heard that Joyce is cooking tonight. His observation got a series of excited remarks at the thought of Joyce's cooking. Leon unstrapped and moved to his locker, struggling out of his void suit and placing it away. He moved into the airlock with the others. Myung was talking excitedly with Sabine and Terry. The three of them seemed mutually excited by the prospect of the planet's strange megafauna. Samuel and Taylor nodded to him as they entered the airlock. After it cycled, they all moved their separate ways, Leon moving towards the 6th habitat ring. He checked his cams on his wrist and smiled as he saw the person he was looking for. With any luck, she would remember what they had talked about the previous time they had spoken. But whether she did or not, it would be good to see her. Leon now fully admitted the fact. While he was still loath to commit himself fully to a relationship, he could no longer hide his feelings towards Nat from himself. He descended the ladder quickly and soon found himself outside the large hydroponics section of the ship. From what he had gathered, Natalia and Joyce had been up to something special, and she had asked him to meet her here tonight. Leon stopped and leaned back by the door. Natalia wasn't here yet, so he decided to wait. He didn't have to wait long as the door to the hydroponics section beside him opened, and he turned to see Natalia smiling at him. She was wearing a pair of work coveralls and a bandana. There were green stains on her knees and her face had dirt streaks. See something? Yes, come on in, she nodded. Leon followed her in. The temperature was higher, and the air was humid and full of the sense of growing things. There was the underlying hint of decay, as food waste was broken down into compost and used as fertilizer for the plants. While a great many of the plants in the hydroponics were grown without soil, there were just as many that used soil exclusively. Natalia weaved her way between the plants and pipes. Leon had a bit more trouble as he had to constantly duck under low-hanging obstacles. After a few moments of this, he stopped short and almost collided with Natalia as she suddenly stood still. He grunted in mild surprise as she smacked him lightly in the stomach and grabbed his real hand. She pulled him forwards, and he realized that they were standing in a small, cleared area. He looked around in confusion. There were plants on every side. The sound of burbling water filled the air. The air was even slightly cooler, and he looked up and saw a vent overhead. She laughed musically and said, I told you me and Joyce had been working hard. There was a small amount of grass seed in one of the Earth species packets in the long-term storage. We broke it out and grew it into this, a little yard," she said while spinning around on the small patch of nature. Leon noticed she was barefoot. She had kicked off her shoes when she had stopped. Leon hastily kicked off his own and stepped onto the grass barefooted. He tilted his head back and smiled with his eyes closed at the sensation. If he imagined hard, he could almost picture himself in some grassy clearing in the forest back home on Earth. He felt something touch his cheek and opened his eyes to see Natalia standing right in front of him, with her arm outstretched to his face. "I've never seen you so relaxed," she whispered. Leon looked into her hazel eyes and smiled widely. "I haven't felt so relaxed in a long time. Thank you, Nat, for sharing this with me." He went to straighten, but she stopped him with another hand. She held him still for a moment, and they looked into each other's eyes for a long moment, before Leon leaned down towards her face. He hesitated slightly, but felt her gently guide his mouth to hers. The kiss was gentle, but full of passion. It seemed to stretch on into the infinite beyond. Leon's mind seemed to turn into sparks and fizzed as it went into overdrive, but he pushed it all aside and tried to just enjoy the moment. After moments, or an eternity, they broke apart. He was grinning widely now, and she smirked. Still smirking, she asked him, "Now that wasn't so bad, was it?" Sitting up, he asked, "What was that for?" She leaned down and said, "When was the last time you relaxed? You are so tense." Leon sat up and crossed his legs, leaning forwards towards her. He asked, "Is that what you call that? I think you just assaulted an officer." "Ooh, did I? But what is the punishment for that?" she asked, leaning closer. Leon looked into her eyes once more as she moved towards him. "I could be persuaded to forget it for a price." She smiled and jumped on him again, knocking him backwards. He grunted as the sudden movement caused pain in his old injuries. She laid her head in the nape of his neck and whispered to him, "Then I will stay, always. You are all I have ever wanted, Leon." He turned to look at her and asked simply, "Why me? What have I done to deserve you?" Leon closed his eyes and lost himself in her sweet embrace. He knew he was making a mistake to love her. But it was a mistake he could no longer bear to avoid. His very heart would break if he kept them apart any longer. And so he succumbed to her. He let himself fall willingly into her arms, and he felt happy, happier than he could ever remember feeling in his life. Rogue Devourer. Leon stood on the edge of a burbling brook, the cool, clear water cascading over small pebbles and causing small splashes and mist to wet the moss and algae-slicked rocks along its banks. The air was alive with the scent of nature, and the air was crisp and cool. The sun shone through the branches of the trees to cast dappled shadows that danced along the banks of the stream like spirits. Leon looked around. This seemed so familiar, and yet he could not recall ever having visited such a place before. The trees around him were strange, tall and dark, their branches covered in tiny, almost bud-like growths rather than the broad leaves of the trees he was used to. He looked closer. Each petal of every bud seemed to be as complex as a map, the surfaces etched with innumerable symbols and diagrams. Standing, Leon looked for a sign, some direction he could go. After a moment he decided to follow the stream. It must surely lead to a clearing of some sort. As he walked, he became aware of an almost electric tang in the air, the smell of ozone and soot strengthening with every step he took. Leon exited the dead woods into a clearing. He gasped in shock as he beheld the ruins of the Life Erickson. She lay across the land like a great fallen beast. Her white skeleton rose above the trees like the vast ribs of some eldritch creature, the debris of her passing strewn across miles of destroyed forest. Fires still burned in the core of the ship, and he could see acrid smoke billowing from her first ring. Leon watched in horrid fascination as the fire reached him and his flesh was consumed. His skin blackened and cracked, the steam from his boiling blood rupturing the surface and causing boils to burst from his charred flesh. Still, he felt nothing. He was a shell, hollow. Leon threw his head back and wailed in despair. He rubbed his side as the phantom pain of his death years before reasserted itself, and he sat again with a slight wheeze. He was in bad shape. But the one person he could talk to, the one person he should be talking to. Well, he didn't want to scare her away. He had just recently come to terms with his feelings for her. He looked around his small room. The place was well kept. He wasn't particularly good at organization, but he liked to keep things neat. He supposed it was the military training in him. Standing and moving into the small adjoining bathroom, Leon washed his face and neck and took the opportunity to brush his teeth with his sonic brush before he used the toilet and put on a fresh change of clothes. Luckily, the old shirt he pulled from his drawer wasn't too torn up, though it did have a small hole in the left arm from where he had gotten caught on something. Leon slipped into the soft-soled shoes that he commonly wore around the ship and stepped into the curving hallway. He looked both ways but saw nobody. Unsurprising for this time of the morning, the only ones awake would be the two on early morning or late night shifts. But those rotated out so often he couldn't remember who was in charge at the moment. Not that it mattered, as they were in mid-warp to another location. They would reach the new place soon, but not before they had spent a considerable amount of time in warp transit. Leon shook his head at the sheer marvel of it. 300 times the speed nature imposed upon all matter in the universe, and it was still so slow. Without the development of warp drives, mankind never would have left its cradle, not in any timely manner that was. He supposed they could have developed some sort of stasis technology or generational ships that could have gone at near relativistic speeds. This would have stretched time for the passengers aboard, so that a 1,000-year journey only seemed decades. But the idea of pushing a ship to those speeds was so incredible as to still be science fiction. It would take enormous amounts of energy. Why do that when they could cheat? Sure, the warp drives consumed a voracious amount of power from the reactors, but they consumed far less than was necessary to move a ship of the Leif Erikson's mass to near the speed of light. He had heard it explained that the reason it took such a comparatively small amount of energy had something to do with the fact that the ship wasn't really moving at all. In fact, it was the universe itself that was moving around their ship. At about that point, his brain had shut down and he had ceased to listen. It was all very interesting, to be sure, just far, far beyond him. Leon soon found himself in the mess hall once more. He looked around for a moment before deciding to make some caffeine and eat a serving of the previous night's leftovers. Some sort of stuffed vegetables in a spicy gravy, not the perfect breakfast food, but still quite enjoyable. No sooner had Leon stood to put away his dishes than Samuel came plodding into the room. He was wearing a pair of wireless earbuds and listening to something Leon could only describe as heavy metal mixed with some sort of synthetic. The music was just loud enough for him to hear, but not loud enough for him to get a good bead on the lyrics. He looked at Samuel and asked, "What are you listening to?" Leon sat again and motioned for Samuel to sit across from him, which the other man did. Leon asked again, "What were you listening to?" "I couldn't place it." Samuel smiled and said, "It's Demented Mango. You ever heard of them?" Samuel looked at him as if he was partially crazy, before saying, "These guys are classic late 2270s music. They played for the World Council one year, I believe, during the internal recess period. This was before the wars picked up in the South again." He finished. Leon racked his brain. Their name did sound slightly familiar, but he couldn't place them. "What do they play? Any popular songs?" Samuel nodded enthusiastically and said, "You bet. They like to sing about issues and have songs like Riding the Tides or Blood for Blood. Either of those ring a bell?" he asked. Leon snapped his fingers as a thought came to him. "Are they that small-town band from Greater Brazil that wrote that song about the Mid-American drone wars? What was it called? No Freedom or something like that?" Leon nodded his head. It was all coming together. He had heard the music before. "I haven't listened to them since I was a kid. Where did you hear about them? They were already old when I was just a lad," he asked curiously. Samuel looked askance and said, "My grandfather listened to them back when he was a younger man." "Your grandfather, the director," Leon clarified. Samuel nodded and Leon had to chuckle. It seemed so out of character for the serious old man to listen to anti-establishment rock, but hey, he hadn't always been the director. Samuel tilted his head a moment, thinking, before he answered. "Joyce, I believe. She should be there for another 2 hours if I remember correctly." Leon nodded his thanks and stashed his dishes in the dirty tray by the kitchen doors. He gave Samuel a small wave as he walked out into the hall before turning and making his way to the nearest ladder. Leon crossed from the second habitat ring to the first without hurry. He had plenty of time to catch Joyce before her shift was up, and he saw no reason to cause undue strain to himself. As he exited the ladder on the second ring, he looked down both directions of the curving hall. Nothing was there, of course there wasn't anything there. But then why was ever sense in his primitive brain screaming that he was being watched right now? The notion of an exposed bridge was largely symbolic and hailed back to the time of wooden ships. Nowadays, modern technology made it possible to embed the main operations center anywhere in the ship you wanted and just pipe all the data and information to it directly. But he still liked the feeling of being up front. The monitoring station was in the forwardmost ring, but it had no windows. He didn't really like it even though it had gravity. It just didn't feel right to him. But it was the ideal place to monitor the ship's systems for long periods at a time, as the gravity helped reduce fatigue and stress. Joyce didn't say anything as he sat, just continued to watch the multiple readouts silently. Finally, Leon broke the silence and asked, "I was thinking about Myung as a second in command." Joyce looked at him with a single eye before turning to face him fully and asked, "So then why tell me? Do you want me to tell you what I think?" She huffed slightly as he nodded and said, "I think she is a good choice. She is young and excitable at times, but has her heart in the right place. She can be a bit heavy with her verbiage at times, but generally deals well with others. Yes, I think she would do fine." Joyce finished with a small nod. She shook her head as she said, "I already told you once that I believe Sabine to be the best choice," Joyce said, "but we both know that's unacceptable to you, and your reasons are sound, if somewhat brash." Leon sighed and leaned back into his chair. He looked up at the light blue painted ceiling of the ship and tried to organize his thoughts. Sabine wasn't an option, and Joyce admittedly didn't think Myung to be the best choice. There wasn't anyone else he hadn't considered, everyone he had thought of. Wait, he thought to himself, an idea forming in his head. He smiled as he thought about it harder, and then nodded to himself as he said, "That might work." Quietly enough that Joyce didn't seem to hear. Turning to her, he asked, "Joyce, there was a problem the other day between Terry and Oliver. I handled it, but wanted your opinion still." Joyce nodded for him to proceed. Leon smiled and asked, "Oliver wanted to move the tables in the dining area around the long way, but Terry was adamant that they remain as they have been. She and Oliver got into quite a heated argument about it, till Dr. Kimathi intervened. She told Oliver that change for change's sake would do nothing but disrupt the routine that everyone else had become accustomed to, and Oliver countered by saying that the monotony was putting everyone to sleep, and that we should mix things up from time to time. What is your opinion on the issue?" Leon asked her, waiting for her to respond with a hopeful eyebrow raised. Joyce seemed to mull it over for a moment before she said, "Well, I see where Oliver is coming from. It is getting a bit stale around here. But then again, Terry raises a fair point as well. We can't just go and change everything around all willy-nilly," she said, making Leon chuckle. "We should implement changes, but they should be planned changes, thought out and announced in advance. We don't want to take anyone by surprise. That's the last thing we need on a ship hurtling through the most hostile environment known to man," she said. Leon nodded and said, "And that's your final answer?" Leon nodded brightly and smiled as he said, "Then next time you will be." Joyce just looked at him for a moment, confused. She asked, "What do you mean next time?" Leon patted her shoulder and said, "I was looking at this problem all wrong. It's clear to me now what I must do. Joyce, I ask you for advice a lot. Why?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know, because you trust me." Leon hopped out of his seat and said, "Yes, exactly, I trust you, Joyce, and not just with my personal problems, but with my command problems too. You have already been doing the job of my second, you just have not been assigned. Joyce, I am asking you to be my second, please, I need you, the ship needs you." He finished as he sat across from her again. Leon shook his head and replied, "You know there isn't a better option, and we both know you will accept." She closed her eyes and nodded before asking him, "What do I need to do?" "Nothing you haven't already been doing," Leon said reassuringly. Joyce nodded again and turned back to her console as he walked out of the room. He felt pretty good about his decision. Leon smiled as he thought about it. Joyce was the perfect choice. The crew adored her and she was smart. She was good with people in a way that Leon struggled with, and she could empathize with all sides of an argument. Leon walked to a nearby ladder, knowing in his heart that he had made the right choice. Leon sprang out of bed, the red flashing and dull whine confusing his senses and making his eyes blur. After a few seconds he stood as he realized what was happening. The ship's red alert was currently screaming for attention, and he checked his comms device just as the slightly panicked face of his second-in-command, Joyce, appeared on the screen. He started as she burst out at the same time. "Leon, the alarms are going wild. What's going on?" They both stopped and he commanded, "Joyce, get the command crew to the bridge and get there as soon as you can." She nodded and cut the link. Leon got dressed in record time and sprinted down the hall towards the ladder. As he ran, he tried to check the ship's status on his wrist device. The ship had dropped out of warp unexpectedly. That's probably what had woken him up, not the alarms. As he scrambled his way up the ladder, countless scenarios flashed through his mind, but they all ended in him wondering why they weren't in warp anymore. Leon made his way onto the bridge in record time. As he flew through the airlock and pulled on his void suit, he heard the airlock cycle. Turning towards the door, he saw Sabine and Terry enter, followed by Taylor. Leon pulled himself to his console and strapped in as the others were still getting situated. He looked at the readouts, but he didn't see anything obvious. For all he knew, there could be some sort of giant-ass rock heading their way, and he wouldn't know anything about it. Seeing nothing immediately wrong, he disabled the red alert status and put them on yellow alert while turning off the klaxons. It would let him think straight at least. As he was absorbed in the readouts, the others took their seats, followed quickly by Samuel and Joyce. Leon nodded. It was good to have someone he could rely on to help in stressful situations. He added before Terry could speak, "Terry, have you tried scanning for radio signals?" Terry looked left and right for a moment, before she focused on her console while waving a hand for peace. There were a few terse moments of silence, before she shook her head and exclaimed, "There is nothing out there. We are deep in interstellar space. We aren't getting any returns on our scans either," she said worriedly. Samuel said, "Well then, do I have permission to just put us back in warp?" Sabine cautioned, "That might be a bad idea, Leon. If the warp drive malfunctioned and is the reason we dropped out of warp, then immediately trying to initiate it is the last thing we want." Leon looked at his hands for a moment before saying, "Sabine, coordinate with Chad and make sure there is nothing wrong with the drive. Samuel, stand by. If the drive is good, I want us out of here ASAP." The young pilot nodded and made ready for flight as he sat back and watched the chaos flow for a moment. Terry was watching the readouts intently, and Taylor was actively scanning for anything that shouldn't be there. Sabine was talking with Chad and checking the status of the ship's systems, and Samuel was messing with the ship's piloting systems, probably plotting a course as soon as he was given the green light. He looked at Joyce, who seemed to be doing what he was, watching the others while simultaneously monitoring the ship's status. A few minutes later, Samuel perked up and said, Leon, I don't know why, but the ship is pulling to starboard. I originally just set the maneuvering thrusters to minimum to counter it, but it's getting stronger." Samuel shook his head and said, "I'll admit I have no idea." Terry asked him, "We are pulling. Wait, show me the readouts." She said before her screen changed, "No, but there's nothing. Wait." She said before switching her screen again. Just then Taylor raised a hand and said, Leon, I'm getting a strange signal here. Wow, this is uncanny." Joyce looked about to say something when Terry blurted out, "Not impossible, it's just really fucking unlikely." Everyone looked at her in surprise, her normal, quiet and cautious demeanor seemingly stripped away. She looked around at them and said, "It's a wandering singularity, not impossible, just unlikely." Leon looked at her confused and asked, "Are you saying we are near a black hole?" She nodded and he added, "How are you sure where?" Taylor said, "I can give the direction the signal is coming from, one moment." Samuel looked worriedly at his console and said, "Leon, the pull is starting to overpower the maneuvering thrusters. I'm not sure how much longer I can stop us from being pulled off course." Sabine said quickly. If we can pinpoint its exact location, we should be able to plot a slingshot maneuver, but we need its location and direction to make that shot. Taylor said, I've got it. It's coming from 76 degrees on the starboard side, 36 points inclination, right on the line. Terry started working away at her station as she pointed the ship's observation equipment towards the location Taylor had described. Leon waited a few moments in tense silence, the flashing of the yellow alert lights the only movement he could see. Finally, Terry popped up and pulled an image up on the main screen, the view of the cold stars replaced with a blown-up picture of the star field, except there was something off about the picture. It took him a second to see it. The stars in the center of the image were being distorted by something that manifested as an absence. There was a void there, an area devoid of any light, that distorted the surrounding stars till they hardly bore any resemblance to their original selves. Now that he saw it, he couldn't unsee it. My God, he whispered in terrified fascination. Samuel said, Nice job, Terry, doing mass calculations now. It will take a minute, he added as everyone turned to look at him. There was a chorus of nods and replies that they were all right. Leon smiled. Even faced with the most potent known force in the universe, his crew were doing their jobs. He was proud of them, but decided to save his breath for speeches after they got out of this mess. Instead, he just said, We will be fine. If anyone could solve this issue, surely it would be the first pick of mankind's greatest explorers, am I right? That got a bit of a chuckle even in the tense atmosphere that had built up on the bridge. Leon decided to take the win and not push it any further. The situation was tense enough without his bad jokes mucking things up. Samuel rocked back in his chair with an exclamation. He looked at his screen and shook his head before hoarsely saying, According to, to these readings, the black hole is roughly 30 solar masses. It's not a small one, and we are fully caught in its influence now. I'm plotting a course now, but it might already be too late, he said grimly. Sabine said, Never, there is always hope, we will be fine, she said adamantly. Terry grabbed Taylor and pulled her husband into a tight hug as Sabine spoke. Leon looked at Joyce and said, Do you think we should inform the crew or wait to see what happens? Joyce said, I don't want to worry them, but they have the right to know. They would be upset if they discovered you were hiding information, even if it was to protect them. Leon nodded. That's what he had been thinking anyways. You're right, of course, I just needed to hear someone say it. He tapped on his console to open a communication to all the crew. He couldn't see them, but they would get his message. They could listen to it live or check it later, but at least they would have the option. Speaking more confidently than he felt, he began, My friends, it is my duty to inform you that the ship is in a precarious position. Now we are doing everything we can to get ourselves out of it. To be more specific, we have been, caught in the gravitational influence of a rogue black hole. We are finalizing a plan that should get us to safety, but I felt it was my responsibility to inform you of the situation before we started. That is all for now. I will inform you of the results as soon as they become apparent. Never fear, we are the bold and the true, and we will overcome this test like all others. Be brave, my friends. He debated whether or not he had said enough, but decided it was fine. There wasn't anything else to say, really. Joyce reached over and patted his shoulder while saying, I think it was nice. They know you were thinking of them now. It helps, it does. She added as he made an unbelieving noise. He grunted as the Leif Erikson's main engines thundered into life. The ship's main engines were not generally used for more than a few seconds at the longest about a minute. The G-forces pressed him back into his seat as the seconds turned to minutes. How long do we need to full burn? Leon groaned after a minute. Samuel said, Not entirely sure, Commander. I didn't read the entire solution before we initiated. I saw that it only had a 10-second margin of error and knew that we had no time or other options. He wheezed out. They were under at least 4 Gs of force. Leon could feel his insides pressing heavily together, and his breathing came with some difficulty. The other crew would have had only seconds to get to a safe position before they went to full burn, but due to the yellow alert they had all likely already been in or near crash couches. He winced as he thought about all the unsecured items around the ship that were likely being thrown to the floor at the moment. Luckily, the hydro and aquaponics had contingencies for these situations. The entire insides of the rings were built in segments that could partially rotate if needed to mitigate the stress from the main drives. Leon wanted to celebrate as well, but was struggling to find the energy at the moment. Instead, he just said, "That's great, how much longer?" Sabine said, "Well, at the current rate of fuel consumption, we will be stopping in about 70 seconds no matter what the computer says. We weren't on a full tank when we started." Samuel agreed and stated, "She's right, but the burn should be ending any second." He finished with a wheeze as the main engines cut out suddenly. The return of microgravity so suddenly nearly made Leon lose his dinner from last night, but he held it in and tried to readjust in his seat as much as he could while still being strapped in. "Holy shit, that was intense. Are we good, Sam?" Taylor said from his seat. Samuel checked their course and smiled before he said, "Well, we are way off course, but I can confirm that we are safe. Look." The camera switched to the view of the black hole again. The distorted void was behind them now, and seemed to be slowly shrinking as they got farther from it. Leon relaxed at the sight and said breathlessly, "That was not how I expected this morning to go." For some reason, it might have been the relief, but it just struck him as the funniest thing he had ever heard himself say. He burst out laughing, his guffaws causing the others to begin laughing as well. After a few moments of relieved laughter, Leon wiped his eyes and said, "Wow, that was something else. Remind me to cross almost get obliterated from existence, off my bucket list." Terry nodded sympathetically as Sabine said, "I wouldn't be surprised to see that actually on your list, Leon. Geez, but that woke me up. I was hoping to go back to bed, but I'm not sure I can now." Leon decided to break the silence by asking, "Samuel, do you think we are far enough away to engage warp?" Samuel checked and said, "We should be fine if we try and they don't discharge, then I'll know for certain." Leon shrugged. It was as good as they were going to get, he supposed. He tapped on his console and started a ship-wide announcement again. "Hello, I have great news. We are currently moving away from the Rouge Singularity at speed. Sorry for the sudden engagement of the main engines, but we were working with very thin margins of error. On the positive side, we should be re-entering warp shortly, and then it's back to business as usual. If this were to happen for any reason again, we now have the experience to take care of it before the problem becomes so dire as that. That is all. Thank you for your bravery, and we will meet in the mess hall for a community lunch. Joyce and I will be cooking enchiladas." He finished with as much pizzazz as he could muster. Joyce smiled and said, "I can hear the cheers from here." He chuckled and said, "Okay, commendations are in order, but because we aren't a military force, I don't have any medals to award. But in spite of that, you all acted with the kind of bravery and acuity I would have expected. Each of you did your part in saving not just the ship, but all our lives. I will be sure to recount in great detail your individual contributions to the others. I'm sure they will want to thank you all personally at lunchtime. But until then, please remain here. I want to be absolutely sure there is nothing wrong with the ship or anything else. Thank you." As he finished, he could see they were smiling to each other. They were heroes, one and all. He was as proud of them as he could be, and knew in his artificial heart that they would do anything necessary for each other. He just hoped that he could be worthy of them himself. Leon scooted back further into his seat as his body finally started to relax. He would have to make sure there was caffeine at lunch to keep everyone awake till bedtime. It was quite early still, and he needed to keep his wits about him. Leon knew he was up to the challenge, though. They all were. Leon was sitting at one of the long tables in the cafeteria, happily eating the remains of last night's dinner. He had never been much of a leftover man back on Earth, but the concept had really grown on him in the time he had spent on the UNSS Leif Erikson. He thought about it a bit harder, had it already been 543 days. How the time had flown, he shuddered as he thought of their last great adventure. If he never saw a black hole again, it would be too soon. He set the dirty tray down and turned back to look at Natalia as she finished her breakfast. He smiled widely even though she wasn't looking. Now that Joyce was helping him with the task of keeping the mission running, He found himself with more free time, and Natalia was the best way he had found to fill that time. She was as smart as she was beautiful, and seemed to really like him. He shook his head at that. He still didn't know what it was in him she was so enamored with. It wasn't his looks, surely, and his charm left something to be desired. He shrugged and left it at that. She would likely tell him in good time. He walked behind her and rested a hand on one of her shoulders before saying, "I'm going to the bridge. We are arriving in the next system in a little while. You should probably get to your station before we exit warp, just in case. It's just a small red star, but red stars are known to be especially active at times." He gave her a slight squeeze before he released her shoulder. He smiled as she gave his hand a pat and said, "Good luck, love." After a lingering kiss, she released him and fussed with his now tousled hair. Leon didn't mind. He just smiled at her like a buffoon as she tisked and straightened his shirt. She nodded at her handiwork and cleared her throat before saying, "Now that's how you give a good luck kiss, Leon." And with that, she walked out of the cafeteria. Leon heard snickering from behind him and blushed furiously as he saw several other crewmates laughing at his expense. Straightening himself as best he could, he grunted, "What are you laughing at?" The smiles of the crew softened the blow to his pride, and he found himself smiling again after a moment. Oliver, blunt as ever, shouted over to him, "Oh, you sleeping on the couch tonight for sure. Ow, hey!" He finished as Dr. Kimathi slapped him on the back of the head. "And you are on the way to joining him," she scolded. Oliver ducked his head and whispered fervently to her. Leon chuckled. She had the brash Australian wrapped around her finger so hard he treated her word as holy law. But it seemed to give the man focus, so Leon saw no reason to intervene. Plus, they were just so darn perfect for each other. He smiled at Sabine, who was giggling nearby, and said, "Bridge crew on duty in 20. I expect to see you there." She just waved him off and turned to Chad, who was sitting by her. Those two were obviously in love as well. The crew of the ship had been living in close proximity for almost 2 years, including their training on Earth by now. They had grown as close as family, and closer in several cases, and Leon saw that as a good thing. If something were to happen to any of them, Leon didn't know how he would react. It was hard to remain at all impartial to people he cared so much about. He was beginning to accept, with Natalia's help, that this wasn't necessarily the bad thing he had always been trained to see it as. He moved out and down the hall to the nearest ladder hatch. It didn't matter which he took, as they all led to the same place, the ship's core. Leon decided to go straight to the bridge. No reason to delay, as they would be exiting warp in just under 30 minutes. It always paid to be prepared. Leon went through the normal routine of suiting up into a void suit before strapping down to prevent floating away in the microgravity of the ship's core. The spinning habitat rings connected to the main body of the ship via large spokes, several of which doubled as ladderways, while the others transmitted things like water and power. Leon didn't have to wait long before the others began to show, Terry and Taylor arriving almost as soon as he had turned his console on. They looked well rested and in good spirits. Terry giggled as she saw him, and he cocked his head, but she didn't elaborate. Taylor looked at his wife for a second before he whispered conspiratorially, "I don't know for sure, but Natalia passed us on our way here and said something to her before she got all giggly." Taylor raised an eyebrow at him as Leon harumphed and folded his arms. Damn women and their gossip. By the end of the day, every single woman on the ship would have taken her side, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Taylor's eyes widened as he heard Terry call out to him, "Taylor, what are you up to? What did I tell you before we entered the bridge?" Taylor bobbed his head to Leon before he said, "My apologies, Commander. Terry, it wasn't that. It was just yes, dear." He finished as she chastised him without uttering a word. Leon smirked. Anyone who said that humans were a male-dominant society obviously had never been married. He turned his attention to his console in an attempt to avoid thinking about what devilish plans Natalia had in store for him. He checked the data they had on the system they were aiming for. It was a small red star that wasn't quite a red dwarf, but neither was it a main sequence star. There weren't any detectable planets in the star's very small Goldilocks zone, just a single tidally locked world much too close to the star, but it would likely have extensive asteroid and cometary fields, and they needed to refill their fuel tanks. They only needed a source of water or ice to do so, and the system seemed like the nearest good choice. The others trickled onto the bridge one by one, till at last Joyce entered the bridge and took her seat near him. The risk was still there, however, and he tensed despite himself, as the yellow alert lights flashed on, signaling 60 seconds to warp exit. Samuel shook his head and said, "Wow, that was more unpleasant than usual." Leon said, "That can't be what did it, can it?" he asked, looking at Joyce for confirmation. Joyce was allergic to peanuts and hadn't partaken in the peanut butter cookies that had been served at breakfast from the night before. She shook her head and said, "It felt fine to me, a bit strange as always, but other than that, nothing." Terry spoke up, "I didn't eat any peanuts either. I didn't want a cookie with my oatmeal, and I feel fine as well," she said nonchalantly. Leon shook his head in disbelief. There was no way in hell that what they ate had an effect, or was there? He just brushed it off as another case of the truth being stranger than any fiction he could come up with. Terry said, Leon, the star seems unsarcastically inactive for its class. I'm getting some activity, but at levels far below what we were expecting. We should be safe to move to the inner system when we are ready." Leon swallowed and said, "Wait." Samuel visibly relaxed as Leon tapped on his console. A message soon broadcast through the ship, mentioning their suspicions, and that it would be recommended to get to a comfortable place in the next 5 minutes. Leon waited the 5 minutes on the bridge in tense silence before he nodded to Samuel, who activated the warp engines. The yellow alert lights came on as the engines charged, and he gulped again. Sabine whispered something as Samuel said, "Entering warp in 3, 2, 1. Samuel let out a screech and jerked, banging his head off his console. Leon saw red as every nerve in his body felt as though they were being ripped from his body, while he slowly lowered into a vat of acid. While the feeling passed almost instantly, that instant was enough to cause him to double over in wheezing pain. Joyce reached over and started patting his back as he shuddered. His war injuries burned like they had after he was revived. Taylor was pale as a ghost, and Terry was whispering into his ear while holding him as best she could from her seat. Leon looked up at Samuel as the other man gave a small head shake. Leon smiled grimly and said, "What, you can't tell me this is worse than that triple workout week Mr. Green had us on, remember that?" Samuel nodded and cracked a tiny smile as he reached up and touched his head. His hand came away with a small spot of blood from where he had hit his head. Leon frowned and said, "As soon as we stop, I want you to go talk to Dr. Kimathi to make sure you don't have a concussion, okay?" he said. Samuel nodded. Leon jerked as something harsh and biting filled his nose and lungs. He coughed and tried to sit up before blinking in confusion. Natalia and Dr. Kimathi were standing above him, looking down at him with concern. He coughed again and said, "Natalia, what are you doing here? What happened?" He mumbled, struggling to sit up straight. Natalia put her arm on his chest, and he stilled as she looked into his eyes, the deep hazel pools captivating him and bringing his struggles to a halt. She sobbed slightly before she said, "You wouldn't wake up, I thought. Never mind," she said, turning away. Leon frowned and reached out his real hand to her, which she took and held close to her chest. Leon looked at her in confusion. "Leon Mikeman, why? You didn't forget me, did you?" He chuckled lightly. He looked around. The walls were bright, sterile white instead of the usual pale sky blue on the rest of the ship. He saw shelves and countertops with various instruments and containers locked down. He turned to her again and said, "Am I in the medical bay? What the fuck happened?" he asked her in confusion. Natalia sobbed quietly again, and he gave her hand a little squeeze to let her know he was thinking of her. Dr. Kimathi said, "We have reason to believe that the warp effects were greatly amplified in you and several others on the ship. Now, the theories as to why that happened are a little varied, but it seems that you were affected the worst. You have not suffered any kind of physical damage that I can find, but you may have suffered psychological trauma. Unlike Samuel, who banged his head and received a minor concussion." She finished. She smiled at his question and said, "Well, it's good to see that you are still acting like yourself, and yes, he's fine. A little rest and an ice pack should see him right as rain in a few days. You, on the other hand, I can't figure it out. Your neurological scans are all over the place, but they aren't wrong, just amplified. I've never seen anything like it. They have been going down steadily, so I believe you will be fine, but I want you to stay here till we are sure. Okay? She said in a slightly stern way that broke the illusion that she was giving him a choice. Good. Now I'll be back in a little while. Natalia will keep an eye on you while I'm gone, and that's all you'll do. Dr. Kimathi said to Natalia with a stern look. Natalia nodded tersely and said, yes, he's under my watch. Leon watched Dr. Kimathi leave and then turned to Natalia in time to get a crushing hug from the smaller woman as she finally burst into tears. I thought you were hurt, she managed to gasp out between sobs. Leon pushed her back off him to her confusion. He just asked, help me sit up, please. Natalia nodded silently, her face red and tears leaking from her eyes. As soon as she got him sitting, leaning against the wall behind the examination bed, he pulled her into a proper hug. She started to sob again, and he stroked her dark hair softly and murmured to her, I'm okay, Nat, I'm fine, nothing happened, and I'm sorry I scared you. You know I would never do anything to hurt you. Natalia nodded silently as he talked to her, calming her till her sobs turned to small hiccuping cries. Eventually she stopped, and he patted the bed next to him. She climbed onto it, and he pulled her into another hug, this time leaning her back against his chest, with his arms across her belly. She rested her head back against his shoulder before she asked, Are you okay? He chuckled lightly as he said, I'm fine, really I am. Are you okay? I'm serious. Are you all right, Nat? She tensed a little in his arms, but relaxed just as fast as she detected the genuine concern in his voice. I don't know. I thought you were hurt. I didn't know if you would be okay. You wouldn't wake up. She started to wail, but he quickly kissed her ear and spoke. I'm fine. It's over, Nat. I don't know what happened. Please tell me. He felt her take a few deep breaths before she turned her head to look at his sideways. She began slowly but gained confidence as she spoke, as if the act of telling was somehow making it better. Well, we exited warp and it was bad as the first time. I felt I can't really describe it. It was like the universe was coming out of my eyes and it burned, but it was over quickly. After that we all got your message and I went to my room to lie down, and the next one was just as bad but different. After the third transition, Dr. Kimathi called me to the infirmary. I got there as her voice broke a bit and he gave her a reassuring squeeze. She jerked as he stopped and shifted to look into his face directly. What, since what? She pleaded. She hugged him and asked, maybe that's what you saw. I can't imagine. Oh, Leon, I love you. Please don't go, she said suddenly. He hugged her back and said, Natalia, I love you too. What did I do to deserve you? Why? He started before she cut him off with a ferocious kiss that simultaneously took away the pain and his breath. While he had, since their first kiss, had many occasions to partake of such luxury, this kiss was different. In it was passion, sure, just as always, but gone was the playful nature of the kiss. This kiss was not one of fancy, but of need. She needed him, and he her. Every thought and emotion he had ever had for her and she for him seemed to flow through that kiss in an unspoken wave. His mind was overwhelmed with the sensation, and he soon found himself gasping for air as they broke apart. Natalia seemed to have been similarly affected, as she took a second to compose herself before she looked at him shyly. He chuckled and leaned back against the wall and said bluntly, Your hair smells good. That's because I put rosemary and mint in my hair wash so it doesn't smell like chemicals, she explained. Well, it's nice, he said. She chuckled and leaned into him more. Blessing isn't going to be happy when she sees you're sitting up, Natalia warned him. Leon chuckled and asked, Oh yeah, and who gives the orders on this ship? Natalia started to respond to him, just as a stern voice scolded from the doorway. You, what did I say? And Leon, you should know better, Dr. Kimathi said from the doorway to the examination room. He laid back down as Natalia got out of his lap and stood away from the bed. Sorry, Dr. Kimathi. Nat was upset, though, and I didn't want to... But stopped, as he got a hard glare from the stern woman. For such a tiny woman, she certainly projected an aura of sinister danger. He decided that silence was his most likely path to survival, and she nodded once as he pursed his lips. "That's better. Now, Natalia, you are welcome to stay if you keep your hands off my patient. Let me make sure he is okay, then he is all yours," Dr. Kimathi said. Natalia smiled prettily and said, "Thank you, doctor." Leon grumbled, "I'm right here," but neither of them seemed to notice. He just lay there as a series of devices extended from the wall above him and over his body in various locations. Faint humming and whirring could be heard from the devices, but nothing moved or changed. He knew she was scanning him for any kind of injury or physical distress. She was likely performing a brain scan as well. He tried to clear his thoughts so as to not skew the results too much, but all he could think about was Natalia. After what felt like about 17 billion years, he heard Dr. Kimathi sigh and lean back into her chair. She cursed quietly before she said, "I see nothing wrong, which is concerning to me. Nobody suffers spontaneous unconsciousness like that, and then immediately recovers. There has to be some sort of lasting trauma. But where is it?" she hissed to herself. "No, I refuse to believe that cookies are to blame no matter what you tell me. That's just not how things work," Dr. Kimathi complained. Leon watched as the machines retracted back into the wall where they had been hidden before Dr. Kimathi rolled her chair over to his side. She motioned for him to sit up before pulling a pen light from her lab coat and shining at his eyes. He squinted, but she seemed satisfied. Next, she tapped his knee to check his reflexes. Satisfied with her findings, she consulted her CAMS device, the small wrist-mounted computer apparently crunching some data for her. She nodded after a moment, and then sighed heavily. "Leon, despite my most scrutinizing efforts, I can't find anything wrong with you. You seem to be in perfectly normal health. Stay here for another few minutes while the blood test finishes, but then you are free to go," she said a little sadly, as if she had been hoping for him to be sick so she could fix him. Right as she finished speaking, there was a knock at the doorway. Leon smiled as he saw Terry standing alone and nervously in the doorway. Terry shuffled slightly before she said something quietly that Leon couldn't hear. Dr. Kimathi nodded, and Terry walked over to stand in front of him next to Natalia. Natalia looked at Terry and said softly, "Thanks for taking care of him. I really appreciate that." Terry said, "I would have done it for anyone, and thanks to you for helping Taylor. His talks with you seem to be helping him cope." Natalia just nodded, saying nothing. Terry turned to him and hesitantly asked, "How are you feeling, Leon?" She nodded and shuddered as if remembering something unpleasant. "I was worried you seemed to be in pain. Unimaginable pain." Leon waved a hand and tried to cheer her up with a smile as he said, "Pfft, couldn't have been that bad. I mean, I don't seem to be injured in any way according to the good doctor," he said, nodding towards Dr. Kimathi, whose back was turned towards them, as she analyzed some sort of readouts on her computer. Terry just nodded in a way that told him she wasn't buying it. She didn't push the matter, though, and instead said, "Well, while we were dealing with incapacitated crew, I set the ship's scanners to auto and left them running. The inner planet isn't dead, sir. It has an atmosphere." Leon sat bolt upright in surprise and ignored the concerned look that both women gave him as he asked, "It has an atmosphere. Does that mean it has life?" Leon nodded and slipped off the edge of the examination bed. Natalia moved towards him, but he shook his head and stretched. "All right. This seems like something that needs my attention. Blessing, everything checks out. May I have your permission to be discharged?" Dr. Kimathi turned her chair and sized him up before saying, "Natalia, he's in your care now. I'm sure you will make sure to tell me if there is anything wrong," the woman said in a tone that left little room for disagreement. Natalia stood by his side and replied, "I will." Leon clapped his hands and rubbed them together as he said, "All right, what's this business about the closest planet being inhabited? What information do we have?" Terry joined him and Natalia as he started walking out of the medical wing. "Joyce authorized me to launch an orbiter. We should be getting feedback in about 15 minutes. Other than that, we are too far out for a good look. But Samuel plotted a course and we should be there in a few hours," she said. Leon nodded and turned to Natalia as he said, "We have a few hours, it seems. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you join me for lunch, my dear? Leon smiled at her and turned to Terry as he placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I don't know what happened, but you have my gratitude, Terry. It is entirely possible that you saved my life, and I won't forget it. But for now you should get back to Taylor. If I know him, he is likely needing you more than I am. Terry nodded and said a goodbye to Natalia before she rushed off. Leon hugged Natalia to his side as they walked down the hall and whispered into her ear, I'm glad you care, and I hope you can forgive me. She glanced at him before saying, For what? It wasn't your fault, and you're okay now, so that's all that's important. He grinned. So does that mean you are going to let me off the hook for this morning? He said in a hopeful tone. He laughed as well and said, It was worth a try, I'm sure I'll think of something. They continued down the gently curving hall together, chuckling at the little things in life that had seemed so important. There was much to do, but for now, in this moment, he put all that aside. There would be time for worry again later, for now happiness. Leon sat in his chair unrestrained. He had decided to do the planetary survey in the secondary observation room. As it was situated on the first spinning habitat ring, there was a semblance of gravity, and he could move freely. He smiled at the thought. The yard, as it was nicknamed, was a small patch of cultivated grass in the hydroponics ring that Joyce, Myung, and Natalia had cultivated to give people a place to relax. He loved the place as it was, where he had finally admitted his feelings for Natalia. Terry spoke up, breaking his line of thought as she said, We are getting some tentative data on the planet with the ship's main scanners now. It is a tidally locked planet, no large oceans, and a very stable orbit with a single large moon. The near side appears to be entirely a vast wind-blown desert, and the far side a huge tundra. There is a small area in between where there are significant small liquid water lakes, but this water seems to flow through underground streams, because I see no evidence of surface rivers. She finished her report with a click of her tongue and looked at him for comment. Leon just said, That seems interesting. The satellite orbiter have any good shots of the ground yet? Leon started looking through the data they had. At first he was a bit confused, till he realized that the fuzziness he was seeing in the photos was some sort of heavy, wind-blown particulate matter. He looked again and saw low-resolution shapes near to the ground. The ground looked to be sandy and dry, which made sense as he was looking at pictures of the drier side of the planet. What immediately captured his attention, however, were the large, seemingly rounded outcroppings that dotted the desert sands. The picture quality was fuzzy and somewhat indistinct, but he thought he could make out some sort of tendrils coming from their edges, blown about by the strong winds. Sabine, who was currently scrutinizing the same fuzzy images that he was, looked up and over to him in surprise, before seeming to hear his question. Looking back at the images, she spoke, I'm not entirely sure, they could be some sort of native life form, but according to my scans they are massive. The largest of them I can see is over 200 meters in diameter, she said with a bit of wonder. Terry looked at the images briefly before she turned back to her work. With any luck, the visuals coming in should be cleaned up soon, and they would be able to answer that question. Instead, Leon shrugged and said, If it's alive, then it's an alien from an alien environment, evolved from totally different conditions. Who knows what kind of things could be thriving down on the surface? Leon once more turned his eyes upon the readouts and imagery from the globe below. It was almost impossible for him to believe life could exist on such a world of extremes. But according to the data that Terry and Sabine had managed to gather so far, it seemed that the planet was indeed inhabited. No signs of intelligent life had been detected, but one could never be sure. Terry perked her head up and said, The orbiter is moving into optimal position now. We should be able to get clear images within about a meter of accuracy. Anything smaller than that will need a probe. She finished with a dismissive gesture as she mentioned using another of their probes. Leon winced slightly to himself at the mention of using one of the precious machines. They had a limited supply of them, and they had already used more than he had wanted to at this point, but the planet was inhabited, and possibly even livable. It was his sacred duty to science to investigate further, but he wouldn't jump in blindly. He would make sure they gathered as much data as they could without it in order to determine if it was really needed. "We won't be sending down a probe unless absolutely necessary," he said bluntly. Terry looked at him sharply before nodding in understanding. Sabine spoke up. "What? But the planet has life and liquid water. This could be potentially huge. Imagine everything we could discover from the lakes alone." She started before he cut her off with a wave. "It's not that I don't think there are things we will miss. It's that I'm imagining that if we launch this probe here and now, that's one potentially incredible world we won't have one for in the future." Leon said in a voice that left no room for questioning. Sabine remained silent on the matter at his tone, but he knew she was searching her mind internally for a solution to this seeming problem. He sighed slightly and turned back to his console, the various readouts and data points serving to occupy his otherwise overactive mind. Taylor nodded to Terry as she whispered something to him quietly before he stood and left the room. Leon frowned slightly at the small breach in decorum, but decided not to make a note of it. Taylor had been one of the worst affected by the earlier warp sickness that had affected most of the crew. While the source of the anomaly had yet to be determined, the only factor that seemed to link all the affected together was the consumption of peanut-based food items. Why such a food item would serve to worsen the effects of something that already seemed to only affect the mind was beyond him. Perhaps peanuts acted as some sort of chemical trigger in humans that made their minds more susceptible to the horrors of warp translation. But the whole thing was so far beyond him that he put it out of his mind. He could spend a lifetime trying to untie that Gordian knot without ever teasing the slightest hoop of information from it. Terry looked at him and asked, "Do you see the atmospheric readings, Leon?" He looked at the reading and located the section that was specific to the planetary atmospherics. "Yes, I see them. What's wrong with them?" She shook her head and said, "Well, nothing really, but they are remarkable in what they entail. There seems to be a series of counter-rotating superstorms that sweep across the planet in opposite directions. The storms seem to be under the gravitational influence of the moon, as there is a significant high-pressure band that cycles the planet, bringing cool, wet air from the far side to the near side. These storms are full of some sort of organic material that I have been unable to pin down so far. Though I have discovered that the particles are very small, too small to be directly observed, in fact. We would need to send a probe to get more accurate data." She finished warily as he grunted. "For the last time, we aren't sending a probe unless it's absolutely necessary for the mission. We only have a limited amount of them, and when they are gone, then they are gone. What about the SSVs? Couldn't we launch a mission to the surface? It looks close enough to Earth norm to be safe at the equator," he asked quickly. Sabine turned to look at him as Samuel piped up. "Not unless you think I can pilot the SSV through an outer band of fast-moving low-pressure air that surrounds the planet like a force field. It's being clocked at nearly 600 kilometers per hour. That kind of turbulence would likely tear the shuttle apart as it descended at re-entry speeds," the young pilot explained. Leon looked up at the ceiling in exasperation before asking, "And if the shuttle can't make it through, then what makes you think the probe would fare any better?" Sabine answered a little too quickly, as if she had been anticipating his question. "Well, two major reasons, actually. The first is that the probe is much, much smaller, and the second is that it's moving fast enough to punch through the turbulence layer without much difficulty. Because it does not contain any organics like the shuttle would, it is able to reach higher velocities and ultimately decelerate at a much higher rate of speed," she said, as if revealing the secrets of the universe to him. She was likely trying to make the probe seem like their one great hope for a scientific discovery of the planet's secrets. Leon just shook his head in defeat and said, "All right, you have made your point. Joyce, is there any justification for sending a probe down to the surface? You have the second deciding vote here, after all," he said to the blonde-haired woman seated next to him. Joyce looked between him and Sabine for a minute, as if searching for some sort of lifeline before resigning herself to her fate. She leaned her elbows on the table in front of her, and while resting her chin on her knuckles, made her decision. I do believe there is an argument to be made for both sides of the issue. On one hand, the probes are indeed one of our most valuable and limited resources. In that case, they must be used as sparingly as possible, only spent when in great need or when the price seems like a fair match, she said. Sabine seemed to be taken aback by the woman's words, as was Leon. While he hadn't exactly expected her to side with him, he had been expecting her to at least make a cursory argument for Sabine's view. Sabine looked about ready to protest, when Joyce simply shook her head and continued. That being said, there is a significant and potentially more compelling argument for the discoveries that could be made on a planet that has these certain parameters. Tidally locked but possessing an ecosystem of some sort, there is organic material and liquid water on the surface. What mysterious creatures and fantastic flora thrive below? A question that can seemingly only be answered with the expenditure of one of our precious probes. Joyce finished with a bit of a flourish, as if expecting some sort of applause. Instead, there was simply silence as everyone on the bridge took in this new information, processing it slowly and methodically. Leon nodded and said after a moment's hesitation, "Well, not exactly what I was expecting to hear, but well spoken nevertheless. After taking all of the data into consideration, I guess there could be a wealth of scientific data recovered from the surface. But I must add, we will only be staying in orbit for a week at the most. We have other places to explore and can't put all of our time into this one planet, no matter how interesting it is," he said sternly. He would have liked to just move on altogether, but that would not have been fair to the others. Sabine stood up from her chair excitedly and hopped around a bit as she said, "Oh, thanks, Leon, this is going to be incredible, just you wait. Me and Chad have been working on something I think you will love." She added a bit mysteriously. Terry smiled and said, "I am excited as well. This is the first tidally locked planet we have encountered, and the fact that it has life makes it even more curious. I'm getting some more accurate pictures here. It will take some time to analyze them, though," she said a bit distractedly as she peered at her console. Leon said, "Okay, Sabine, you have the go for a launch. Please be careful with it, though." She just nodded excitedly and typed away furiously into her console. Samuel nodded, saying, "Yes, we should be good for the foreseeable future." Leon gave him a quick nod before waving to Jody and walking from the room. "So what am I looking at, is that?" Leon asked Sabine as he leaned over her shoulder. It had been 3 days since they had arrived. In that time, the orbiter had gathered a wealth of images, and the probe had been launched. After a slightly tense landing, it was finally deployed on the surface. The rover had been deployed to the surrounding area, along with Sabine and Chad's newest project. Sabine smiled and glanced back at him and said, "Yes, as you can see, the range improvement alone was worth the cost, and it has a nearly infinite range as long as the ship or satellite are overhead to give it instructions." The console screen showed a slightly grainy airborne view of the planet's desert surface, several of the large domed structures in the middle distance. He marveled at the ingenuity of the ship's 2 engineers. Using nothing but spare parts and the fabricators, they had made a fully functional autonomous drone that vastly expanded their observational range on the planet's surface. What would have taken the rover a whole week to traverse was covered in mere hours by the flying robot. Sabine bobbed her head at the compliment as she answered, "We made 2 prototypes, of which this is the second. Now that we know it works, we can polish the design and fabricate at least 6 more, possibly more if we find any precious metals in the next asteroids we capture." Leon nodded and looked at the screen as the drone flew closer to one of the massive structures. He had been surprised when both Myung and Joyce had informed him that the desert side of the planet was inhabited by titanic mushrooms. At least they closely resembled mushrooms, if mushrooms were 200 meters wide and nearly 250 meters tall. Whatever supporting structure these gargantuan fungal growths used, it was strong indeed. These massive growths seemed to survive on a combination of photosynthesis and volcanic compounds that were released into the surrounding air by geothermal vents on the desert floor. The ground in the desert was hard, bare rock as the prevailing winds had long since swept away any dirt, yet still these vast towers stood. They seemed utterly immutable, as if they had existed forever, and would continue to exist long into the future. She looked at him and said, "To the best of our knowledge, it seems to be spores released by the large growths. They drift on the winds and seem to be the basis of the entire planet's ecosystem." Leon looked at the screen once more, the view from the drone showing the trunks and vast multitude of smaller growths from the main spires releasing puffs and streams of what looked like mist into the air. If these spores were so easily carried on the winds, then it could very well be the basic food source that any burgeoning ecosystem needed. Joyce, Aidan and Mayung were all in the secondary observation room as well. They seemed to be talking excitedly, and Leon decided that he had better go and see what the fuss was about. "This truly is an incredible feat. I can see the drones being of great value to future missions. I'll allocate you any resources we can spare to make more," he told her. Sabine positively beamed at his comment, her smile full of life and excitement. She hopped up and hugged him, saying, "Oh, thank you, Leon. I can't wait to tell Chad." And with that, she sat back at her console and started calling Chad over the ship's internal comms. Shaking his head and giving a slight chuckle at her enthusiasm, he made his way over to Joyce and the others. They had control of the rover and had been exploring the wetland area near the planet's equatorial band. The first thing he noticed as he walked over was that there seemed to be some sort of large creatures on the rover's screen. The second thing he noticed was that the creatures had strange, almost polyp-like growths extending from their shoulder areas. Joyce was talking. "It seems to be yes, but the question that comes to mind is whether or not this is their only means of sustenance." Arden remained silent as Myung replied, "They are slow-moving, and it would not be a stretch to assume they are also cold-blooded. This would lower their total metabolism requirements and make it perfectly viable as a singular food source. In addition, look at their mouthparts. Those seem uniquely suited to cleaning off their filters." Aidan spoke up and asked, "Yes, but what of the others? Maybe they are scavengers as well. We have yet to see any corpses or bones of any type." Joyce shook her head at that. Leon watched as she pointed to the screen, and he followed her finger as she motioned towards the creature's hide. "They have some sort of natural armoring, yes, but we have no idea if they have endoskeletons or not. For all we know, they could be structurally held together by something we have no concept for that leaves no trace behind." Leon looked at the thing. The creature was large and grey. It looked similar to pictures he had seen as a child of extinct animals, like a rhinoceros or an elephant. But instead of skin, it seemed to be covered in large plate-like scales of some dark material. The polyp-like structures fanned open as he watched, waving in the strong winds and seemingly designed to catch the small, ever-present particulate matter that floated through the air. Leon watched curiously, the conversation fading into the back of his mind as he observed the creature through the electronic eye of the rover on the planet's surface far below. The large creature was almost cute in a way, its face flat and its eyes small, protected by some sort of fibrous growth. Its filters were spread wide, tiny particles of matter blown over their wide surfaces. The fans of the filters themselves were on the end of long tentacle-like arms that looked as though they could be folded back along the creature's bodies when not in use. As the large creature slowly walked on its four pillar-like legs, the fans captured large quantities of the airborne particles, the spores as Sabine had called them. He watched in fascination as the creature closed one of its filters and moved it towards its face, and then he watched it feed. Its mouth looked to be a complex arrangement of plates and small finger-like tendrils that combed the filter of the captured debris, while simultaneously depositing a thin layer of the beast's saliva, which seemed to aid in the capture of particles. He judged that the animal likely spent the majority of its waking hours grazing on the continuous stream of spores that were blown from the dry side of the planet. "Wow, that's really quite something to see," he said to no one in particular. Aidan looked over to the screen and watched as the creature polished off its other filter. They don't seem to move in packs, lending some credence to the idea that they have no natural predators, and with the thick hide of theirs, it makes sense why it would be hard to kill them. The man postulated, mostly to himself, it seemed. Joyce replied after a moment, "No, we first did some reconnaissance on the colder areas, and it seems as though there are several different sizes of these creatures, the largest of which are near the hotter zones. Myung spoke next and told him, "We did find some much smaller and faster-furred creatures near the tundra zone. They looked to feed in much the same manner, but they only had 2 long legs and moved in a similar fashion to a kangaroo," she said in reference to another earthly animal. Leon looked back from them to the screen once more and asked, "Do you have any saved footage? That sounds interesting." Joyce nodded and then said, "Only aerial footage so far, but we have plans to move the rover in that direction starting tomorrow morning." He nodded as she fiddled with the controls before the console switched to another series of images, followed by a zoomed-in looking video. The footage was a bit fuzzy, but he could make out a small swarm of the critters she had described. "How large are these creatures?" he asked her curiously. Myung said, "Well, as best we can figure, they range in size from about 1 to 1.5 meters in height. They seem to feed off the particulate matter as well, but they have more of a pack mentality, leading me to personally believe that they may in fact hunt the larger organisms. This would also explain why we see such a lack of carcasses or remains." She finished with a glance at Joyce. Aidan made a noise that seemed to offer his agreement, but Joyce looked less convinced. "I just don't see it. We will need to do further study before we can make such a bold assumption," she said with a small wave of her hands. Leon smiled and said, "Well, I'm just glad it wasn't a waste. There seems to be no shortage of mysteries to uncover. We have a few more days in the system, so be quick, though. We are going to be moving out at the end of the week." He reminded them. This got a small collective groan from the scientists, and he smirked a bit at their displeasure. He would have liked to give them all the time they wanted, but knowing them, they could have happily studied the planet's unique ecosystem for the next 10 years and still been unsatisfied. He said a quick farewell to them before walking back over to Sabine. She was now flying the drone over a series of large rock formations, and he patted her chair to get her attention. "Oh, hey, what's going on with the others?" she asked curiously. He gave her a small shrug and said, "Something about potentially carnivorous critters. They can't agree on what the little buggers eat." Sabine nodded a bit distractedly and said, "Well, I hope they figure it out. Oh, and Chad had some ideas on how to make the drones even better." Leon nodded. Put those two in the same room on the same problem and they could work miracles, he thought to himself. Out loud, he just said, "I'll be sure to check up with him in a bit. I'm going to check with Samuel and make sure the ship is still in a stable orbit." She said nothing, just continued piloting the drone through the vast alien sky. Leon had spent the last 2 days helping around the ship, doing basic organizational and maintenance tasks, as the more scientific ventures were a bit out of his skill zone. He was a leader, an organizer. He had a basic knowledge of many scientific concepts, sure, but he had never really excelled in any one of them. He was back in the observation room, though. Joyce had messaged him and asked him to observe some new findings. He figured that it couldn't hurt to give them a checkup, as they would be moving out first thing in the morning tomorrow. Time on the ship was almost meaningless, as there was no day or night cycle, but the builders had known that, and the ship's lights were set to automatically dim during an artificial night cycle to help the crew keep a sense of time. In case of an emergency, this could be disabled, but the added stability and sanity that it helped to foster was worth any minor inconveniences. As he entered the slightly curved room, his attention was focused on the small gathering of people that he saw converged around one of the larger monitors. As he approached, he saw the same group from the day before, along with a few others, including Oliver and Natalia. Natalia gave him a wide smile and motioned for him to stand by her, which he gladly did. He opened his mouth to ask what was going on, but she put a finger on his lips, quieting him instantly, and just pointed at the screen. The others seemed to be enraptured by something on the console, and so he looked at the image that was being displayed. It was a live feed from the rover, it seemed. A bit of interference fuzzed the screen, but the picture quality was good. It took him only a moment to realize what he was seeing. One of the furred Arctic creatures sat on a nest of sticks and fur. It seemed to be intently watching its charges, large yellowish eggs. Several of them had hatched already, and the small scurrying babies seemed to have an almost innate sense of how to survive, putting out their little feeder filters and catching tiny particles in them. "Oh, Subject 201 is hatching," Joyce exclaimed softly, causing Leon to turn his attention back to the remaining eggs. One of the large yellow eggs rocked slightly, as movement from within produced a tiny crack on its upper surface. This crack expanded slowly over the next few moments, till a tiny piece was broken loose and a small spike poked through. The small spike was followed by a tiny wet snout that seemed to hesitantly sneeze before breathing air for the first time. Aidan nodded and said, "An egg tooth, just like most earthly hard-shelled animals. They must be discarded shortly after they emerge, as none of the others seem to share the feature." Joyce and Myung nodded, and Leon found himself intrigued. It was true, none of the other small fluffballs seemed to share the strange protrusion that grew from the new hatchling's head. He watched with the others as the small creature pushed its way out of the egg to fall upon the floor of the nest. It must have been somewhat cold still, even in the insulated nest, but not cold enough to impair the newborn. It didn't even shiver as it stood slowly on its two longer legs, its small eyes blinking open after a moment before it looked around, observing its surroundings. "Where is the rover getting this from?" Leon asked aloud as he watched the small creature start to groom itself, its tiny fingered hands combing its short greyish fur rhythmically. Alden nodded at his question, seemingly enraptured by the scene, but Sabine gleamed at him and replied quietly, "The rover is situated on a hilltop about 200 meters away. That's why the video quality is a bit lower than normal." Leon nodded. It made sense. He seriously doubted the furred animals would have been so calm if they had been aware of the rover's presence. Then again, who knew? From what he had gathered over the last 2 days, there was no evidence to support that any of the species on the entirety of the world that they had taken to calling Stormsire were carnivores at all. Leon knew they would be heading out for the stars again soon, and as loath as he was to cut their scientific endeavors short, he knew they had a larger mission. He said nothing at the time, though, content to spend some quality time with his crew and observing the miracles of the universe. He nodded as he watched the small creature hop around a bit, its siblings already using their tiny filters to grab particulate matter from the slow-moving air of the shallow cave. "It truly is. I wonder what else is waiting out there for us to discover," he said. He felt her nod in response, and looked back to the console, the small microcosm of life in this strange world unfolding before his eyes. This was what the purpose of life ultimately was in his eyes, not to do some great or grand thing, but simply to observe the wonders of the universe. They had the ability to change so much over time that it was hard to remember that one should stop and take the time to appreciate the beauty all around once in a while. He did so now, putting thoughts of tomorrow and its many problems from his mind. He was here, in this moment, Natalia at his side, and the mysteries of the universe playing out before his eyes. If you finished this story, please subscribe and like the video. Then leave a comment that says, "I liked the story," and I will heart every single one of them. It really helps me. Thank you for your time.